It all comes down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major. Are we ready for Championship Sunday? As you can see right here next to me is what it's all about. Two teams that have never managed to lift, to raise a major trophy in Siege despite all eyes being on them for a very long time. One of them will get the job done here and now. The quarterfinals done and dusted. Semi-finals yesterday. One of them felt like a grand final. That is over. And now we have one best of five that separates us from history. And I know that we've got a live crowd here, an EU live crowd here, ready to make some noise. You watching at home, I want to make sure that you wish that you were here, and you will be at the next one. Please, Jönköping, make some noise. Let's now bring out our amazing grand finalists. Speaking of which, making their grand final debut in front of a hyped up EU crowd. Is this their iconic moment? It's BDS! Standing in their way is a team in full flow. Can they finally live up to all of the expectation? It's Team Liquid! An epic grand final awaits, but before we throw both of these amazing teams into the server for the last time at the Jönköping Major, let's see them face to face.
All Team BDS, all we are so happy. We work for this, we're here, we deserve, we know it. For me, it's a special thing because it's my first major, first final, so I'm really happy. We'll face Liquid, they're a really good team with incredible players like Nesqua, Palu, but the key for the win is to working. There is no special key, no secret key, just working and prepare our next match, and that's it.
It's an amazing feeling. Like, been a while we haven't been in the grand finals. Everyone is so happy because we did a lot of work. Everyone is really connected to each other. We know what we are doing on the game, and we always like playing together, you know. BDS is a strong team, and I hope we bring everyone down. We are just like excited, and we are studying a lot of them because they are a strong team.
For our Brazilian opponents, be ready. Team BDS are not scared about Brazilian. You have to be scared.
BDS, I know you guys are on a spot like us, never won like any international events, but unfortunately it's not your time.
Fighting words exchanged between both of our grand finalists here going into the best of five. And you know what? They're nice people anyways. You saw how it was. But if anything, we're going to get them all fired up in the server. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos with Mior and Fresh. Now it's time for us to prepare for the actual game. I want to prep you with a bit of info on these two teams and what they'd have to offer for this grand final. It's BDS versus Team Liquid. At this point, settled in as the top two teams in their own regions. Can we talk about BDS?
Exactly, of course we can. They missed out on the major last stage. They made a change where they replaced Rafael with Leak Effect, who we just talked about on this Telestrator, and brings out a lot of new and creative passion into this team. He's that player that will lurk, get a lot of map control, work with vertical nades, and he's getting the control where you're wondering, How does he even do that? How is he allowed to do that? How could he contest such things? So a good roster coming up. It feels like everyone on this roster can step up as well. We have BDS, which we mentioned as probably one of the best support players as well. Yesterday, he had an amazing game on Clubhouse. Very kill, very frag heavy, despite being a support player.
And that's the thing, it's not just BDS, it's not just EFAC. How much have we spoken about BDS this tournament and not even mentioned the man on your screen right there, Shaiko? Like, this guy is the spearhead of this team. Then supported by Renshiro, who will do his job, and he will go with a 3-2-1, whether that means his personal performance is down or not. And just one small note, whatever you might think of them, BDS have actually won their last 2 international competitions. They are somewhat over the hump, maybe not an S tier or a major, but they are over the hump of winning international competitions. You saw how confident that LeakyFac was in that head-to-head video. They're looking confident, they're looking dangerous.
All right, what about Team Liquid on the other side, Jack?
Well, it's consistency. I think Lagona's coming into this roster, and that's the biggest thing, is that they made the change, which for Liquid and for this core roster of Liquid to make the change, the big changes started, at the start of the year with Ask and Resets coming in. So to make another change was big for them. But then they pick up Lagonis, who's brought so much consistency to the roster, so much consistency to the back line of that roster, and he's really allowed the remaining players to thrive in most of the games. Ask and Resets, especially because they were struggling a little bit as they first came in.
I like how you mentioned all these players on the roster as well, because to me, these games for them feel like such a team effort. They really work together, and there's players that can pop up all over the scoreboard. And how we always talk about teams or maps being a little bit defender favorite, it was actually Liquid yesterday on Villa specifically, where they were so attacking favorite. They learned from their attacks that they had against W7M during the Copa Elite Finals, improved a lot. And even on their defense, when they suffered from the opening engagements, where they lost the majority of them, they were still able to come back. They were able to deal with a Monty that was continuously being brought out by W7M. They could kill the players around it. They worked very coordinated, and on their attacks, they had so much information.
Okay, it seems like these two teams are kind of balanced in their own rights. You can kind of draw conclusions as to, hey, for each player type and role on one team, there's an equivalent one on the other side, which is exactly what we're looking for. Maybe setting up an even matchup for us, which kind of pulls me to the next point of contention, our maps for this series. Again, this is the best of 5 series, which means you won't be able to really hide strategies as much as good, and there is no reason to. You're going to have to lose one map maybe that you're not comfortable with. That depends on your team depth. Theme Park, Bank are up first, Oregon Cafe, and finally, Skyscraper.
The first ban is actually very curious to me, and that's the one that I'm going to focus on. Liquid left Clubhouse open against FaZe Clan and against W7M, who are both formidable Clubhouse teams. Now, I go on and on about how good BDS are at Clubhouse, probably the best team in the world. I do. I go on and on about it. That is a token of respect right there. I think both teams getting rid of their kind of permabans, and then both teams picking into... It's interesting in best of 5 because you get 2 lots of picks, right? Do you go for your best map first, or do you leave them till later on? And I think both teams have kind of, in their picks, they've gone for a kind of middle of the road map and the first picks played, and then leave their better maps for later on in the tournament, when in the fixture when they might need them.
Yeah, because when I predict map and phase, you always come down with the decider. Bank was going to be my decider in his map and phase. It's picked up by BDS. As you mentioned, maybe the okay maps a little bit earlier on, but for Theme Park, if you look at that, it is indeed a Liquid pick. They have 1 win on this tournament so far, 75% over it on recent history, and teams don't really like to play Theme Park against Liquid because they get a ban against themselves quite often, and BDS, well, they ban it 50-50. It's a map, though, that BDS doesn't usually show.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Liquid have maybe took a very long-term view where BDS, when Theme Park was very much first introduced, they tried playing it a couple of times in EUL and lost it. And then for a very long time after they did that, they permabanned it. It was one of their permabans. You could always rely on BDS to permaban Liquid and BDS to permaban Villa and Theme Park. They've liked it a little bit more recently, but it's still quite a low preference map for them. So for Liquid, they're expecting get a nice win, start us off, and then keep going.
All right, well, we have a bit more time before our game starts, which means we can pull out all the stops for the pre-map. I'm looking at players to pop off in specific positions and specific operators. We're exploring Theme Park top and down to see which here will actually have an advantage.
If we talk about Liquid, this one player we're going to have to mention, right? If you look at the statistics, if you look at the scoreboards, like the top players on there, Paulo is 2nd in rating, 1st in KD. He's on the 4th position of cost, which is 73%. That's about 3 out of 4 rounds, he does something to help his team contribute to a round win. And he's also got the most clutches out of all players in this tournament. 6 in total. That's a lot. On the other side, you also have Lagones, who also has a really high cost, and he's got the most plans out of everyone. That's what we know BDS for, usually, having a lot of plans, and now it's actually Lagones that has the most plans out of all these players here.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like just how he comes in. He's done this with multiple iterations of different rosters. The original team won, and then after they left to go to 0-0 Nation, the next team won, and then now with Liquid. The fact he improves the team so much, and just another token on a Liquid player, which is Nesk. Because to accommodate this, Nesk has had to play a lot of those difficult positions, particularly on the defense. His actual stats have gone down, like significantly from what we're seeing with Nesk. But then when he has to make the plays, that very last round of Villa, for example, yesterday, where he has to walk up long and get a double kill, he will make them, and he has the confidence and quality to make them. Let's not be fooled, like this whole Liquid outfit, even Lagones included, is absolute quality top to bottom.
And we always talk, we had a few matches during this major where teams know how to play against each other because they've recently faced off against each other. I went back into the history of these two teams against each other.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know when the last time is that they faced against each other?
Go on.
It's very, very long time ago. It was during SI 2021, which was a completely different roster, BDS won from Liquid. And then the only time before that these two teams met against each other was during the OGA pit.
Yeah,
In
that Liquid.
2019.
I remember that, yeah.
Liquid won that 2-0, so there's not really a recent history between these two teams, which leaves a lot open in regards to strategies and, you know, going into this matchup kind of blind, considering you might not know how it works against one another.
Okay, if we're talking about positions and compositions, then Operator, as for BDS, what could they utilize on Theme Park? Who would be on what, and what angles would we, or what positions probably would be seeing them on?
I think ban specifically is, you know, these armies got to be out of that. It just has to go. You know, Liquid, we've seen they're comfortable playing it. A lot of teams are banning Azami against Liquid, and I think BDS, you know, they obviously won't like it. Azami is so, especially oppressive if you think of how Theme Park plays out, right? Because most of the sites on Theme Park, whether those be the top floor sites or the bottom floor sites, the attack will either start at the cash side, the top cash balcony, dragon balcony, or they'll come in from the cafe side. So the defenses of Theme Park are always uptight and oppressive to those entry points and those kind of hard 90-degree angles that you've got to walk into, those crossfires. Azami enables that so much more. So I think Azami's got to be off the board, unless, you know, if you keep her up, the defenses are going to be having a great time.
One thing in regards of bans I want to talk about as well is Liquid's been so good during this tournament with specific counter bans to players that they're playing against. They had the Frost against Bolo, the Monty against Heroic because they saw how good it worked for them in EUL. They had the Dokubi against a utility player in the form of Cameraman. So I'm really curious what they'll bring out today. Maybe a knock. We've seen BDS actually have a knock banned against them quite often in this tournament due to how effective Leak Effect is with it. And something I want to see from the side of BDS is we know how good Liquid works around with the information they have on attack. You kind of want to make them be blind in their final parts of the round. Maybe a mute ban? We've seen it from Liquid yesterday, but I would be excited if we see a mute ban because that would make it so much more difficult for Liquid.
What are your options? You go heavy on the grenades, you ban the Jaeger and the Wamai, or the Wamai if you want to play that. You want to rely on Hard Breach, which not many teams are doing nowadays anyways. There's options, but then, yeah, you take out the Nook, you still have the Dokebi. We talked about the Mark 14 and how good it is now, and maybe that's kind of getting better in the future, but hey, that's just, you know, a theory.
And the thing is with bans as well is, you know, without saying it, like you can ban one thing, but these teams, or both of these teams, the reason they're in the grand final, they're flexible enough to flex onto different, I call them crutch picks, you know, your Nook, your Dokubi, your Lion, your Ossa, your Monty, all those kind of picks where you kind of, you bring them because you want to forfeit basically doing the correct attack. So you're allowed to skip some steps. But these teams, even if you ban the Nook or the Dokubi, they will just switch. There'll be a Monty, there'll be a Ying.
BDS ran the line extensively yesterday.
I wouldn't be surprised if it gets banned against them because Liquid does really analyze in what works so good for teams that they play against. Something I'm also looking forward to while we hear the teams getting ready on the stage there is the attacks. And we mentioned it how good Liquid were on these attacks, but since they picked Theme Park, they're probably going to have to start out on the attacks. We talked about the importance of always having an extra player when you're going to go for executes. That man advantage is so important on a map like Theme Park. You want to have that extra player, and that's something I'm really going to be looking forward to for Liquid.
All right, final thoughts on all of this. Who takes map one? Caster's ready.
Ooh. You'd expect it to be Liquid, right? But then BDS haven't played it.
Defense start BDS.
Yes, which is going to give them a huge advantage.
I say BDS. We've not seen them on it, but they don't really ban it. It's still quite a high preference map for them. We don't know if Efak and Shaiko are going to have their fun defending this map yet. So I'm going to go BDS.
I'd say BDS as well. They have the advantage of the defense, and since it's been so strong, yeah.
Look, when Theme Park first was dropped into the pool, BDS sucked on it. They even admitted it themselves. They worked on it, they came back and they were better, but is that enough to get it done over Liquid? We'll just have to see. Thank you very much, Anne and Fresh. I think it's time for us to get our grand final ready. Jönköping! Hey, good morning. Are you ready? Yeah, I think we're ready. Intero, Stokes, take it away.
Yeah, your ears aren't playing tricks on you. I'm joining Stokes for the grand final cast. This wasn't how it was supposed to be.
No.
You and Blue were given the distinction and honor of casting the grand finals here, but unfortunately, Blue is not in the best of shape. So I am more than happy to jump in to help you, and congratulations on your first grand final cast.
Well, thank you, sir. It's nice to join you again. If you guys didn't know, actually, Parker and I casted for the very first time together when I casted USN 2018, all the way back December 15th.
Almost 4 years ago, yeah. We looked it up to see how close it synced up to this, because your first Tier 1 event, which Blue was at as well, but he unfortunately was casting with Flynn. So
we'll let that one be.
I chose you. Rob, if you're watching, that one's just for you. Well, it's a distinct honor to be here, and we get to see new major champions. Team BDS has never made it to the finals before. Liquid have been here before, but they've only ever won a Pro League final. They made it to the SI 2021 finals, but were toppled by their fellow regional mates in Ninjas in Pajamas and were denied the opportunity to be world champions. Today, we've got some superstars on the stage, and one of them, at minimum, will go home with a major championship. On Liquid's side, you have Nesk and you have Palu, two of the best players to ever pick up this game. And then on BDS's side, you have Shaiko, who gets talked about so often, and they will be, at some point, major champions.
It's an incredible storyline, either way you look at it. You know, everybody's favoring, more than likely, BDS, I think, here. Crowd, what are we thinking about this?
Trying to pat the trophy on the head.
You're trying. Oh, you're doing a good job. You're doing a very good job. Yeah, a little pat there. That's a beautiful Azami trophy, by the way. BDS might be lifting it later on, unless Liquid has something to say about it. Especially with Lagonis on the squad as well. Major champion, trying to get another major under his belt. But fortunately enough for us, Parker, we're not too far away from Theme Park here, folks. Let's get into the action. It's a best of 5 in between Team Liquid, our LATAM representatives, up against BDS. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's get into this best of 5.
Starting on Theme Park, BDS on defense first. The public has spoken. 58% of you thinking that Team BDS will prevail in this matchup. Immediately getting rid of Ying.
Are they saying BDS takes it?
Oh,
is that what they're trying to say?
Oh, no.
Well, they are going to take out at least, well, Ying.
We got it out of the way, at least.
Yes.
We got it out of the way. I remember somebody on Twitter said, you know, oh, if BDS ends up winning it, the finals call has to be BDS takes it. And I was like, yeah, but you expect that.
Yes.
You expect that, so that's what it won't be.
And you're all about expecting the unexpected.
That is correct. So far, nothing really outside of the norm here in terms of the attackers that have been removed from action. And Valkyrie joining on the bans for defense is also not that abnormal. The only operator that really does stick out is Malusi, and the impact that she can have. Team Liquid, obviously, well, they're going to be prepared to play with out the Malusi on their side. Armory and Throne will be the very first defense for BDS. In terms of the bomb sites, we do tend to see all 4 sites get played on Theme Park to varying success rates. The only downside to Theme Park, Sam, is that this has been the least played map here at this event, so we don't have the greatest amount of stats and history to go off of. The good news is that these teams have played it in their respective regions and at majors before, so we can at least go off of that.
Well, the good news is that it's actually the 3rd most defender-sided map that we have here at the Major. The other 2, Oregon and Clubhouse. We won't be seeing any Club today, but we will be seeing some Oregon. Theme Park, 58% defensive win rate. Lab and Storage, actually the highest of all of the sites at a 71% defensive win rate. So Team BDS going to be starting off strong here. Also love the Valkyrie ban coming out here. This is something that Ask really likes to play on defense, so definitely think it's strong to try and take that away from him. But fortunately enough, folks, we're already right into it. And this is bread and butter Liquid right here. We're going to have Ask on the Twitch. He's been one of the mainstays here on this the entire tournament.
going to be a long matchup. I'm almost certain of it. We had some quick 2-0s to start off the quarterfinals, but yesterday both semis went to all 3 maps. And with the way that these teams play out on a best-of-5 series, you expect a team to take their respective map almost every single time. It's the same thing when you look at best-of-3s. Nick and I touched upon this in the semi that we did yesterday between W7M and Team Liquid, is that the mindset of most teams is you're going to win your map, you're going to lose your opponent's map because of the way that a best-of-3 pick and ban system works. Your opponents are going to exploit the weakness in your map pool, beat you on it, and then you go to that third map, and you have to ensure that the third map that you play is one that is favorable to you. The ultimate tiebreaker map in a best-of-5 is not the third map, but in fact the 5th, and it's Skyscraper, if we need all 5 of them. Just a reminder for all of you as well, there is no unlimited overtime in any of these matches, so it will be the standard 3-site rotation on OT. Nesk the opening pick, but he's answered back by Shaiko. Nesk still in this spot, and he can light up 2, but not a third. EFAC with that kill, down goes Nesk, and the team's into a 3v3 as we hit the halfway point in round number 1.
Well, Liquid were thinking about that west side, but they quickly throw it over to the east. Nesk sneaks inside, gets himself 2, but BDS fire back. That's what we expect out of them, especially from EFAC and Shaiko. Trying to hold this presence on the top floor, but Resets is present as well. Let's try and work his way outside. Those EMPs going to be vital to trying to get them across this building. Although Lagonis, as he has died, no more hard breach on this offense. Gonna have to try and funnel in, and this might be one of the worst sites to try that.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Talked a lot about the rookies and the impact that they've had. At one point, people astonished at Palu when he made his debut, asking Resets as well, acclimating to this highest level of play. But I feel like because he's overshadowed often by both Brede and Shaiko, EFAC doesn't get the credit he deserves, but he's had a stellar major so far, and there he is, taking down Resets. Unable to do much more. A sprint back to the bomb site, greeted by Liquid, but it puts Ask in a position where he must clutch out in a 1v2, and you're going up against 2 of the most formidable folks in all of Europe inside a split. Hitting that goo mine, giving away information to BDS as to where he's going to go, and amidst the smoke he's tossed down. He could make some serious noise, but BDS will be very patient. There's damage done to Ask around the throne, still just getting softened up, and it's Brede chipping away at him. Liquid didn't seem to know where it was coming from, and BDS start off with a victory in round 1.
Nesk with some nice openers there, Parker, but it doesn't mean anything when your hard breach dies, especially in a thrown defense. You can't get any of those walls open. You have to try and play around the doors. And BDS too potent when it came to shutting down that top floor clear, keeping things even the entire time, which usually ends up favoring the defense when it comes down to the utility game. BDS gonna get ahead by 1 here, but they won't have access to Armory Throne any longer. We have to go somewhere else, and where is it? Well, it's gonna be Bunk Daycare this time around. We're not gonna be changing up things too much, mostly keeping our favorite fraggers from BDS on some fragging operators, especially for Shaiko. I always love seeing him on the Legion, Parker. It's one of those ops that you can use any which way, any which how, and you usually find success.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need an operator to slow down the attackers. Liquid deliberately took Malusi out of play. So who comes in as the next suitable candidate to fill that role that you're going to see on an operator that is flexible, that can play deep in the bomb site, can roam effectively, but also has gadgetry that can stop them in their tracks, whether it's impact, whether it's the actual gadget itself. And both Legion and Malusi have very good guns. They can roam effectively, and they have gadgets that are hard to evade and work for both intel and to also disrupt the attackers. So Legion is that perfect substitute. So even with the target ban from Liquid, BDS showing that they can be adaptable and pick an operator that fills that void, and it's not surprising to see Legion being a staple play of BDS through these 2 rounds.
You can just see how annoying that op can be, especially in that last round. Ask, one of the best players in the world at the current moment, he still gets thwarted by it trying to step in through the main hall for Armory. But now into this round, we've had a couple of switch ups here. Lagonis is still going to stick to his Hibana for hard breach. Palu also getting added with the ace, the redundancy in hard breach coming through. And this is something we would have liked to see in the last round, but unfortunately enough for Liquid, just really not using their attacker repick to its fullest advantage. Nesk is also going to shift gears as Ask will pick up Sledge. He's going to bring in the Yana for some extra info.
We've been seeing Liquid run the Twitch so reliably against all of their opponents because with where we are right now, with Malusi's on the board, Goyo's on the board, when you have a Valkyrie show up from time and time again, Mira also seeing quite a lot of play, you get so much value out of those Twitch drones. If you look at the lineup from BDS, Twitch doesn't really do all that much against the Kiba barriers from Azami. Certainly doesn't do all that much against Alem's Surya Gates either. Yeah, you can take out whatever goo mines you might find in the Alibi clones, but that's not a ton of value. And other than a good gun, I like that we see Liquid changing things up. Now they've lost Ask first. Lagonis answers back by taking out Brede. Whatever smoke, whatever blinding comes in from the attackers will not be able to be seen through with the Warden off the board. So that gives a great deal of strength to whatever you want to see from Liquid. They don't have any smokes on the board and they only have 3 flashes. A second pick from Liquid as Renshiro falls, and we have just a minute to go with Liquid having a numbers advantage.
Liquid seeping through the cracks. Palu, he works in through break and he gets a hold of Arcade Balcony, trying to deal with the Azami, holding onto the door. BDS, they're doing a bang-up job of holding the main hallway here for the site, but Team Liquid, they've quickly captured Kafe, also main arcade. They're trying to creep in through daycare right now. Nesk with a big shot. They'll take down Alems as well. This is looking like the plant will come through. It's all up to EFAC. He'll get one. Can't get the stop, though. Fantastic round there from Liquid.
It's just showing the threats that all of these teams have. I think the win con for Liquid is quite simple. Nesk needs to show up. It's that simple. Palu usually does quite well. He's consistent. But so far, there's been a worrying trend of Nesk being overshadowed on his role in a number of the last couple majors we've seen. Even yesterday, Nesk had some bad performances. And when I say bad, they're not terrible, but by Nesk's standards, they're quite poor.
You set the bar too high, man. That's what happens. That's what happens. And the big thing with Nesk is that amongst his teammates, he actually has the most duels out of all of them, but he's also negative on his entry for this event. He's -6 right now. But the big thing is that Palu has been setting the world on fire. And a lot of times where we see those interactions where Nesk goes down, Palu is right there to pick up the pieces and make sure they at least stay even, or as we know from him, take it one step further, get that extra frag onto the refrag that's incoming from the defense, or whatever, just the opposition at that moment. So expect to see that, but with Nesk and how he's playing at the current moment, it looks like he woke up ready for today.
Absolutely. I mean, you come into this match and Palu is the most kills in the entire tournament.
Yes.
Shaiko is in second. If you're hunting records, the most kills at an international major is held by Cyber with 182, if I remember correctly. Palu needs about 69 kills in order to get to that point. Shaiko's only a couple kills behind, so it is entirely possible that if we go deep into a best of 5 with overtimes factored in, and both Shaiko and Palu have great games and great matches, that they could challenge that record. But, I mean, it remains to be seen. We were talking about consistency. They've both been so consistent, as has Brede on BDS. Again, we need a big series from Nesk if we want Liquid to compete with BDS. If you don't want them to compete, then you hope that Nesk just doesn't show up. So far, that hasn't been the case, as he's been very strong on his entry.
Well, speaking of Brede, did you know that him and Lagonis actually mainly play Ace and Smoke for this tournament? But the cool thing is that Brede actually survives 45% of the time. He's actually first at the tournament, just edging out Lagonis by 2%. He's at 43. Lagonis, though, is in a 3-way tie for first with Shinka and Yuzis in cost at 74%. My God, making him the most effective support player here at this event. But the big thing is that for BDS, they have a lot of openers, they have a lot of chances, a lot of clutch factor here, and this is where they step up to the plate. Shaiko delivers just like he always does, Parker. Brede to throw his hat in the ring as well. And Lagonis, well, he's got to try and do something, doesn't he?
I mean, he's earned that nickname of Lagonis for good reason. But going off in a 1v3 when Shaiko and Brede are still on the board, and add Alems into it too, because he's certainly no slouch, though he doesn't play anywhere near as flashy or reliably as the other two. That's a tough spot to be in. The good news for Team Liquid is they still have an abundance of time. They try to draw him out, and look at this bait. Perfectly played by Shaiko. Littering the ground with goo mines after shooting out the drone, tossed by Lagonis. That could have been a 5-head play, but no. Instead, Lagonis engaging from that direction. Shaiko on a tiny bit of HP. Huge round from Shaiko. These teams have traded back and forth, but BDS takes their second round.
Well, Brede might have the 4th most clutches at the tournament with 4, but not going to need it that time. Not necessary, but Shaiko will continue to add to his reign of terror on entry. The guy has been absolutely massive this entire tournament. In fact, has the most entry duels of anyone at the tourney currently. Let me pull that up for you guys really quickly. He's actually got 45. He's definitely past that at this moment in time with these couple opening rounds, but he was actually matched with KZ for first. So he's most definitely claimed that crown.
Individual stat lines and the storylines that come with it are two things that we can hyper fixate on. This has been a match that folks have dreamed about for ages, talking about how BDS was this world beater, but always struggling to break through that semi-final berth that they find themselves in, and they've managed to do it, and they're rewarded by going up against Liquid. It's not even like they have a gimme here. It's not like they've gone up against weak opponents or they've had weak opponents show up against them. Suddenly you are going up against a team that just seems to have as much destiny behind them in Team Liquid. Showing up, winning Atlantic City, but then since nothing. Since May of 2018, Liquid has not been able to win a major international competition. I mean, now BDS have obviously never won one, but for a team like Liquid, who are always talked about as being among the best, they're a huge organization. They've got huge names. They've got 2 incredible players on this team. I mean, 5 incredible players, but I mean 2 that always tend to be talked about. And when people say who's on the Mount Rushmore of Rainbow Six, Nesk is always in that conversation, and I think Palu has entered it now quite firmly, but you just have that legacy behind Nesk. It's a rough go for BDS, frankly, but I mean, imagine if you make your first finals berth and you manage to best Liquid. That in and of itself is one hell of a feat. Now, we've been watching Nesk so good on the entry, but he runs into EFAC, and 2 kills for BDS will set the tempo for this round, giving them a huge advantage with 2 minutes to go.
Liquid, it's not going to be that easy. You have to respect this man, especially when he's on Goyo. EFAC, he gets away with too much there. 2 disjointed 1v1s. Nesk, Sparker was just saying, one of the greatest to ever do it, but EFAC, he's a young gun. Spry to the shot, and he's going to be able to pick up to Liquid now playing from the back foot, but they still have Hard Breach at their disposal, so still have a couple of avenues they can try and open up. Big problem is that BDS has not been missing a step in these opening duels. Team Liquid only really able to muster 1 solid opening thus far.
Well, you've lost your 2 main points of the spear in terms of Nesk and resets when they get into the building. We've got Twitch as the backup for those EMPs. Lems is a Kiba barrier and the Goyo canister by him. Gets droned down in this position, but he's got so much utility that's been expended by the defense, and now he's gonna go hunting for the kill. Gets Lagonis, but Palu has his teammates back a little bit too late. The distraction there from Liquid was not quick enough. BDS has doubled up on Liquid. And they're gonna have to pull off and execute onto this Throne Armory bomb site, Sam, with just a Twitch and a sledge.
Well, they'll be able to get rid of at least the laser gate here with the smoke from Twitch. And as you said, we're back to the funnel strats for Team Liquid. BDS, they're keeping this one open. Plenty of operators around the map. EFAC still on the roam, and this could surprise Palu. At this time, you are suspecting something, but it's all about that time management. EFAC, he's making good on it right now. 007 secret operative moving in behind. To try and work his way over through initiation. I love this angle here, Parker. He's trying to play it safe. See if he heard that drone. He did not. Palu gets decapitated. Askwil as well. BDS in full control of this defense.
Taking Liquid's map and saying, you know what, we're no slouch on Theme Park either. Liquid living and dying off of those entries now, even though that round did not go out in favor of them in the first 50 seconds. The entries from Liquid have been pretty okay, and yet they still only managed to take a single round out of it. Now, in terms of these opening kills, they've been trading back and forth, as we've seen with the rounds. It shows how evenly matched they are. But when you lose very important components of a Throne and Armory take, you lose your Thatcher, especially damning. If you want to try to open up that maintenance wall, if you want to try to open up the barrels wall on the other side of the map, you're almost certainly going to run into a bandit, or an Electric Claw, maybe a Mute depending on how the defenders are going to play this. Having EMPs either in the hands of Thatcher or as the secondary EMP gadget that we've seen a couple times is absolutely imperative. Right, and if you don't have multiple hard breachers and you lose your hard breach relatively early, you're doomed, and that's what happened. You lose your Gon 6, you lose nades, you lose EMPs really early on, you lose your hard breacher early on. Liquid just ended up in a position where, yeah, you're in a 2v4, but you're going up against a bomb site where they can nestle in very effectively. They can anchor and not give you an inch. And what are you going to do? You might be able to open up a hatch. You got to push from split, but there's only one other doorway into the bomb site. And that's so easy to sit behind Throne and watch it. And that's providing that BDS are anchoring into that bomb site. If they're roaming, then yeah, that gives a benefit to Liquid if you can hunt them down, but you're only going to be able to have one of those two players on drones at a time. So you're going to be fighting blind in a lot of those rooms. It's going to put you at a huge disadvantage whether you have the utility or not. Liquid were in a bad place after those 2 first losses, and then added to it when they lost their hard breacher as well.
Absolutely. Team Liquid, same levels, same devils. Have to deal with a lot inside of those 2 armory defenses, but definitely feel you for that case. Losing your hard breach, losing your Thatcher. No keys to the castle, my friend. That's how it usually goes down when it comes to a throne room defense. BDS now trying to make good on their promise of lab this time around. Nesk will be the first one in the building off the back of the EE1Ds. Liquid's going to have a little support here on the side windows later on down the line to try and assist him in clearing out this top floor where our Jaeger of Renshiro is going to reside.
Renshiro's got that window next to him and could give a sound cue for Shaiko as to whether he wants to jump out, but Renshiro takes matters into his own hands. Palu on Repel can't do a single thing. Both players from BDS itching for a kill, and it's Renshiro to get on the board finally. After 4 rounds, Shaiko adds to it. These entry from Liquid that we'd seen earlier seems so strong has fallen by the wayside, and yet again it's a 5v3 for BDS. Make it a 5v2, Sam.
Incredible from BDS, and this crowd here in Sweden is loving it. It's a double for Renshiro. Lagonis, he'll finally try and stem the bleeding, but how much can you do? The AK-12, an amazing gun, but 4 people to find, and Shaiko's still alive. He hasn't really liked people putting him in a body bag either. You could say the same for Brede and the rest of the roster, really. EFAC, currently the most kills to his name, 6 and 3. And he has been one to tussle. Alems, he's trying to flex on him, Parker. He's got the pistol out, but he can't land the shots. Lagonis, he's gonna go hunting, but the rotation, it's already been made from the Wamai. He's gonna drop down. Lagonis, gotta practice that aim lab, man. The timing not working out for him. He's gonna have to go chasing.
He's just wasting time, right? You're just playing keep away at this point. Lagonis has the diffuser, but in a 1v4, there's no way you're gonna try to get objective down. This is isolate, get a kill or 2. Lagonis has 2 to his name. EFAC drops. These are impactless kills unless we can see Lagonis keep it close. Well, that's 40 seconds that's been burned since he was the last one alive on his team. And BDS are still playing keep away as Shaiko waits patiently inside of the bomb site and gives BDS their 4th round. Now, when it was just Lagonis left, there was a combined 16 kills from just 3 players on BDS. For Liquid, 12 for the whole team.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for Liquid right now, at least from the offensive perspective. Maybe the defense could switch up their fate, but as of right now, BDS is safely in the driver's seat. Doesn't really seem like it has brakes either.
No, and I mean, there's been no timeout taken from Liquid. Are you just hoping for the side swap to carry you forward at this point? Because if I'm Hugzord, after that 4th round, put BDS up 3-1, you could see some frustration on the faces of the Liquid players. Hugzord can hear the comms, to be fair, we can't. So maybe there's more to it than this. But I would be slapping that timeout button to try to settle this team down and get them in the right mindset. Because you got Palu going 1 and 4. Hasn't been effective on entry. He hasn't been the main entry, to be fair. Nesk has been. But Palu has that 1-2 punch to follow up. Has been largely invisible in that role, playing more flex, allowing Ness to go and make his own space, but Palu isn't able to do anything through the mid-round. The support cast of Resets and Ask are combined for 2 and 9. That is very poor, and they've been killed far too early for support players as well, Sam. So I don't know what Liquid is thinking when it comes to these timeouts, but if you're going to wait until the second half, you could be calling a timeout as the second half begins, and you're down 5-1. That's not where Liquid wants to be on their map.
Well, it doesn't look like you have to worry too much. I think Lagotness might actually have this one, Parker. Changed up a couple things here for Liquid. Lion in, but the big thing to talk about is Ask on this Monty. They're looking to control the defense, and they start off strong onto a Lems. This Monty, this Lion, this is how you shut down someone that's roaming heavy, getting in your face, trying to take those fights. Somebody like Shaiko, when you have that light heavyweight up against you trying to swing for the fences, this is how you try and slow him down, and so far it's working out for Liquid. Another EE1D out here. They're going to try and back this up with some info game, but Nesk, he's lurking down low.
There's 2 hard breachers technically for Liquid because Ask's Montaigne has those secondary hard breach gadgets in his back pocket. Coming along with the Selmas of Lagonis. Lagonis favoring this operator of Ace through all of these rounds now. BDS in a 4v5 with a Monty against you, but they soften up Ask so well, and it's capitalized! Evac dives out, 2 from Liquid drop. What a remarkable play. The ball's on this man to go up to 8 kills through these 6 rounds. And there's more to be found, too. Liquid in bad shape. Brede from inside of the bomb site shuts down resets. Palu can't do a single thing, and it's looking like that 5-1 half that we talked about. Nesk was usually the first one in the building. He'll be the last one to get in, but he's got a tall task ahead of him, Sam. 4 players to be found.
Trials and tribulations. Frag grenade out here. Not going to find too much. Mismanaged. Not cooked properly. A little over-fried, over-seasoned from Nesk. Looks like this round's going to be going to the wayside very quickly. Oh, very close for Shaiko. Another nade out. He's going to play it close. Pre-fires here. Nesk does have enough time if BDS want to mess this up to the fullest, but they won't. Shaiko, oh my. What an incredible start for BDS as it's a 5-1 half.
Almost as close to perfect, as you can see. Now, all they need to do is win 2 rounds on attack. I'd like to remind everybody that this is Team Liquid's map choice. So you're already in a troubling spot. Team Liquid have kept that timeout in their back pocket. Has not been called by their coach yet. And I mean, let's say you lose this first round. Because you're not going to call a timeout here. You're not going to call it before a single round on defense has been played. But you lose here, you're calling a timeout on a 6-1 scoreline. Now, Liquid is certainly a team that can come back from that. BDS is as well. Neither of these teams make it to a finals if they don't have that staying power. But again, I have to question the timing of that timeout. Because the strategic element from Liquid is there. You can see what they're trying to do by getting their pieces into place. But they're not droning effectively. EFAC and Shaiko have both been able to punish Liquid because of poor entry work after those first 3 rounds. Nesk cooled off. Nobody else from Liquid seemed to be able to gain information and get a kill from it.
Yeah.
And even in that last round, Liquid technically drew first blood. Then BDS got the next 5 kills. So yeah, congratulations, Team Liquid. You got that first pick. You get nothing else past that. So that's, again, when we talk about these numbers, sometimes they don't tell the whole story and say, well, you know, Team Liquid got 4 first bloods of the 6 rounds. That's excellent. But if all of those first bloods are a single pick and then you get clobbered 5-0 in terms of kills after that, that first kill really doesn't amount to much.
No, it doesn't. It's one of our favorite phrases in North America, right? Any given Sunday. It doesn't matter what the stats are. It doesn't matter what your name is.
Is that a football reference?
Yeah.
We're in Europe.
NA football.
We're in Europe, so we call it soccer in North America.
Don't start. I mean, hey, we drew with England, which is a loss for them.
Well, you drew with England. We lost.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Canadians.
Okay.
Imagine having a population of 60 million.
30
million. Whole country. Oh.
Imagine being educated in America.
That's true. You got me there. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, let's see if Team Liquid has educated themselves on this defense. The offensive side not looking too hot. Even after Lagonis changed things up for their offense. I love the operator lineup call. I hated where they started, Parker. They tried to go for the full map clear, and they let BDS enact upon them very early in that round. Like to see them go more direct like they did that previous time when they won Bunkin Daycare, but apparently wasn't in the cards. Now we'll see if BDS have their 6th round. Shaiko gonna end up losing his Gemini clone. BDS are setting up this top floor well for a clear. Already have quite a few bodies around the area.
That Gemini clone being killed by the Black Mirror, that's up at the top of Yellow Stairs, at least gives you some intel. It tells you that there is somebody actively holding that spot. Because at this point, with 1 minute and 15 off the board, Liquid could have very easily fallen back and gotten back to the bomb site, and you, as the attackers, won't necessarily know if somebody is actively engaging from that spot. The fact that they know that Palu is there means that job well done from the Gemini clone. Palu looked like he was going to get a bit aggressive into the faces of BDS, but instead, BDS have now repositioned, and it seems like they want to go through the lobby.
Oh my god. Team BDS are already in behind throne right now. They're inside. They're planting. BDS, they actually drone the map. Parker, EFAC with a triple kill. It's going to be up to Ask, and this is asking a lot. They've mismanaged the entire map, and they've been punished for it. BDS, they quickly search out. They look through the site, they say there's no one home, and Parker, no one is managing the black mirror on the actual site. Over on the maintenance side, they sledge through the wall and they plant. That was it. That's all they needed.
Liquid will call a timeout. We'd speculated this. EFAC inside of Lab, picking up 3 kills, securing a down. It's his world, and we're living in it at the moment. What a grand finals debut from the rookie superstar. No different than what we saw out of Spoit do the same thing on Rogue in Berlin just a couple months ago. Boy, oh boy. Team Liquid, long faces on their bench as they finally call this timeout. I love the way that BDS read that. They saw that there was a major hole in the defense, and they just went for it. We saw the same thing in the TSM Sonics matchup. We casted it, for crying out loud. Nick and I did, and we saw that they were all roaming, and suddenly Gio says, let's hit the site, let's hit the site, let's hit the site. And where did TSM go? Nowhere. And what we talked about just a couple rounds ago, trying to take that Throne and Armory bomb site when nothing is opened up is almost impossible. Well, the same is said for when you retake it. Because at that point, BDS, who are the attackers, they're defending the bomb site with the diffuser down. And now it's Liquid who has to retake through Split. It's Liquid who have to retake through that drone door. And you've not been given any assists here from BDS. They made your job a lot harder. And now it's Liquid on map number 1. Liquid's map choice. That BDS have won 5 rounds in a row and are sitting on match point.
I would just like to point out also in that last round that EFAC, he was actually just laying in the grass the entire time. He had been inside of lab and storage, Parker.
Checking his emails.
For about 1 minute and 30 seconds before all of that popped off. He basically existed there the entire time. He was waiting for Liquid to make their move. And of course, the singular man on site from Liquid's like, hey, they just kind of popped the wall and they're inside.
Guys?
Please? Someone?
Hello?
And then they're like, oh, well, EFAC shot us all, so.
Like they're standing there, I need an adult.
Yeah, I need an adult here, adult. That's probably what they thought at that current moment in time. Liquid, they're going to call their TAC timeout, Parker, but as you were talking about earlier, I don't think that this is their saving grace. They're going to need a lot more than a wish and a prayer here in this moment. Shaiko is going to drone in once again, and BDS have been so dissective of Liquid thus far through this series.
Yeah, they've cut through them grace and ease, frankly. Before we even really got underway with round number 1, we said, shone the spotlight on Nesk and said, hey, you're the one that we need a consistent game out of. But it's the top kill getter at this entire event of Palu, who's currently going 1-6. Again, is he being mismanaged on his role? He's played in a grand final before. It's not like this is the first time. There's not going to be any beginner shakes. I mean, obviously, there's a mental and emotional weight on these players. You know how much this moment means to both of them. But what's going on with Palu? Just yesterday, our dear friend Yardi, Drip Boolin, asked what is it that makes Palu so good when everybody plays at the same level? Well, I mean, there was a wide range of answers, but whatever it is, whatever the secret sauce is for Palu, he's got to find it, and he's got to find it fast, because frankly, going 1-6 is just strictly not good enough for most teams here at this event. Oh! Let alone BDS. Renshiro starts things off on this round and puts Team Liquid 4 deaths away from a loss on their first map, and BDS won it all. They're gonna try to take no prisoners, but Liquid gets the lineup. They gun them down. Brede answers back. 7-1. Reset says no thank you. BDS losing numbers, but Shaiko keeps it even. Still a minute to go. Shaiko and Alem side by side, staring at the bomb chassis, no diffuser in hand. This will be solely for kills at this point. Palu couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as he gets toppled by Shaiko. If Resets doesn't pull this off, well, that's all she wrote, and he sees the Osa. That's a tough spot to be in. Back into the A-bomb site. Diffuser in the hands of Shaiko. Behind that Talon shield, gets the read on it. He wants his 11th kill. Resets just evading for now, softened up, doing damage to Alems. Back and forth they'll go, and it's BDS to double up. And they take Liquid's map 7-1.
You can hear the crowd here in Jönköping rooting on our French squad as they propel themselves forward. One map advantage, 2 away from being able to close out this series. And not only that, they get it done on Liquid's first map. Funny enough as well, actually only had played that one time since March of this year, BDS. They currently are 2-0, 100% win rate on that map. What a map to allow through as well. Your least played map out of your entire pool, and you dominate on it on this massive stage.
We joke about saving strats, but it's a very real thing. Teams will conceal certain maps and certain operator choices for the biggest moments, and for BDS, this is the biggest moment that they have ever had. So why not pull out Theme Park when it matters the most? And boy, oh boy, a 7-1 scoreline is almost perfect. An impressive start by BDS, but we've still got at least 2 more maps. We don't want to keep you. We'll cost you a break, and then we'll come back in just a couple minutes with our grand finals.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody. Theme Park, yeah, that was a roller coaster ride. BDS rolling over Team Liquid in map number 1 in this best of 5 series. How does it all come down? What strategies they used? We're going to talk about it all here on the analyst desk before we prep you for map number 2. I'm also Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk, my 2 wonderful analysts, Anne and Jack. That was very quick.
It was. It really was. And it was the defenses, right? It was those defenses at BDS that they just kept compounding. Normally we talk about Theme Park as like a 4-2 kind of map where the offsite, it's usually the lab or storage or initiation office. It's actually very hard to win for the defenders, whereas BDS, they were looking very comfortable out there on the defense.
They were, in fact. We also talked about the importance of having the operator advantage when you're on your attack. There were a few moments where Liquid created them for themselves, either by getting the entry or having that mid-round. But as soon as they created that for themselves, they got punished for it so hard by BDS. Just sheer aggression from BDS coming out. Leak Effect knows exactly when to swing. If he's getting pushed, he knows exactly when to swing, and it could be so frustrating to play against. But also, the players just sitting off-site, lurking as a lesion downstairs, 2 minutes in a round. That's, you know you have confidence when you do that.
Both teams shared a very similar win condition, which was basically play for the kills, play for the gunfights, play for the team play. Now, BDS, they executed that aggression. They timed it perfectly alongside each other as the whole team is doing something. You know, when the Monty was out on the cash balcony, there was impacts being thrown, that allowed Leak Effect to get out and actually get out onto the Monty, onto the balcony, get the double kill. When we saw Liquid doing that, especially on their attack, Liquid was just one by one, and that simply was, even though the scoreline was a massive difference, that was just the small differentiating factor between these two teams today.
Yeah, specifically that one by one. It felt like a few of the Liquid players had a little bit of a slower start into this game, and eventually also when they went onto the defense, Leak Effect in the drugs lab just gets a 3K, and there is no accurate re-peek from the Liquid players. They're just all walking one by one towards him without it being an accurate re-peek and actually working together like a unit.
When you determine that your win condition is going to be gunfights, you know, I'm going to quote my good friend Harry Dempster here.
Oh boy.
You've got to make the play. You've got to turn up in the server. It doesn't matter about your strategy. You've got to turn up in the server, and that's what it's all about. Liquid didn't in this first map.
Let's take a look at our server stats, basically our match summary. Shaiko 10-1 in the matchup. Leak Effect also leading the charge. We were both talking about it all week, that this is the duo that we're supposed to look at here for BDS. Big plays. Who's really making it all happen, allowing them to get the kills that they are?
For me, it has to be a combination of Shaiko and Leak Effect, right? Yes. Shaiko is very good on the entry engagements. We've seen it in numerous days in this tournament. And Leak Effect, like I mentioned, he just knows when to swing. He knows when to be aggressive. That's actually really impressive, coming from a newer player in a roster, right? If you just got out of the trenches of ranked, you're like, swing, everything. You play very aggressive, but competitive Siege is played so different, and you have to know when to take gunfights and when not to, and I feel like Leak Effect knows exactly when to do that.
And I'm going to bring us back to the map ban phase just for a quick second, because when you don't know what, like, I said both of these teams picked quite, I'd say, middle of the road maps, like 4th, 5th, 6th preference maps that they would go to in a best of one. BDS don't particularly like this map, but they, you know, they don't love it, but they don't like it. And that's one of the things is, like, because they've never played it, Liquid had no idea what the win condition of BDS was going to be. There was no footage. So Liquid just had to go out and play their game, and I think they got shown. This is why BDS do leave it open quite a lot.
There's our MVP. Big surprise for everybody. Again, Shaiko 10-1. That's pretty darn impressive for all that he's done in our matchup. Any final thoughts on this first map?
I think it's so impressive and a very strong suit for BDS because, right, we got to the major, we got to the final. There's only so much you can pull out of a high hat, which you've been hiding for a while. We have not seen Theme Park from BDS for a little while. They're bringing it out now. They're very successful on it. That's a really good factor for the upcoming maps.
All right, and thank you very much. We're going to be back to talk about that second map, but first, on to the telestration station, it's Professor Alfama who will share some knowledge.
Yes, sir. No, I think what was really important and the deciding factor for BDS to be so dominant in defense is how they were able to play it, right? So the most important thing about Theme Park is that you only have 2 entry points on the top floor. That's cafeteria door and that's dragon side door, right? You have 2 ways to go about this. Either you want to waste time by giving zones 1 by 1 and then play around the side. Either you want to deny the entry points completely by aggressing together. Now, BDS went for the second option very successfully, thanks to Leak Effect and Shaiko getting so many multi-kills. If we take a little bit of a look here, you've got 2, 3 players ready to react on the east side as the entry is coming from the Monty here. By the way, bringing Monty shows how Liquid was struggling to get in the map. So let's see how it plays out. By the way, you can already see that BD stays on the bomb side and is already ready to react to any entry points on that side either. We see how it plays out. You've got 3 BDS players aggressing together on the Dragon balcony. One is contesting the Monty here. One is ready to jump out the window. Let's see how it plays out. Liquefact gets outside rather, gets the double kill, and that's it. Your entry is gone, and the rest of the round is on.
Thank you very much, Alfama, for the details. Look at that. It's always good to have a former professional player to talk to us about details that we don't always get to see and get into the mind of the pros and how they set themselves up for success. Speaking of which, we have to set ourselves up for map number 2 in this series. So, friends, how about we have a chat about Bank?
Bank, it's a 50-50 map for Liquid in the past 2 months. They haven't shown it yet this tournament though, so in regards to pulling things out of your high hat, it could be a very big surprise coming out from Liquid as well. For BDS though, this is a map that they have a 4-game win streak on, and it also has their best attacking and defending win rate out of all the 9 maps in the map pool. That is insane.
Both myself and Anne loved BDS's attacks on Bank that much that we've both done separate illustrations on different attacks in the same game that BDS played on Bank yesterday. It's always been known as a good BDS map, but one of the things that I did set them up yesterday before they went into that final game saying was that they were inconsistent on it. You know, we saw Shaiko during a period in EUL where Shaiko was on offset and played Pulse and not the frontline operators that we've just seen in that last map. So I think they've finally found a lot of consistency, and it does look like it is a complete favourite of BDS, is that map.
Okay, very quickly, what can Liquid do? Who's got to step up?
The attack needs to step out, that is one thing, and we do want to see the players, you know, maybe having a little bit of a slow start is alright, but we want to see the players, they need to step up, they need to get those entry kills, they need to make sure they capitalize off of the entries, that they don't get punished by BDS for creating them for themselves. I liked how Alfama showed it on the telestrator as well. They had the advantage, but got punished for it so hard, and they need to make sure that stops from happening.
We saw them need to dig deep yesterday in the semi-final. They're at that same place again where they've lost their map pick in the best of 5 very convincingly. Yep. They've got to dig deep, they've got to find that resilience. But most importantly, I think if they are going to start on the attack, and then it's just about the team play, because the team play was just completely the difference between the 2 teams in map 1.
Well, best of 5 is all about can you keep your breath for the entirety of the series. It's a long one anyways, but can we see BDS take map 2 on Bank, or will it be Liquid for revenge? Don't you worry, our casters will take us through it right after the break.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the ER interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has 1 bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. But you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and so break the barrier, get out, and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Once again.
Well, that wasn't the result on the first map that we were all predicting. 7-1 for BDS on Liquid's map.
Yeah, wasn't the best showing, especially from our hallmark player, Latam Palu, our Latam GOAT. Just not looking too hot to trot right now. Nesk looking a lot better than yesterday, but Liquid, they're going to have to catch a fire right now to try and take it to BDS, especially on the map of Bank. Let's get right into this one, Parky.
We went to the experts on both Reddit and Twitter while we were on break, and lots of you, I guess you can call you prognosticators, coming forward and saying that if Liquid don't win early on these first two maps, that they might be in significant trouble. This is BDS's map choice here on Bank. How's it looking for Team Liquid? Is a bounce back likely?
I don't know if it happens here. That's the thing. They're split 3-3 win-loss on this. They only played about 10.5% of their series, one of their least played maps. In fact, their least played map amongst their pool at the current moment, where when you look across the fence, it's definitely not the same for BDS. BDS 8-2, 20% of their series involve this map. They have an 80% win rate on Bank. I definitely say it's BDS favored.
Well, that does not bode well for the Brazilian squad, who looked so resilient yesterday against W7M, breaking that 18-match streak from one of the best teams that we've seen here, one of the best teams that we've seen all year. BDS showing that they are mere mortals in some of their matchups. That said, we go to a map that, as you pointed out, heavily favors BDS. But stranger things have happened in a grand final, like how about a 7-1 victory on your opponent's map? That is a pretty strange result, so it's entirely possible that Liquid are somehow able to topple a team that is very well practiced on this map. Liquid seem to have rock-solid defenses. More often than not, they have the benefit of starting on defense, so a favorable side for them. Operator bans are Sledge and Kaid. Ying being once again taken away from Team Liquid. Now, Liquid won't be doing anything with that operator, wouldn't be for those 6 rounds. Instead, Valkyrie, one of the most banned operators at this event, will not be available alongside that Kaid. It's a bit of an interesting start here to open area and staff room, whereas most teams like to go into the basement for round number 1. Liquid maybe trying to catch BDS off guard with this first pick.
Indeed, and there's a key reasoning for that, Parker, and it has to do with that sledge ban. When it comes to Bank, you really like to clear that top floor, and you love to use all of the verticality up top with that sledge, break up that flooring, and start to play down into things like archives and other areas around the map. It's really easy to try and collapse onto the defense through those means, and that's why they brought Buck instead here with Brede. Also have a couple of angles to open up. Looks like a reinforcement reinforcement might have been necessary there. It might have been a misplacement there from Liquid, but we're going to find out very soon. Renshiro, he's making quick work of this area.
Look at that. Renshi has opened up the double door leading into break room. He's opened up one of the walls and electrical panel. He's opened up one of those 4 panels leading into staff, that break area as well. So that's where you want to be if you're BDS, and you've done all of that in 45 seconds. Zofia using the explosives that come with her kit to very good use. But of course, you've got Nizami to plug those holes. So, Kiba barrier goes out. It provides a little bit of protection, but it allows Shaiko to pick up ground. Look at this. 3 Kiba barriers, keeping Lagonis safe, and yet still losing it to one of those concussives, and still losing it to a nade tossed in as well, and Shaiko gets the first pick. Lagonis had so much protection, all for naught.
Azami, the most banned defensive operator at this tournament, and for good reason. You can see the freeform reconstruction.
Damn, they're in.
BDS,
Damn,
they do it again. They pop it open, but Palu, he's found the hole. He's found the gap, and they're gonna start annihilating BDS. Everyone down for the count. It's up to Alems to try and save this. Team Liquid, they bait BDS in. They think it's a free plant inside a kitchen, but it surely isn't. Alems over inside of Tellers now. He's gunned down by resets. Liquid, when it looks like they've lost the round off the back of their Azami, they immediately sweep it under the rug for themselves.
Well, I don't know if that was a deliberate play because of what we saw on Theme Park, right? It was BDS who saw that opening, went into the bomb site, got the plant down. Liquid had to retake to Armory and Throne, couldn't do it. So what does Team Liquid do here? They vacate the premises. Lagonis is the only player deep in the bomb site that's actually positioned to stop them. The rest far afield. So when BDS comes in, we had Palu playing on blue for the first half of that round, laying in wait patiently. BDS drone the bomb site. They didn't drone anywhere else, and they went in. And unfortunately for them, they didn't do enough homework. Team Liquid swept in, beat them on the retake.
Now there's a key difference between Theme Park and Bank, and it's the levels to this map.
Okay.
Theme Park, it's got 2. This one's got 3. It's got that basement that's very, very important to the
see what you're doing there.
rotations.
2, and 3 different numbers.
Exactly. Hugely different numbers, especially in a map like Rainbow Six Siege. A map like Rainbow Six Siege.
Canadian education system.
Indeed. You can count to 3. So can I. We're doing it right over in NA. But the big thing is that Oryx was a key component of that. He on Bank can do so very much via these hatches. He keeps you guessing because he's the only operator that can operate through those hatches. Only one that can jump upstairs. Only one that can do any of that sort. So big plays there coming out of Palu to slow down BDS. They didn't respect the roam game of the Oryx, and they're severely punished for it. One of the most common rotations is blue stairs.
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised to see that nobody from BDS was posted up because Palu was able to get the swing after Ness got pick number 1 for Liquid, and Palu could very easily look into that staff area, break room, whichever you'd like to call it, where that diffuser was going down. And it's because BDS didn't really look into open area either. They just wanted break room, and that was it. And BDS had it. But then BDS lost it because, you know what? Team Liquid took it from them.
Well, they're finally going to get their second round here, Parker. It comes in map 2, probably not the way they exactly formulated that this morning at their meeting over coffee, but hopefully it changes up here. Love what we're seeing from Liquid on blue stairs. We haven't seen a lot of teams trying to be forthcoming with this position, this event, but this time Liquid's gonna play it right back to basics, baby. Classic Bank here, as Lagonis with the smoke will be playing inside of blue, but he's gonna have Nesca along for the ride here as well. Actually seems like a couple of laser gates will get eaten up. It's on the
I was thinking about that. I saw that go off, and I was like, wait a minute.
We were both confused there a little bit. I was like, what's
actually
just
do that?
happened?
Okay, well, that's an interesting decision to make. It's not something that you see every single day. I want to highlight these yokais for a moment. Ask had used one of them down in the garage. He piloted it outside to see if somebody was coming through the garage. Maybe a Nook who likes to take up space in that part of the map. Scouts, doesn't see anything, gets it back in play. Now the other yokai was just not too far away from Shaiko. And he could flutter through that drone hole that leads to the stairs and the open area doorway, and then also into Tellers. BDS are going to hit the site hard and fast yet again. Play this waiting game where they try to juggle utility. There goes the toxic canister. Breeding knows that role all too well. Ask softened up by the AR of Thatcher. Not able to secure a kill. have to wait out that secondary utility and main gadgetry as well. Brede going for a plant. There it goes again. Laser gate not up. And Brede is trying to go through it, and he actually will. The smoke misses. Suddenly BDS with the first pick and the diffuser down gives them an excellent position. And it looks like they're going to excise every Liquid member as they try to get back to the bomb site. Palu's the only one who's in the bomb site. And he's got 5 players from BDS waiting. 2 kills to his name, beating his tally from map 1 already. But it's a flawless round from BDS to answer back.
Well, welcome to Rainbow Six Siege. It's a game of inches. You mismanage one smoke.
That's it.
It's going to go down.
That's really what it boils down to.
Indeed. BDS able to get the wall open, and the first smoke lands, but willing and able to go back and challenge once again. And they account for that smoke being able to hold out that position, but BDS obviously edging it out. Brede, so very well done, playing to the absolute corner point, the T of that positioning, planning right inside of that reinforcement. Very well done. BDS, fantastic so far to trot, at least on this second offense. Liquid, they don't trust the downstairs defense any longer, and honestly, I wouldn't either. Let's go back upstairs, see what we can get done here. The bad thing is, though, is that when it comes to the CEO defense, it is not easy, is it? We have a lot of repels coming in from the north side. We're not going to have the OSA here to deal with, when it comes to these repels, but we still have a lot of utility across the board for BDS and EFAC. I could, in fact, sneak up behind them later on if that comes to fruition. Really be paying attention, though, to Renshiro here. Those Rotero drones matter so very much to their utility clear.
And Sledge Ban from Liquid has not been hampering BDS through these 2 rounds. Stylistically, Buck plays out the same way. You acknowledged that back in round number 1. Round number 2, you're not likely to see a Buck be brought out much for that bomb site. Not really as necessary as you'd think, unless there's a heavy investment in the roam, as teams will want to hold that locker CCTV bomb site up on the 2nd floor. Cheeky drone from Shaiko, don't make a lot of noise. He might be able to capitalize off of this castle depending on the angle. But is the drone still in place? Is the castle still there? Waiting on information. Shaiko, patient. You can see staring towards his teammates' monitors. This is one of the benefits of being on LAN, is you can physically look at what your teammates are doing. And there's Shaiko for the hop-in. He gets Ask on cam, but Nesk is prepared for it. Battle of the Titans as they collide at the top of the stairs, and the teams trade out 1 apiece as Alems punishes Palu, but surprise, resets us down below.
Oh, EFAC, he'll be able to try and sneak upstairs, and he will quickly dispatch Nesk. But once again, back and forth we go between these two. Blow after blow, but nobody with the knockout punch just yet. Brede has some Somas for the soft wall. He's going to begin popping those open. That'll be his last one. Some Rotero drones still in the name of Renshiro. As for Liquid, still up in 2. And what a shot from Shaiko there as well on the replay. Love that drop. Love the coordination. Speaking of coordination, it's well done from Lagone as he delivers, as he'll take out the planner. Renshiro in a 1 versus 2, and this could potentially be our first big clutch.
We could pull it off. Diffuser in hand. Liquid far enough back. They still have 1 Nitro cell.
He knows where 1 is.
Absolutely, but can he get the second? He knows the head is there. Wondering if he's being spotted on the scan. He'll have to get away. He's just waiting now.
Oh, he might have found it.
Gives himself a position, but he cannot outduel resets. On the stairs, so close, but as we waited with bated breath, Liquid seal the deal. Again, back and forth, Liquid taking the lead.
Truly terrifying when someone with that much talent finds that 1 versus 1, right? Ixel's away from the head of the Spiral player, but Team Liquid able to stave off BDS, maintain their lead here. The most rounds that they've had in a map, and that is the strangest thing to say about Team Liquid.
No, I mean, the other stat was Palu by the end of round 2 had more kills on Bank than he did for all of Theme Park.
Wow. Yeah, not something you ever hear about that guy in particular.
No.
Maybe this tournament a little bit for Nesk. He's been dying a lot inside of his opening engagements, but as we talked about prior, Palu and the rest of the gang really good at capitalizing on that when he does take space. Kind of similar to Vertical, you know, in North America, where if he dies, someone is still going to be there to be able to assist and pick up the pieces. So we'll see if Liquid can continue. BDS, though, they're on the teeter-totter, looking for their second round.
In terms of the setup, already some changes being made. Not leaving one of those 4 panels inside of that staff area opened. It's all 4 that will be reinforced. Resets with one of those castle barricades still in pocket to go up somewhere. Palu playing in a familiar spot over towards blue. Team Liquid very much favoring this bomb site of open and staff areas. But if you look at the way that Bank has been played so far here at the Major, we've seen Bank 6 times. Open area and kitchen has been played 22 times and has only been won by the defenders 23% of those times. It is statistically one of the worst bomb sites for the defenders, and Liquid is hanging their hat on it. And you speculated that it's because the sledge ban should empower this bomb site. But will one operator ban be enough? They already won it back in round number 1, but I would honestly argue that that was in big part because of negligence from BDS trying to get to the bomb site as hastily as possible. As you can see from the timer, BDS taking far more time, being far more patient this time around, and it's already put them in a position where they are in better shape than before.
Absolutely so. Love the lineup here from Liquid. Shaiko, he's creeping down low. Does Ask know that he's here, though? He's got the cardiac sensor out. They're basically coexisting inside of the same zip code at the current moment. Drones in. Do you believe that's a Rotero drone that'll go off momentarily? And it will be. Shaiko, he's going to vacate the premises. He's going to move towards top square. Ask trying to go fishing with that Nitro cell, but there's nothing on the other end. Just BDS working the map and using this buck to the fullest advantage. Brede is going to hard breach open. Teller's area right here for Ticket. Resets, as well as the Lems here. Be able to at least get open the other office resets. Now stuck inside of this elevator. I don't know if his escape hatch is open either. Shaiko knew he was playing there previously when it came to Liquid's defensive setup. But Lagonis not home this time around, and they remembered the reinforcement on the wall, so not nearly as many angles.
Lagonis playing far safer here. Still got the Kiba barriers in front of him. Hasn't lost any of that protection that he'd set up. This is where Twitch doesn't get the exact value that you want, but still smokes in the hands of EFAC. The buck also working as that secondary hard breacher. Nade goes out yet again, will not connect. Lagonis has dodged both of them. Alem's the first kill for BDS. Now it's Lagonis over towards Printer, getting some damage dealt to him, not a ton. He hops onto the Kiba barrier and actually goes down because of his positioning. Alems has moved towards the elevators and will go on to drone, try and isolate these players of Liquid off site. Can they get back in? No, they're falling, leaving Palu as the last one left. Oryx, the fastest operator in the game. Up the stairs he goes, diffuser on the halfway point. BDS not able to get it down because Alems so strong in that round, boxes him out. And see the power of BDS when they drone and find the players of Liquid. They took their gunfights one by one, and BDS just could not shoot back.
And right there was a difficulty of staff open area put on full display. If they can get control of those annexes, those hallways, create some angles across that site, well, you're in hot water. Every single cubicle in that entire room, Parker, is soft. You can get shot through literally everything. It is terrifying when the offense can actually get solid angles on you. We also saw what Brede was able to accomplish up top with the buck. This time around, though, he's going to be on the Thermite after their successful dub on that offense. What does Team Liquid want to do, though? Well, they want to try and commit to a roam game here. We've got the castle in tow, no mute jammers to try and thwart any droning across the map. It's really going to be up to Liquid to try and take this in stride and get back to site whilst not only delaying time, but they seriously need some kills here. If BDS get either of those in their favor, then you probably have a very big problem. EFAC, he's actually going to go away from the Nook. He's going much louder this time around. We're going for the Amaru and the Gara hook.
It's gonna be another quick one as well. Azami getting through means we're gonna see some inventive use of these Kiba barriers. One thing that you and I see quite often in North America is how those Kiba barriers are used to extend upwards to the CEO part of this map. Even if they're not defending it. They could be defending open area, they could be defending the basement, but still teams will want to put a body or two up there. The one team that always jumps to mind is Astralis and the way that they play that out. Instead, the Kiba barrier is applied in a much different way. And it doesn't look like Liquid is as aggressively holding that top floor, but bullet tracers will go by, and EFAC will see that, knowing that there's at least one player off-site.
Solid positioning here. I love this Yokai drone from Asp, but it's going to get discovered from EFAC. He'll take that down. Also one of the proximity sensors. Has a drone to try and assist with clearing out the mid floor, and BDS, they're in good time at the current moment. No damage to Liquid, but slowly walking them back. I really want to see Liquid all off around that 120, 130 mark here. Really looking for that kill, trying to hold space here inside of open area. So very important for them to try and maintain that hatch control. As soon as they give it up to BDS, they are at an advantage. All that verticality playing into the downstairs area. The good news is, though, is that Lagona still has so many smokes to his name, so if the delay does work out, that could be what seals the deal. A lot of damage onto Nesk, and the hatch soon to open. EFAC, he's going to go for the drop here. Are they ready? They have the mark. EFAC, he's not going to drop immediately, but he will now, and he catches him lacking. Renshiro will take down Nesk, and it's 2 kills for BDS.
Very quick order, resets inside of the main lobby, gets a Lems all by his lonesome. A minute to go, and this Oryx, as you said, providing immense value on a map like Bank, as large as it is, will continue to pay dividends. But where does the Oryx go? That is the real question. Resets, repositioning upstairs. Is there dedicated flank watch for BDS? In a 4v3, you can stick somebody on flank watch and not have to worry about it too much. First toxic canister goes out onto that bomb site for Lagonas. He's thrown another, but not to try and stop the plant from going down. Brede was able to bait them out well before. Can he do so yet again? 30 seconds with one more of those toxic canisters. Wall opened up, Renshiro engages Lagonis with a literally 1 HP, survives, perseveres, now resets will drop, and he pops up, down goes EFAC. How many more can he get? A 2v2, Ask taking matters into his own hands, there goes the diffuser! Oh, way Shaiko does that! BDS take 2 in a row, Shaiko the god himself slaughtering them.
The angle management from Shaiko, one of the only people that can do it in the whole world. Keeping track of both the hatch and the last remaining player in red hallway. Shaiko getting away with way too much there. Team BDS pull ahead once again here on Bank. And I mean, my God, Parker, what a shot from this man. He has been indomitable this entire event, and he's rearing his ugly head here again in the grand final. 6-3, a 2.0 KD. And not only that, but a Lems, who over the last handful of months hasn't been playing the greatest, but when his numbers called up, oh boy, is he playing well. 5-3-1. That's what we expect out of him. They brought EFAC in to really try and supercharge the fragging potential of this team, but now they're firing on all cylinders. And this is where Liquid has to try and stand this testament of time up against BDS. It's gonna be a big ask, especially if they go down 2 maps. But Liquid might be one of the only teams in the world right now that's good for it.
It's not uncommon to see rookies fade when they get to this level of gameplay. Once again, mental emotions coming into play. And yet, EFAC has decided to rise to that occasion. Another rough game from Palu as well. What was it, 1-6? The first match, now 2-4. Both of his kills coming in the first 2 rounds. Since then, he's come up empty-handed. If you follow the hypothesis that Liquid are a better team on defense, then a draw is not ideal. Bank is overall for this major an attacker-sided map. 54% of rounds are won by the attackers, so still very close, but ultimately having that distinction of breaking in favor of the attackers. The huge reason for that is, again, how poor open area is. Only 23% of all rounds played on that bomb site have been won by the defense. Open area went to Team Liquid back in round number 1. Went to BDS quite decisively in round number 4, and they don't want to go to it yet again. Open, Lockers, and CEO have been the rotation, and all of those bomb sites have shown up twice for Team Liquid.
Well, unfortunately for Liquid, they will go to the technical second worst option when it comes down to this. Actually, not even really. One of the only halfway decent options, even though you do have to get constantly hounded on from the north windows. But it's either that or you go to archives and tellers, and nobody wants to do that. So
no,
avoid that one like the plague.
It's been played twice this whole major, and actually it's a 50-50 for attackers and defenders. So, I mean, kudos to you who decided to play it.
Yeah, you got a lot more gall than we do.
Speaking of gall, Nesk taking the engagement, beats out Renshiro. Resets could have yet another. They know where he is. Oh. He does a lot of damage to EFAC. Palu, we said his name. He takes down Lem. Shaiko goes, and Liquid seem to be in significantly better position on this defense, playing on this main floor. EFAC missing out on that one. Trading, actually, perfectly, but that doesn't benefit his team at all. Bride in a 1v4, and he'll go to the roof with 45 seconds left. Have to imagine he will take a timeout and just let his team talk for the next 40 seconds. Maybe. Maybe not.
He'll probably be active. The rest of the team probably thinking about what they're going to be doing for defense, as Bride is attempting to clutch this out. Going to take some time here. And with that being said, Ask is going to nip it in the bud. Not really going to get too far, not only because of man count, but also you got to deal with those black mirrors and everything else in between. Just a very, very big ask for the remaining member of BDS's offense. And that's going to be a 3-3 split here, as Liquid are at least able to get something going.
Our main criticism of Liquid on Theme Park was their inability to drone and work together on those 6 rounds of attack. Well, BDS had some serious blunders with poor drone work as well. That first round jumps to mind, and even that last round too, where BDS will drone in, but then lose an engagement because somebody from Liquid is playing in a spot that you did not expect. And Liquid just need to sit and wait. Everybody in this lobby is capable of outdueling each other. Obviously, you've got your standout performers, but by and large, every single one of these 10 players will punish you if you make such an obvious mistake as to not drone a corner or to not drone out a room off-site where a lurker or a roamer might be situated. BDS will go on to defense now. Team Liquid's numbers on attack, not as strong as their numbers on defense. For BDS, they will start immediately with the most played bomb site on Bank, Lockers, and CCTV downstairs. Despite Bank being overall favored to the attackers, this bomb site has a positive win rate for the defense. So for BDS, you hope that number holds. You take this round, you take the lead.
Well, BDS are going to attempt to hold the full breadth of the map. They want to delay Liquid as long as possible. Speaking of Liquid, Ask going to get a nice little drone in here towards Renshiro's position, but doesn't want to go too far with it. Those Twitch drones worth their weight in gold with Goyo on the field, as both of those canisters could be popped by the shock drone. BDS, at least so far, very good job of being able to hold presence on this top floor. And who else would you rather do it besides EFAC on the Oryx? Talking about earlier about how important this operator is to the overall play of Bank. And he'll quickly get the heck out of dodge, but he's going to try and re-peek it. Ask going to toss the drone in, just wants to make sure that EFAC doesn't want to be too crazy here, otherwise could bag himself a free kill.
As he get drone in this first minute, discovery work still underway. Bank being one of the biggest maps in the entire map pool means that you're going to take a little bit longer to make sure every nook and cranny has been watched. Nesk was being droned on the main stairs. He didn't find anything. These 2 players from BDS doubled up in this position. Alem's taking an engagement, beating out Palu, and both he and EFAC abandon that first floor. Liquid biting off a bit more than they can chew. As Palu's buck goes into action, not able to play the sledge, as they had been banned out by Liquid.
Patience is a virtue here for Liquid, especially with Palu off the board. They have to hit their mark on this entry. They cannot lose bodies. It is pivotal to their success. Have to get these hatches open as well. That'll be Reset's job with the patterns of the X-Kairos. 4 of those required to open up a hatch. Already have things open when it comes to the lobby space. BDS still having a yokai in there as well. He's going to try and manage the hatch right now for Red. Can't see too much through the smoke. Still has one to try and add to this, too. Going to end up exothermic open the main site here. Get this plant down. Resets with a nice kill onto EFAC. Start the plan up. Does anybody have denial here? Nesk with a frag grenade. Nesk with a stop onto a Lems as well. The other frag picking up something. Ask with a kill. BDS the last one alive. He's got the stop, but there's so much time. It doesn't even really matter. He's only going to be able to mess with him a little bit before this yokai gets shot out, and everybody else will be awaiting his arrival. Some nice shots, but Ask, he dodges bullets and sends some of his own down range. Liquid win out their first offense.
Well played by Liquid. They lose Palu early on, but then still pull it together through that mid-round. And when the execute comes, 4 separate players from BDS decided to provoke engagements, and all 4 of them got sat down by Liquid's guns because you had both those panels open looking into the bomb site, and the utility work from BDS was just not where it needed to be. There is that rhythm and routine when the diffuser goes to get planted in lockers and in CCTV. CCTV in particular, you open that panel, you go onto the default spot, you wait out the nitro cell, you wait out the toxic canister, you wait out the yokai drones. Back in the olden days when the meta was, I guess, not quite as diverse, it could take you a solid minute and a half to bait out the 3 toxic canisters and the nitro cells before the diffuser could go down. And it was not uncommon for teams to start planting at a minute 40 and still be getting close to the point of no return. Nowadays, far faster, and teams will isolate the back site players inside of lockers, inside of vault, playing down by the minecart, playing down by elevator, and that was exactly what we saw out of Liquid. They had 1 player post up on the stairs, which disallowed a defender to cross main stairs without getting spotted, and even if that stairs player doesn't get the kill, he could relay it to one of the other players on attack who are inside of the bomb site while the diffuser is going down. The numbers advantage for Team Liquid allowed them to do that, and they worked it out perfectly. BDS had no answer to that.
Doesn't seem like they have one in the wings either. They're going to change up the site and see if they can get something on the board on their defense to assist them. And they're actually going to go to one out of Liquid's book. They're going to staff room and open area themselves. As we talked about earlier, the sludge ban really helping this out. You want to see something along the lines of Buck picked up by the offense to try and mitigate what that takes away. And speaking of taking things away, EFAC, who's had a heck of a game, at least for the first one, 4 and 6 at the current moment after Nesk bodies him.
Great showing on attack, but significantly slower now on defense. First pick so desperately needed by Liquid. It gets better as well. Renshiro's no more. Liquid find these 2 picks. They're putting together an impressive run. They've won 2 rounds in a row. No timeouts have been burned just yet. Nitro cell by Lems is botched, and he knows that somebody is close by as it gets shot away, and he can't outduel Nesk, who decides to take up as much space as he wants inside of Archives. There's a rotate in the wall. Shaiko can read into that and play well. He and BDS are the last 2 men standing for BDS with half of the round to go. Liquid, very little but a scratch on them, but Shaiko engages. BDS takes down yet another, but it's Lagonis on the ground to give Liquid their 3rd round in a row. They're streaking now, and they're 2 rounds away from toppling BDS on Bank.
Well, if you didn't know, Parker, Resets and Nesk are actually the 2 lowest rated Liquid players at this major. A 1.07 for Resets and a 1.05 for Nesk. He's only +7 as well for this major. We have never seen that out of Nesk the entire time that I've watched Rainbow Six Siege, literally. He has always been on fire when it comes to main stage events, but it looks like they've been able to recapture, retake, and it looks like it starts here on Bank. Nesk 8-4-0, Resets 8-5-0, really mitigating the damage, or the lack thereof. Palu from what we've been seeing thus far. But even Palu getting a little dirty inside of that last round there, at least for his hands when he took down Shaiko as he tried to swing back through E2 after taking down another Liquid member. But the body count definitely not favoring the defense in that one. And the round count most definitely not either at the current moment. 5-3 in favor of Liquid. I'm going to go back to staff room open area. We saw how this went before for BDS, and it was not very good. It was a fantastic clear for Liquid. They got all of the lines of sight necessary to really start picking BDS to pieces in the site, and that was after we already had the initial fights going on around the map where Liquid were really able to capitalize off of those ISO positions that BDS were playing.
The main headache that Liquid had was that drone work back in map number 1 on Theme Park so far through these 2 rounds. Liquid doing significantly better to determine the location of these players. I find that Bank is often more routine than Theme Park is, though. There's far different spots that you can sit in on Theme Park and much more diversity in the way that these teams will play a throne and armory defense where they're going to hold lab, whether they're going to hold bunk upstairs, whereas Bank tends to have your default spots. And things often play out very similarly. Now, speaking of drone work, Nesk piloted in. The drone can't go much farther, but Nesk will drop Renshiro, still droned in, but a bit too eager as Alems as his teammates back. Puts the numbers back into a 4v4. Resets is not too far off, but Alems goes down to Ask. Liquid swarming these players of BDS, and doing so in the first minute.
Well, Liquid able to at least make things right around the Teller's Archives area. Resets. It was there a little bit earlier. Might have been able to save Nesk, but doesn't seem like they even need it. 4 versus 2, and once again on this open area defense, I don't know how else to say it. It is terrible in a clutch situation. You have to do so much. You have to win from so many different angles. Verticality, the window and printer, everything. I mean, so many angles that Liquid can try and adopt into their game plan, and they have so much time in order to do so. If BDS try and leave at all right now, they will surely die. You can see Shaiko, he's trying to find himself safe harbor here inside of Printer. Liquid aren't going to be playing this eastern side. They're looking for it through other means. As the drones come in, they'll discover a little bit. They'll discover BDS here inside of the staff. Ask is going to step up to the plate now inside of E2, and he's got Shaiko on the other end. Let's see how this pitch goes.
Hard pressed to find 2 better players to hold down the fort against this Liquid push. The insurgency will begin in just moments. BDS and Shaiko within arm's reach of each other. But look at Lagonas. He might be able to find a weakness. Shaiko under fire. He has to immediately turn. Wants to put his gun away, but Liquid, just like that, snap their fingers. And they're on match point on BDS's map.
Well, fortunately, the unkillable king that is Shaiko, he only has 1 set of hands and 1 head, right? Almost, I mean, dang near.
2 hands, 1 set.
Yeah. He looks like a Mortal Kombat character. He's just got 4 sets of arms there, ridiculous. But fortunately enough for Liquid, they're able to distract him for a split second. Able to take him down because of it. It's going to be a timeout here from BDS, and it looks like today is opposite day on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, remarkable stuff when you see a team lose their map so dominantly and then still be able to keep their heads in the game and come back. It's not quite as grave of a concern for BDS as it was for Liquid after map number 1, but still this scoreline is not something that BDS can be so happy with. You get Team Liquid, a team that are technically stronger on defense than attack. You get an attacker-favored map, which already hurts you statistically, and a map that BDS play so frequently and so well. And yet Liquid says, we don't care about any of that. That's nonsense. We're just going to go for it. And they're doing it.
Liquid really staring down the map pool and says, you know what? You're a liar and a cheat, and I don't care. We're going to take it. We're going to do it now. Screw it. We're doing it live. We're taking it on Bank.
That's BDS taking their time out while their opponents are on match point. Team Liquid did this exact same thing in map number 1. And I got to say, there was one of you on Reddit that made me laugh. This might be the only nice thing that I ever say about you Redditors. Somebody said, the Lycan special.
Not the Lycan dig. They just got home. He might not even be awake yet.
What time would it be in Vegas right now?
Well, they're 2 hours behind Central, so it'd be 9-hour difference.
That is correct.
Indeed.
So it would be 10:20 right now on the East Coast, so 7:20 a.m. on the West Coast.
You're bullying this father of like 17 while he's drinking his coffee, man. What are you doing?
I don't even think he's awake at this point. There's a lot for him to catch up on when he does arise.
Well, hopefully BDS are awake because Ask, he's already inside. Does Renshiro know this? He's behind the server stack, Parker. So much trouble for Renshiro. He's going to somehow make it out alive, although the weapon was the F2, and it was breathing down his neck.
It's like, oh no, 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 no. There's one of you by servers. Toxic Canister goes out in front of Nesk. What a shot by Renshiro. Ask had taken up space, and now Renshiro will get back into the bomb site, artfully dodging the bullets from Jaeger's carbine. Palu's the one on Liquid to now take up this mantle that Ask had inside of server. BDS must know this as they exchange words with yet one another. EFAC's gone quiet through this second half of Bank. All of BDS have really slowed down. It's not just EFAC. You can't just throw it on his shoulders. Not a single positive player for BDS at the moment, despite having 3 rounds to their name.
Gonus is going to be the one donning the mantle of the case. Some damage on to Shaiko. He's playing that long angle from Garage. Not only that, but he's running the hollow on it. The only madman I know that will choose a hollow over a 1.5 when it's available. But BDS, they've at least done a good job of slowing down Liquid, especially the initial assault from Ast. Looked like he was going to get away with way too much there. But they body him instead and get the first blood in their favor. Team Liquid trying to recoil ever since, but they're doing a pretty solid job in that as well, getting the hatches open, choosing to default this out instead of just trying to rush in and get something done with what Ask had already been able to accomplish.
Nesk dodging the fire of the Molotov shot out as we see Tachanka appear for the first time this grand finals. Nade goes in, perfectly thrown. EFAC dead to Nesk. He's been having a mighty good performance. He and Resets combining for 20 kills as Resets picks up his 10th onto Shaiko. Oh boy, BDS. You have lost the plot on your own map. 2 players from Liquid barnstorm into the vault, take them down. But BDS has something to say about that. Diffuser is surrendered. Nesk on a tiny portion of HP. Palu's been damaged as well, but nowhere near as badly. They've got 20 seconds to go. Intel still up. Default cam spots Nesk. He'll need to grab the diffuser. Down goes Palu, and it's all on the shoulders of Nesk. Can he pull off a remarkable clutch? We've seen him do it before. But BDS will sit pretty. Nesk will have to choose left versus right. He chooses left, chooses right, looks the wrong way. Alems gives BDS and their fans some hope after that timeout. There's still 2 more rounds for BDS to tie this and send it to overtime.
Their ability to adapt at the very beginning of that round, really setting the tone, forcing Liquid to do some things that they didn't necessarily want to do. They wanted to take full control of server and get that plant down at a moment's notice, especially if you take out the smoke. Pretty fairly straightforward from that moment on. But obviously could not get it done. Team Liquid still sit on the precipice of being able to pick up their very first map, but BDS, they're making it hard. 6-4 here. They're gonna try and go up top and take a CEO defense. Fortunately enough for them, Azami available to continue to add to more of the problems for Liquid, past the castle, past the Jaeger, past the Wamai. Everything they're gonna have to try and burn through, and it looks like this one might be hyperactive. This could be a nuclear explosion awaiting in the wings, Parker. Team Liquid, they've got the Gara hook, they've got Twitch and a Dokkaebi. Nesk, he's actually gonna throw it over to Flores. He's like, we need some more utility here, man. I don't know about you. We need to be able to get rid of a couple of these things. Frag grenades will still help in that regard, so definitely like this Yana pick.
First time that we're seeing this bomb site on the top floor. At least for BDS. The Gara hook's a good shout. If Resets can get in, the Monty can pressure the main stairs. That's a nice 1-2 punch, forcing BDS to split their forces. Either way, with the Dokkaebi, the Amaru, and the Monty on the board, there's a bit of cheekiness from Liquid. They're also going without a single hard breach. Not just in terms of the main operator, but no secondary hard breach for Liquid too.
availability of 2, I do believe, with not only Amaru, but also Monty. So plenty there. And they also have the availability of impact EMPs. So they had the choice, but doesn't look like they want to go for that. Looks like it's going to be something a whole heck of a lot crazier.
I mean, I do like this read. If you take a look at the 4 panels in the back of that CEO office, 2 of them are opened up. So you don't need hard breach because you're not being fully blocked out by the defenders. You can very easily use soft breach to get in there and do some damage. But this is not going to be a hard breach execute style of strat for Liquid. They're lurking, they're taking their time, they're going so patiently. And Nesk, I think it's dawning on him that the setup onto those back panels, looking into square stairs, is done so that you will be punished if you go up those stairs on your own. Nesk needs to be cautious with that approach.
Oh, EFAC. I believe he had the audio on that. Don't believe he's seen Palu escape, though. He's going to continue to try and traverse the white stairs. Proxy Sensor will give up his location, but it resets in with the SMG-11. He's going to try and bear down on Checkers. They'll get 1, but it's a trade back and forth. EFAC, he has to hop 2, has to try and get this flank off. His team needs him on site. You can see how Liquid have wrapped around this. They've made it very difficult to try and cross any borders when it comes to their site setup. All these rotations, they're risky. Big double here from Nesk. They're shutting it down. Liquid, they're looking to take bank, and they'll put it in the bag. It's 1-1 here. BDS, you're not getting too far.
Well, it's not going to be a 3-0, Sam. Both of these teams taking maps 1 and 2, doing so on their opponent's picks. That's not what you're used to seeing. That means that not only do we have Oregon next, but Kafe could be the deciding factor. I want to get there, and you do too. It could end up being a long day. Let's not dilly-dally. We'll be back in just a couple minutes as we continue on with this grand final.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
To the studio. Yes, we are back. Things are very well lit up here. It's like the most artificial light I've seen in like 4.5 days, but here we are back again on the analyst desk to talk details, because map 1, yes, it was a washover for BDS, but map 2, when we got to bank, it got way closer than a lot of people were expecting. 3-3 at the half just to kick it off for a 7-4 win for Liquid.
Yeah, exactly, and that turns out that indeed Liquid seems to have really improved on their attacks, and this is something that we want to see more from them. We've seen more teamwork from them in this map than we have seen on the previous one. It seems like the players are working more together. They have these retakes that they set up very well, which work almost perfectly in their defensive half as well. And the personal performances from the players as well. Resets, at one point it was going 9-5. Nesk was going 9-5 as well. They had much better personal performances, and I feel like the team was also working on trying to shut Leak Effect down because of his performance in the previous map.
If you look at a lot of these highlights that are coming in, anytime that a BDS player, obviously apart from that little clutch from Shaiko there, gets a kill, they tend to be getting refragged out, and that was the one thing, the big thing that we want to focus on, is the team play from Liquid, is the fact that they would get into these late rounds with people alive that were able to play off the back of each other in, you know, even man advantage, even man count situations. And there's one stark difference between this map and the last map. Liquid had footage of BDS playing this map just yesterday, and we've seen just how good they are at counter-analyzing these teams, counter-analyzing them in the bans. We had a Sledge ban come in, we had a Cade ban. It completely disrupted BDS, made them think on their feet a little bit, and Liquid had an idea of what BDS were going to do, countered it really well, and executed it really well with the team play.
We know Knock is a staple on Bank as well. Pretty surprised that Knock came through the ban phase, but then again the Castle ban and the Sledge ban made a lot of sense as well, because we saw BDS obviously struggle trying to get these barricades open. We've seen them use nades that sometimes were cooked maybe a little bit too much or too little. That was very difficult for them. It takes a lot of time away from your attack as well. Yeah, and we're looking at the players' highlights of the players' stats right now. It is 8 resets, 11-6, and Nesk 13-6. He had a little bit of a slow start on attack or on the entries, I feel, at the beginning of this map, but then afterwards it was just Nesk getting entry, and it worked really well for him.
Yeah, he was given a pretty free reign on this map in terms of how they play Bank. We saw him in the very end round there, just lurking up to top square and being given a lot of freedom to do what, you know, Nesk wants to do. He's one of the best players in the world, one of the best players to ever touched Siege for a reason. There's certain maps where he has to be restrictive, especially on defense where he has to play those awkward positions to play, but he got a lot of freedom on Bank and he showed just his quality.
Who's our MVP for this matchup? Are there any surprises? It's Nesk. Look, we talked about it. It's Shaiko versus Nesk in this grand final. Both of them are looking to lift a trophy here internationally at a major event. So, hey, we're looking for that 1-to-1 matchup. But, my friends, I'll be back to you in a second because our good colleague Alfama, ex-professional player, Mr. Worldwide himself, is over on the telestration station to talk details. All yours.
Thank you, Milos. Indeed, I have some news. So see, I believe the best team in the world are the ones that are able to win consistently rounds at equal man count. And the thing is here, if you take a look at this, Lagonis is alone on site, his teammate is downstairs, and you've got 2 BDS players ready to take the bomb site. Now, I wouldn't say Liquid is in an advantage situation here, although they're in defense. See how Lagonis has rotated around to play safe. He doesn't want to give a gunfight to BDS. He plays this the right way. During this time, Bride comes in and goes for the plant. Now look, Renshiro is going to go away from covering his teammate. This is because he has 1, 2, 3, 4, and even 5 different angles a defender could come and deny the plant. So what he does is he goes for a proactive cover. He's trying to look for it, but this is the wrong decision. Lagonis uses his utility to deny the plant safely. Boom, Bride is gone. Now look at what Lagonis is doing, and this is so good. He goes back to playing passive because he still doesn't want a gunfight to Renshiro. Renshiro, on the other hand, is going to be actively looking for this gunfight. Look at him, he's pre-firing in walls, he's looking at line of sight, but cannot find Lagonis. Lagonis already repositioned all the way at the back of the bomb site. He's waiting for his teammates to come back, and now they're going to play the 2v1 together. And if you look at the end of the round, Renshiro is going to actively look for either one of them, but because they're set up in a perfect crossfire, they know they're going to get traded. Renshiro is looking for the pick, dies to reset, and would have gotten traded anyway. Perfectly well played from Liquid. That's it.
Thank you very much, Alfama. There it is, showing off what Liquid have had in store for everybody and for BDS, especially on Bank. Now, can that be repeated for map number 3? We'll turn attention to Oregon. Yeah, now it's starting to get a bit tougher. BDS are known for being pretty comfortable on this map. I talked about it yesterday when I was mentioning border, but I'll just correct myself. pillar on Oregon is literally called Shaco's spot, so that's something to work off of. But Liquid have been playing a pretty decent Oregon for quite a long time.
I mean, that's the thing. Shaco has a spot on this map called Shaco's spot. But that spot, existed all the way back to 2020 when BDS were playing this map every week in a best of one. It fell completely out of favor for BDS, in the last kind of 6 to 9 months. And one thing that I would say is we're now past the stage of the initial 2 map picks. We're now past that stage where both teams are kind of mid-preference. We're getting into the heavy-hitting maps that the teams rely on. Liquid are relying on this to be a big win for them because it's a very high-preference map for Liquid and it's a pretty low-preference map for BDS.
Yeah, I mean, we've had both teams win each other's map picks before in this game, so I hope that trend will continue. But if you look at it for Liquid, they have 2 wins on it this far this tournament, and they have a 4-game win streak running on this map. BDS has a really good, well, it's all right for them because they have their best of a good defensive win rate, despite having their worst attacking win rate.
Yeah.
With this being Liquid's map pick, that means that BDS gets to decide what side they want to start on. That means they're going to start on defense. If you look at their stats saying, oh, this is a very bad attacking map for them, they're going to have to make that difference on defense, and that's where their answer really starts to matter.
Who takes map 3? That's all I'm asking.
Since Liquid also had the info, we saw how good it worked for them.
Yeah.
And we saw that it needs to be done by BDS on defense. As soon as we have a few rounds for BDS to start slip away on defense, Liquid will take this.
Jack?
BDS.
Ooh.
Okay.
Do you want the reason, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on then. I just think a couple of teams have taken BDS to Oregon recently, even though it's, and this has happened to me. This happened to me back in 2020 when I was like, yeah, I'll take BDS to Oregon. They're nice. It's a middle of the road map for them. They're definitely counterable. And then somehow they just find a way to just win these rounds out. So just got a little feeling. If I would listen to my head, it would be Liquid, but my heart's saying BDS.
Fair enough. That's the EUL heart speaking in there.
Absolutely.
I've been hearing that story for 1.5 years, and I think none of us are over those Oregon days with BDS. But thank you very much, Fresh and Anne. Alfama, of course, on Telestration. It's tied up 1-1, and we continue on to a classic Oregon BDS versus Team Liquid. Figure it all out after the break.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for crossplay. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the Demotion Shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry.
All right, time for map number 3 between Team Liquid and Team BDS. After map number 1, it looked like BDS was going to run away with it, but Liquid shocked us on BDS's map choice of Bank, and now we go to Liquid's favorable turf of Oregon, where one of these teams will move to championship point.
It's bound to be an interesting one. Unfortunately enough, we don't have to wait too long.
We're already in the game, sir.
With the ether and try and figure it out ourselves, right?
Sam, we're already in the game.
We're going to get right into the ban phase right now. You guys, for some reason, still favoring BDS. I won't hold it against you if they lose this one.
It doesn't update after the first.
Oh gosh! Don't tell them I said that. Don't tell them I said that. They don't even know.
You know what? It's great that you're finding this out on what could be the second last map of the major.
That's true. Yeah. It shows how much I pay attention to that screen, huh?
To be fair, there was a period of time during the group stages where the monitor that had that on it was tiny.
It was very tiny for the Bravo stream, indeed. It was like less than a 24-inch monitor. It was like a 20-inch little Philips monitor sitting there.
But size doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah.
That's what you do with it.
Yeah, 20 inches, I think, is honestly quite large, quite admirable for a monitor, I would say, personally speaking. But you know what else is a pretty big thing? Banning mute, especially when it comes to Oregon defense. This is really going to open things up for some roam clearing. You know, mute means quite a bit, especially to key positioning around the map of Oregon. This means that we're more than likely going to see things like Kaid, things like Bandit exemplified here in this matchup. Obviously, the rest of the utility band out here making quite a bit of sense. Nook, our most banned offensive operator. Valkyrie, one of the most pivotal operators on defense. But with that band in mind, Azami, our most banned defender, opened once again here for map 3 like she was on map 2.
Yeah, we've seen this rotating cast of secondary defender bans. Valk has been a staple so far. Banned out by BDS through all 3 maps. BDS says we don't want a Valkyrie in our games, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. The other defender that was banned out back in map number 1, Malusi. Kaid banned on Bank, and now Mute removed from Oregon. Getting into the numbers on Oregon, as you see BDS starting on defense, Team Liquid on attack. Must favor BDS. Again, as we talked about on Bank, and we will continue to bring up map by map until you are tired of hearing it from us. Team Liquid are a better team on defense than they are on attack, and Oregon is very lopsided for the defenders. It's the second most played map here in the major. Actually quite a ways behind Clubhouse. Clubhouse played 13 times. We won't see it today, it was banned. Oregon, this is the 9th play for Oregon. In the previous 8 matches, 63% of rounds won by the defenders. That is an overwhelming amount.
Yeah, that's all up to the Sonic, so thanks for that one, Seth. Playing Clubhouse 13 times, and we haven't even talked about LATAM or BDS yet. Everybody really wanting to play Clubhouse at this event. A far cry from what we had about a year ago, and everyone was like, can we get this map out of the pool? I feel like everybody just wants to play Clubhouse. Yeah, well, it's you two.
Let them.
Exactly.
Why not?
Let them have cake. Oh. Well,
I mean, I know what you were trying to do, but it wasn't successful. Uh-oh. Liquid pouncing on BDS so quickly. Renshiro's dropped as well, right into the waiting arms of Ask from above. A minute off the clock, and Liquid with 2 very fast picks.
What a clear from Liquid. They had everything synced up. They even had resets all the way in the top of Big Tower to shut down the rotation through Attic, and that's going to give Liquid 2 big kills. I don't know how you get a Monty inside unbeknownst to your opponents, but I mean, hey, if it fits, it ships. BDS have no idea the mountain is quickly coming down on top of them. 2 big pickups here from Liquid, and now they get to take their time. About 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. These hatches already open. Just need to bear down on the location of BDS in the basement.
3 remaining players will sit and wait. The beautiful thing of Liquid getting those picks so early is they have so much time to then figure out how they want to attack the bomb site. There's going to be no denial on these hatches as Kaid is absent for round number 1, so hard destruction of both resets and Lagonis will be able to open things up inside a meeting, inside a security, whichever hatches they so choose. First smoke has been dropped by Ask. Lagonis goes down. That's the first casualty for Liquid. Shaiko, first one on BDS to get a pick. Ask being just destroyed by the Malusi. Once again, Shaiko will flee. He's got a player nearby. Ask will see the smoke go off in front of him. On 1 HP for the Montaigne, you got to keep him safe. Nesk spots the player of smoke. Bride outduels him. Bride gets 2 big kills. That's all she writes for that. Alems and Shaiko resets and Ask. That is a landscape. Yokai going off, diffuser in the hands of resets. No more blasts for now. Ask slaughtered, Shaiko clutches out, and BDS takes round number 1.
It might be a 3 versus 5. Well, that's a little bit different when it comes to a map like Oregon, isn't it? Especially with Liquid having 0 drones in that last minute at all, Parker. Not a single one to their name. All they had was EE1Ds and a Monty. And to be honest with you, Ask did a little bit too much there, pushing himself down Freezer and trying to manage himself around his teammate's Rotero drone. Actually ended up giving himself a lot of damage once BDS actually swung in and tried to take care of him a little bit earlier on into that last minute. But that's really where it started to crumble down. He couldn't try and enact upon a lot of things that he once could with the health pool that he had. Had to try and stave off elimination, which would have led more than likely to a Liquid plant, but they couldn't get a single kill onto the BDS operatives. Getting so much done from their position downstairs, even though they're practically pigeonholed into stock as well as a little laundry room there. Liquid, they look like they had the first round after their beautiful clear upstairs, but did not come to fruition. They're gonna drop the Monty off a cliff, no longer having him here, and we're gonna have a Finka for the very first time in this matchup.
It's a bit odd to see her fall from grace. She was such a staple of the meta, but after changes to the LMGs, other operators have filled that role quite well. Resets will be running the Spear instead of that LMG, which again, far harder to control than we used to see. For so long, the Finka and the Zofia dominated, not anymore. The one big thing that Finka brought that we talk about being absent the most is the ability to top your team back up. Resets will take matters into his own hands. That Finka that we were just discussing gets the pick number 1. Alems was playing up at the top of T3, and he gets punished as the repel from Liquid finds him in a nice crossfire.
And that Spear, still a very solid option when it comes to weapons. We see it quite often on defense, although not really this event because it is on Thunderbird. I don't even think we've seen her a single time.
I have not casted a single Thunderbird match.
Me neither, not a single round of Thunderbird. And speaking of the Thunder, here comes the roar. EFAC finally shuts it down. But as we see Liquid, they're gonna buff themselves up. They're on a warpath right now. It's working quite well for them. They have to know that Resets is here inside of the 3rd area of tower. He's actually gonna try and dedicate himself to the drone instead. Fantastic choice, middle of the round. Try and pick up some more info here. Be able to support the rest of your teammates. Also, searching for Nesk. Searching for Resets as well up top, but Nesk trying to sneak in behind, slip through the cracks. Not even necessary at the current moment. Aska to get so much info on site as well.
More so what he didn't see was how many of those rooms are now open because he didn't see a single player in any of them. So you know that these parts of the bomb site are yours for the taking. A team as experienced as Liquid will then be able to know where these remaining defenders are playing. The key parts will be over towards Attic. There goes the Banshee that would slow him down. Nest close enough to do some damage. BDS find a pick onto resets, trying to keep these numbers close. Shaiko in Attic. That means that the position that Liquid had over there has been surrendered. Shaiko still in this spot, yet to die, 4-0. Hidden behind the soft wall, but will be tagged onto a pre-fire as he gives his position away. Brede on bomb chassis. Shaiko just doing what he does best. 5-0 for him. Ask now position, but Shaiko again. Finally, his reign of terror is ended at the hands of Nesk, and Brede will clutch out. BDS goes up 2-0.
Well, you know who we have to talk about.
Talk about him.
It's got to be Shaiko himself.
It's got to be Shaiko.
Playing from the attic position, and Liquid give up the goods. The thing you never do against Shaiko, give him his ones. If you walk into an angle that there is a chance that he might be holding, he's probably going to decapitate you. And that's exactly what has come to fruition. Liquid, I would say, did a very considerable job of clearing out the initial hold from BDS. But once they got to the spine, the backbone of this setup, well, there's a man with an MP5 waiting for them, and he decimates the entirety of Team Liquid. Love what Liquid was doing with the overall clear on that round there, but didn't really get much done once it came to the site execute. I really would have liked to have seen them maybe slow it down just a bit. They still had time while trying to execute from that side. Maybe, you know, throw a spanner in the works, get somebody to rotate, try and get somebody on the backside of that attic, something along those lines. Giving those heads-up gunfights to two of the most clutch players on BDS, probably not the best idea.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Especially when the first player from Liquid that was hunting down Shaiko inside of Attic was positioned to get him, but Shaiko wins that engagement head on, 1v1. Now you don't have anybody from Liquid to rotate back over to Attic. That frees up Shaiko to play in that space. It means that you don't have to worry about presence from tower, and you don't need to worry about somebody taking that big dorms wall either. That's such a powerful spot for Shaiko to be in. And at that point of time in the round, you expect somebody to be opening up closet, position over by bedroom. Shaiko knew that, and he was ready for that engagement too. It's not just the mechanical aim that sets these players apart, but it's the game sense and understanding where your opponents will and won't be that allows players like Palu and Shaiko to take over these matches.
It's very rare that you find a player, especially in Rainbow Six Siege, that can play the game to absolute perfection. And fortunately enough, we actually have a handful of them here in this grand final. Nesk, Palu, Shaiko, Brede. I mean, the list goes on. But Shaiko showing why he is indeed one of the best to ever do it. How do you even get away with that? Ask bodied by the MP5 yet again. Efac, does he have it? He does not. Unfortunate that Impact, so fantastic on a map like Oregon. You hit the fan on the other side, the northern side on that area.
The EFAC impact.
Indeed. Usually ends up stopping those hard breachers, but not this time around. Instead, Team Liquid, they've got control upstairs. They've got some semblance of hard breach here with resets, although it is Lagonis managing things, trying to bear down on the kitchen position. They're looking for their opening blood.
Liquid surrendering that pick. First time that they've done so. BDS. Well, they get on the board early. Anti-flank operator is the one that is down. This bomb site of kitchen dining's only been played 6 times so far. This will be number 7. It's been won by the defense every single time. BDS looking to stretch their lead. They got that early pick. They can sit and wait, let the bomb site work in their favor. BDS are going for a late rotate now as we hit the 45-second mark. The Mira, Brede holding back tower. EFAC down below. He's trying to get away. He could pop up through the main lobby. Liquid will now drop as the execute goes down, but there's Brede again in this powerful position. Back by stage, back by that tower. Liquid have no coverage because they don't expect somebody back there. And it's too late for them to hop onto the drones. Shaiko still in this position. Good God, the things that this man is capable of doing. Resets inside a kitchen. He's got a lineup. He's dropped a Lems, but he gets shut down by Shaiko. And then it's Shaiko again to break double digits. It really just is his world. We're playing it at 3-0 BDS, but really it's 3-0 Shaiko.
Indeed. Yes, indeed. BDS so far and Shaiko. Oh my, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you caught this. Shaiko 10-1-0. How are we feeling about that, Sweden? I think they're a little excited.
I think they're excited.
Well, so far for Liquid, it has not been a fantastic showcase for them. Shaiko able to single-handedly dismantle them even when they have an advantage. He's a one-man wrecking crew. It's been so close for Liquid, but every time able to get it done for BDS.
I mean, has it really been that close? I mean, yeah, Shaiko's got 10 of his team's 15 kills. But there's only 8 kills on all of Liquid. Hold on a second. Shaiko, Lolo, it's coming home again. That's all I heard.
Yeah, I mean, don't stop now. What are you guys doing? I mean, like, is this like your first LAN or something? We're supposed to cheer like the entire time. This is Grand Final Sunday. Let's make some noise. That's more like it.
God, you know, hearing European crowds chant, I just miss the days of let's go blank blank from the Charlotte Major, man. NA, great chance that we've got over there.
I mean, I know you definitely miss Montreal. Montreal was a whole different world. It was whimsical for SI 2020.
Yeah, I'm excited to go back there. It's always nice to go to the frozen tundra of my home country.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, past the frozen tundra, how do you feel about fast-moving, fast-acting shield plays? you good with that? Is that something they do in Canada?
I mean, you take a timeout. Liquid decide, all right, let's bring a Lion, let's bring a Blitz. Let's try and solve this problem. This bomb site of Laundry Supply Room, second attempt for Team Liquid to do something with it. When you have a Lion on the board and you have a Blitz, you can hit that part of blue fast and you can hit it hard. Will Liquid decide to do that, or are they going to play it a bit more strategically sound? Because a Blitz can be so impactful at the start of a round, but can also be strong through the mid to late rounds, especially if you don't know that a Blitz is necessarily coming when there's a minute left on the board. But no, it certainly seems like Liquid are going to toy with the idea of getting in as quickly as they can. Maybe not. It sure seemed like it, but then a drone gets tossed out.
And the biggest thing for Ask right now is that he has to try and circumnavigate the Banshees of Shaiko. Those are going to be the only things slowing him down. It's going to be a big issue because that's all Blitz bread and butter right there. He wants to act quick. He wants to stun you. He wants to gun you down as fast as humanly possible. But you can see BDS, they're hot to trot and they're feeling it right now. Playing everything to the very edges of their defense downstairs. Still in a turtle format, but making sure that Liquid do not get a single foothold on what could be their very first round. It's been slow to start here. They've gotten that mid-round control or mid-map control up top on that mid-level, trying to get these hatches open and use these Rotero drones to their fullest from Nest. He'll be able to get rid of one of the shields, but Liquid still coiling around the site. Might be able to get rid of some of the Electro Claws and the harder to reach pieces of utility here. Another Rotero drone out. Palu actually going to expend his Gone on some barbed wire here. But now BDS, they should know the jig is up. Some damage out, a Nitro Cell out as well. Very stalwart position adopted from a Lems, but he's gonna back off.
Trying to follow up on the explosive, but nothing there to be found. Liquid waiting out this EE1D. That's the first one to be used, but the Vector in the hands of the Lion is so distinct that they knew he was on the board. Are they aware of the fact that the Blitz is encroaching upon their position? Nest just running right in. He went for broke, but BDS greets him with willing arms. Here comes Ask to blind out onto the smoke. Palu down for the count. First kill from Liquid's on the shoulders of Lagonis. But you got the Blitz in a precarious spot. A smoke to conceal himself from a late push, and the flash goes out too. Lagonis could secure onto a Lems. This matchup far closer than you'd think, but Lagonis can't control that bearing 9. He's last man standing as the shield in Blitz's hands is down, and Renshiro prevents the tricky Liquid strat from working. BDS have yet to be beaten on this defense. 4 rounds in, 4 rounds into the column of BDS.
And the tack timeout from Liquid already burnt.
Yep.
Their offensive side, as you said, not their favorable side through history. And once again, we're seeing how they're being punished.
Right, I mean, you get a very lopsided Oregon.
It's very true.
Where almost 2/3 of the rounds have been won by the defenders. You've got a team that doesn't excel all that much on attack. And you just got a recipe for a bad first half.
It just really seems like they couldn't put that offensive lineup to good use. You know, I respect the blitz pick, but he almost didn't take it to the step that he needed to. He needed to just try and bully his way into side there. Getting stuck inside of elbow does literally nothing for you. If you're going to try and go kill that smoke, well then hightail it in there. If you die, you die. You guys are already down so many men that it really doesn't matter at that point. That's when you throw all of your hope, everything that you're considering caring about in that moment, out the window.
I mean, huge credit to the way that BDS played that. Toss the smoke out on the main rotate from the front of laundry. Nesk breathes in some of the toxic gas, and as the rest of Liquid start to align towards blue, Nesk either makes the executive decision himself or gets a call from the rest of the team, go for it. So Nesk sprints through that smoke to try to catch BDS off guard and catch the rest of BDS off guard as well. But BDS is prepared and ready for it. He reads into it perfectly, shuts down Nesk. If Nesk is able to get in and get that single kill, half of the bomb site is now theirs for the taking. The only player with any command of that rotate where the blitz was going was over from Freezer, which is also where Liquid had stacked up some of their players. That gives Liquid huge leverage over the rest of the bomb site to be able to corral the remaining BDS players towards Pillar in the back of the bomb site. Nesk was really the linchpin of that strategy. When BDS reads it and shuts him down, the rest of Liquid fall apart. They had nowhere to go after that.
Yep, out in open ocean. No paddle for the boat either. Liquid looking for their very first round here on Oregon.
It's terrifying, by the way.
Yeah, you know,
imagine being dropped into just the middle of the ocean with no boat or paddle.
It's just not exactly a fun scenario, but when you have Shaiko having 2 more kills than your entire roster currently, yeah, I'd say you're about there.
Shaiko's the lifeboat.
He is indeed. He's the lifeblood of BDS at this current moment. It's his world, we're living in it, but there's also this man, I don't know if you know his name. His name's Palu. He's going to take down Renshiro, the Jaeger. Renshiro, he's been kind of back and forth this tournament. I really respected his play. He does a lot of the odd jobs, the hard jobs for BDS, but sometimes he can light a fire, just like Liquid.
Oh, they're
going to put BDS's out. Palu and Ask, they hop too. It's a plant going down for Lagonas. Does this Nitro Cell land? It's out. It does a lot of damage, but it won't stop what is inevitable. Shaiko goes down. EFAC, he's not good for it. A flawless round for Liquid here as they finally get one on the board, but it took so very long to do so.
Yeah, this is where, even though it's a round and a half, 2 rounds after the timeout was taken, you need to be able to keep yourself...
Did you sign that man's beanie?
I did sign that man's beanie.
That's a nice signature you got there.
I've been working on it.
I mean, I'd say it could use a little bit more work. You know, maybe like a smiley face in the O or so. You know, you got to show them that.
Is that what yours looks
to
like?
be here.
Is that what yours looks like?
Maybe.
Attackers need to locate
Maybe so. I didn't get to sign the man's beanie, so you wouldn't know, would you?
See, I was going to make fun of Sam. For those of you that wouldn't know this, his tablet has a pen that he uses to write on, and he broke the pen. So now he has no way to write on his tablet. So we've been relying on my notes in front of me. So I was going to make a joke and say, well, why don't you just sign your tablet? And I can say, oh.
Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny. I typed up all of my notes last night for
yes, you did. They're actually fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, actually, you want to know a pretty interesting one? Since Palu's actually doing some stuff, we can talk about him and Shaiko.
Hit us with it.
Well, we talked about earlier how Shaiko has the most opening duels in the game, but you know also he has the highest headshot percentage at 74% in the tournament. To be expected, but this is where we get to go on my Palu tirade, because this man has been absolutely incredible this entire tournament. Second best for rating at a 1.28. Best KD, 113 to 72. That's plus 41. Tied for second in cost at 73%. Tied for third with KPR at 0.95. Tied for fifth for survival percentage at 39%. And he has the most clutches at the tournament with 6. My God, what a run this guy is putting in Jönköping.
Device is going dark.
And that's my notes. There you go.
Thank you.
That's what you do. You stay up till 2 a.m. and you type a lot when you don't have a pen. Or you chuck electro claws across the room about 1 million times in scrims, and that's what we see from BDS. You can see clearly how many times he's done that in the past. Same for Shaiko, as he is on an absolute tirade here through 5 rounds.
12 kills with the 6th round upon us.
It's here.
If it ends and he doesn't get a single kill, that is 2 kills per round. That is staggering. We often talk about historically, Shaiko is usually good for 1.1 kills per round, which in and of itself is a remarkable feat in this game.
Ridiculous stat.
Especially on the role he plays. You are often the first one involved in fights. You're the first one involved in engagements, and you're, what? You're not even getting traded out? I mean, usually you're getting a kill and then some and then getting killed. You're good enough for more than just a trade. That's excellent. Shaiko has double that right now.
Well, we know why he's been such a hot prospect for so very long and why BDS has constantly put him at the very center of their team, building these squads up around him. They might have finally found success here in Jönköping, looking for their very first major. Liquid pretty slow to the draw here on round 6. Measure twice, cut once method. To be able to put down one of their exothermic charges, they'll get stage open, and this is more than likely the home for the plant later on.
Absolutely could be. Depends on if Liquid decides to put anybody over towards B. Renshiro punished from above. Now he's got to be a little bit better on these engagements. Deciding to take one with Ask. Palu's found an opening. He could spring into the bomb site. Is BDS aware of this? Do they have any sights in that direction? Speaking of in the bomb site, Lagonis is in, getting the diffuser down. Liquid just playing with these last couple players of BDS. It's all on EFAC against the 5 of Liquid. We just saw a flawless round. Are we going to find another? Yes, we will. Nesk denies BDS a single kill over these last 2 rounds. And with a side swap, Liquid have been able to salvage 2 rounds even though they've lost that first half.
Like you said, my friend, stage might be the home for the plant.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't, and in fact, it was a fantastic distracting method from Team Liquid. All of BDS honed in on meeting. They're like, okay, Liquid, when are you coming through the door? We've got all our guns trained. And it was so easy for them to just sneak that case into kitchen and start the plant. It was already halfway down when Palu got the first kill from somebody rotating back in to just check the situation. So very easy for Liquid, especially after what they were able to do early on in that round. You could definitely see that building up with how they took control of kids' dorms upstairs, all that verticality really playing into their hand.
Well, BDS can thank Shaiko for the nest egg they sit on as they take their turn on attack. First half in the books, BDS win rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4. Team Liquid win rounds 5 and 6. In terms of first bloods, Team Liquid actually got the first pick 4 of those 6 rounds, but were only able to convert on the last 2. Technically, one of those first bloods by Liquid was immediately traded out by BDS, or BDS and got it, and then it was immediately traded out by Liquid. Either way, teams relatively even, but the advantage in favor of Liquid. Look at that, a very forward play, deployable shield that will, well,
got it.
Ask actually got the Rotero drone. Lems will try again. How many times are we going to see this exact thing happen? The slow-moving drone goes in. Ask not successful on the second time. That's a deployable shield down for the count. Ask has had some success with that shotgun at long range. It's not usually a consistent thing, especially at close range. We've seen both the Warden and the SAS operators equipped with that shotgun be punished for it.
He wants it so bad, too. Constantly flirting with death there. One nice shot from a Lems could spell demise, but he's going to back off instead for both of the parties. BDS, they've mostly been focused on the mid-floor past that, though, as you should be. Need to work on these hatches and getting some things open. Brede is going to be necessary to getting the security hatch open for Freezer, which Shaiko is currently residing in. Some shots from downrange here from Liquid. Shaiko's going to check inside of Freezer to see anybody's home, but the magnet will catch it instead. Might still get rid of the barrier there, but Kiba will stay up, so Liquid still at full advantage with their utility, but BDS making good time on these hatches.
No conventional hard breach for BDS either. They're bringing in Maverick, who is not usually a primary hard breacher. The secondary hard breach gadget of the Capitao has been applied to 2 separate locations, leaving just the Maverick to carve things open. Rotero drones claimed a shield earlier on. Now more utility on the back tower stairs, felled by the explosive drone, piloted in from BDS. Alem still searching for his first kill. The only player in the server yet to get on the board. Hasn't been involved in a lot of altercations as he's been playing those sheltered minutes farther back. And I mean, when you've got Shaiko dropping 12, who else on the team isn't playing sheltered minutes?
Oh, BDS gotten it all set up, and this might be finally it. Alems, he finds his first kill and the first kill of this round, looking for his second, but it's going to be Lagonis that keeps things even. Shaiko attempting to work up Freezer. The smoke will dissipate, but he doesn't have the angle necessary to hold over into Laundry. Liquid so far doing a bang-up job of holding on to the site. Great utility management, great guns as well. Orange lights up the kill feed, but Renshiro, he's gotten inside. EFAC not able to get it done. Ask will gun him down. It's up to Renshiro. He'll take out the smoke, turns on a dime, gets two, but it's Nesk to seal it away. Liquid 1 round away from tying us up here on Oregon.
What a comeback from Liquid we're witnessing, and now they've got the matchup tilting in their favor. They're on the side of Oregon that you want to be on, and they are the team to do it with a better win rate on defense. So Liquid playing up to those expectations the way that we saw it. BDS's first assault was very Freezer heavy, stacking up 2 separate operators in that spot, but they could not move the players from Liquid out of the common rotate spot and take command of Blue. And by the time it finally happened, it was Renshiro in that position who picked up 2, technically 1 because the other one was a down, but we'll count it, why not? I mean, the man only has 2 kills. A third would be pretty nice to add to his total. But with BDS's very linear attack, and it seemed like they stalled out a little bit, Liquid didn't really need to do all that much. They could just play from far back, they could keep control of Pillar, Nesk in that spot, because the Rotero drone that came down did not fully clear out all the utility on those back tower stairs. Nesk sat and waited. BDS took their time, and they just struggled. They struggled with clock management.
Very difficult for BDS there, as you said. Mostly due to the way that they had to default things out towards the Freezer side with their utility game. Very difficult for them, although they did find Renshiro, that little opening there in construction right here where EFAC is, to able to slip through the cracks. Like you said, try and work that backside, but there's only a partial annex for them. The main assault not going their way, and that's really where it falters. Renshiro supposed to be there really to pick it up in kind of a 3v4 situation, even things out, maybe pick up 2 big kills and really open the round for BDS in a situation like that. But when you're the lone soul operating on that end of the map, it's a completely different story. BDS gonna be able to get at least 1 person in down low to start. Don't know if Ask is gonna try and rotate downstairs. It could be his doom if he does with EFAC in the wings.
Did EFAC use up all of his magic in the first map and a half? That's the question.
Is he human?
I mean, the thing is, Sam, when you look at a best of 5, there will be players who will have an off map or 2. Palu decided to take the first 2 maps off. His team split them 50-50. We're now starting to see the Palu that we are so familiar with.
That's some caster timing if I've ever seen it.
And Renshiro knows that well. Renshiro right now not performing up to snuff for BDS. Speaking of, they draw us back even. Ask was roaming in main lobby. He gets punished for it. He and Palu leading the way on this team, being the 2 that are most commonly involved in early engagements. You still got Palu upright, still able to frag well on that Warden.
What a moment here for BDS. The drones have been decimated. They have 4 active. And the ability to try and still mull about with EFACs as well as Alems, but for Brede and Shaiko, nothing doing, nothing being for them. All they have is a Gemini clone to their name to be able to try and assist, but that's more than likely against the will of Shaiko. He's looking for the kills. He's looking for the nades. No one's going to rotate through. He will be able to get rid of at least the shield here. No more drones for him. Has to worry about that verticality now as well as he's giving up the goods. They know where his location is. Lagonis, he's going to dance with death and EFAC. Adrenal Surges, though, keeping BDS safe here, keeping them alive. Such a good delay here from Liquid. You can really see how these Kiba barriers really get into the heads of the offense, just not able to work things like they once would be able to. Palu, he'll pick up the second kill here for Liquid. He's gotten double digits. BDS, they're trying to finally make an assault, but Liquid get it done in practically flawless fashion again. 2 flawless rounds to end their offensive side, and this defensive end looking so very solid.
Is this where BDS calls their timeout? Because BDS has now lost 4 in a row. Team Liquid called theirs after BDS went up 3-0. Yeah, the next round went to BDS, but Liquid have been on a 4-round streak after that. Clearly, this timeout was able to help them center themselves, get their head back in the game.
Well, it seems that they've finally aggravated the most killing player to ever exist at a LAN, Palu, as he's woken up and decided, hey, I actually really know how to play this game. And since then, he's been absolutely lights out. Every duel that he's been involved in practically going his way, past the moment of Shaiko collecting his 12 kills. Shaiko was on top of the world for the first 4 rounds. He hasn't gotten a kill since, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, 12-2?
12-5.
Then 0-3?
Oh, yes.
Not exactly.
I see the math now. That's on me.
There you go. It doesn't help that in those last 3 rounds, Renshiro's only picked up a single kill, Alem's only picked up a single kill. You've got 3 players on BDS mustering up 2 kills over 3 rounds. That's terrible. That's really terrible for a grand final. And it's not that they've forgotten how to play. Renshiro has struggled with consistency more than anybody else on BDS throughout this major. Nesk has been inconsistent for Liquid throughout this major as well. It's fair for us to say both those statements. And while we pointed out in the last round that you will have an off map or 2, you know that Nesk can show up when needed. Palu had an off map 1, did okay, but still not great map 2, and now he's terrorizing them. For BDS, you've got 3 players who have been inconsistent over the last 3 to 4 rounds. That's over half your team. You cannot have that happen. And even if it's Liquid shutting you down, you can't look at it that way. You have to look at it as, if you're going to win this match, one of these 3 players needs to shake it off. Breeday's been doing all right, but he's been the only bright spot over these last 3 rounds. And even then, some of the kills that he's gotten have been largely impactless and in a losing effort in the dying moments of a round.
And he also has so much heavy lifting to do for this roster. He's got a lot of the hard jobs, Hard Breach being one of them, although he does have that AK-12. But as you said, usually when a player starts to putter out near the end of a game and they got a lot of kills, that opens up the opportunity for your other teammates to step up and start collecting some of those themselves, but hasn't come to fruition. And oh my, BDS, have we mismanaged Z here? Doesn't seem that we have the TCSG working its way out for the first time in some time. Nice little call back to what we saw in 2020 with Ninjas in Pajamas up against SSG, where Canadian was able to take his second hammer.
That was that double TCSG setup from Goyo and Kaid that kept coming out, and it was NiP deciding that they didn't want to use the conventional shotguns. Instead, they just wanted to go with that. What they had available to them. Nesk gets a lot of damage inside of meaning as there's a minute to go in this round, but it doesn't matter how much HP you have. Nesk is such a pivotal force. Liquid clean up 2 quick kills. BDS gets back with it, but Nesk finds number 2. Renshiro goes to Palu. It's a Lems in a 1v4. BDS, they had the lead for 4 rounds. They've watched it dry up. It's evaporated, and the state change goes from gas to Liquid as they're up 5-4, and it's 5 in a row from Liquid.
Oh my. Well, Liquid in a vacuum, looking very solid. Those first 4 rounds from BDS, so very dynamic, but Liquid, they tag 5 together instead. I mean, my word, this roster, especially Nesk. I want you all to realize Nesk had literally 5 HP for all of the gunfights that he took right there, and he won every single one of them. He survived that round inside of meeting. That's not something that you see every day, and Nesk able to accomplish it here. Ask and Palu also having a heck of a game. I was actually talking to Parker in between games, was talking to him about Ask. I figured he'd be the biggest component to Liquid's success today. Nesk not having the greatest tournament, Palu having a banger of a tournament thus far, but Ask really being the deciding factor, especially with some of the Twitch play that we've seen out of him. He has been lethal when it comes to the fragging department. This time around, he's doing it all over again, and we'll see if he can continue on his tirade with that smoke to his name now. BDS, they have to try and get this assault on the basement. The last time around, able to start off decently cleanly. Alem's getting that Rotero drone in to get rid of a decent amount of utility over here on the construction side. It's not going to be the same setup from Liquid. They're going to back it off just a little bit. Still going to have that shield around somewhere, but definitely not going to be right outside.
Taking top on the tower, Renshiro in quite fast. Are drones helping them get to this position? Yes, there are. BDS want to be quick to get down there. Maybe catch Liquid off guard 30 seconds into a round, which would push Team Liquid to match point. Neither team, despite winning a map apiece, have won their respective map. 7-1 all the way back on Theme Park. Team Liquid's map, BDS takes it 7-1. Bank, BDS's map. Team Liquid wins 7-4. Now with this impressive 5-round streak, during which Team Liquid started with 2 flawless rounds in a row and have now done a perfect rotation on defense. TL could get their 6th round, go to match point on their own map and set themselves up excellently to go to Kafe next.
That's one of the scariest prospects about it. Honestly, with how both of these teams are playing at the current moment, I would not be surprised if you and I get all 5 to Skyscraper.
Oh, does it begin?
Especially with Nesk. He's already started it off. Renshiro, he's been missing sorely here on Oregon. BDS, they've needed somebody to try and assist Shaiko, but nobody's home. He's knocking on all the doors down the street. Somebody please help me. I'm one man with a gun, and he's gonna have to try and dip out of construction. Just too much heat from Liquid.
He takes damage from the toxic canister on the way out as well, Sam. Losing about a third, maybe a quarter of his HP. That's 1 bullet. And especially with high rates of fire guns on defense, that could be the difference between life and death. Shaiko will have to make up for lost time because now Alems is dead. Bride goes as well. Liquid just winning every engagement. Shaiko won't be able to get it done. A 3rd flawless round from Liquid, and they've won 6 in a row to go on to match point.
What is happening to BDS? They can't get a foothold, not a kill, nothing, not even the utility in their favor, Parker. Everything going the way of Liquid. They are looking dynamic on this defense. I'd say they're moving a little aquatically, if I'd have to say so myself. Flawless round for them up against BDS that was empowered by Nesk. The LATAM GOAT stepping up. Him and Palu good for 22. Palu has matched Shaiko, who hasn't gotten a kill since those first 4 rounds. They finally used their timeout. Need to slow things down a bit, but I think they might have bled out too much already. This might be the 3rd map going the way of Liquid.
We were talking about kills at the beginning. Shaiko having more kills than all of Liquid combined, and then from that point, his stock plummeted, and Liquid woke up. And it's not even the usual players on Liquid. It's not even Palu and Nesk working together to carry the weight. No, no, no. It seems that there's a dawning of a new Liquid in front of us. When they brought in Lagonis to center this team, the old Nesk-dominated Liquid of old is not on our screens anymore. Ask, Resets, and Lagonis. Even Palu is quite young. These are the kids that are running the show right now.
Yeah, whereas Nesk actually has kids. He is a full-on dad, and he has been for a couple of years now.
He got practice by having the children with him on Team Liquid. In fact, the fan base in Brazil is so young that they refer to fans of Liquid over there as Liquids, as in kids, because they tend to be quite a young fan base. And now it's the younger folk on Liquid who are stealing the show.
This has been kind of a thing this entire year for every region. Everyone looking to CL and seeing if there's a bright prospect to pick up and put on their team. 1, maybe 2, not a full change unless you're some of the lower operating teams in your respective region. But for Liquid and for BDS, it's been working out wonderfully for them. I mean, you're not going too far when picking up Lagonis, let's be honest. He's a major champion. But for BDS and EFAC, even though this game isn't looking all that hot right now, EFAC is one of the reasons that they're even in this grand final. And this is his rookie year. currently sitting at 4-6 on map 3 of a grand final here in Sweden. I mean,
look at Spoit's impact on Rogue.
Oh, absolutely.
Rogue does not win the major in Berlin without Spoit.
Don't you dare down talk my boy Deepak, okay?
Deepak's been around for a while.
He has.
Even though he hasn't competed at Tier 1 level, he's been around for quite a while. So I don't know if you can call him the same rookie. Spoit is literally young.
Straight up 18 years old. 18. This game came out when I was 18. That is a ridiculous thing. Absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was wild when Bolo jumped in and started gunning everybody down. Then Spoit does it, and all these young guns showing what they can do.
I mean, I remember in NA when people were talking about Yaga, who was 15 at the time, when he makes it to Pro League. And I'm thinking to myself, that's forever from now. And now Yaga's been competing for over a year. So time flies when you're having fun. BDS not having very much fun, but the timer is still flying by. Shaiko in, no good. Palu swats him away. A second from Palu, resets down below. Liquid mopping the floor right now. It won't be flawlessly done. Alem's denying that, but EFAC will need to find 4 kills. He won't even get 1. Liquid wins 7 damn rounds in a row, and they move to championship point.
Well, my friend, Oregon is looking a lot like Brazil here in this matchup. 7 perfect rounds, a stunned audience. BDS is gonna need all of your help going through these 2 matches. I hope you're ready. Better get some water. We're gonna throw it to break, and we'll be back with the analyst desk.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody, and allow me to play my best counting vampire kind of moment here, because Team Liquid not only came back from 1 round deficit, not 2, 3, 4, but they did it 4-0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Team Liquid with a victory on map 3. They're 1 away from being crowned major champions.
Yeah, that's indeed a very good title to have, and we're potentially 1 map away, as you mentioned. Going into this game, Liquid had a tough battle ahead of them. They started out on the attack on a very defensive favored map, whereas both teams have very good stats on their defense. But like you mentioned with the previous map as well, Liquid seems to have information on what BDS do, because they played this map against Wolves, and for example, LMs was sitting in tier 3, and the players of Liquid knew. They had such good information, they had drones, but they just couldn't close out rounds. I found it very interesting how it took round 5 with type of a pocket strat to finally break through the defense of BDS.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, you know, you talked about the pocket strat. That actually started in round 4 with, it was a real change. And I want to give props again to Huxord, the coach of Liquid. Because yesterday, he pulled a timeout in Villa where they had a very clear change to deal with the Monty. After round 3, he pulled a timeout because Liquid were 3-0 down and said, boys, our traditional way of playing isn't working. Let's try the pocket strat with the blitz in round 4. Didn't work. Let's try the pocket strat in round 5 to try and get the plant. And that was the start. As soon as they'd won a round, they were in the game and they went through their attacks. Got a couple, got a okay split after a 4-2 after looking awful. Then when they got on the defense, their win condition was actually to target the cutoff, to target the weak points of BDS. So they targeted Renshiro, often holding the angles outside the main door. They targeted Elems on the backstab, and they let basically Shaiko and Efak just be the last two alive, deal with the weak points first, and then we can team play around in a 4v2, 5v2. That's why we saw so many flawless rounds coming out of them.
Yeah, and I've seen super aggressive setups as well from Liquid with a shield in the blue door, just shooting down all these floors, RC irritator charges. And something I'd also like to mention is Shaiko had a really good start of the game. There was a point where he was going 12 in 1, and then a few rounds after, he was going 12 in 6. Which is a very big difference, and the end of the game actually going 12 in 8. So after he went 12 in 1, there was no way he could still get a kill. A little bit of a disappointing game maybe coming out from LMs as well. League Effect as well, he's really been countered by Liquid so far.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, they looked at those pain points, you know, for Renshi and Elems, that like they were the ones that were targeted when they were on the attack. And Renshi actually gets this a lot. A lot of teams do this against Renshi, where he is the guy that is. So most attacks, what will happen is like 2 or 3 of the main attacker coming from one side, and then Renshiro will be the one that we're holding the cutoff. Now, when the defense focus on Renshiro, then there's no cutoff. And then once they've got that 5v3, 5v2, they can explode as defenders back onto the main push. And that's exactly what Liquid are doing on their defense.
Here was our MVP for this matchup. Who is it? We got it on the screen in just a second here. And there it is. It's Palu. Okay, well, great. Unsurprising, the man has been the MVP of my heart throughout this whole tournament. Why not one more map? And speak details on all of this. We'll be back to continue for map number 4 in the series. We got our resident expert, Mr. Worldwide himself, Alphama, please. What do you want to talk about, my friend?
Well, just like you said, Liquid won 7 rounds in a row, right? And I think every read started clicking after this round, especially. It was the first attack they were able to put on the board. I want us to take a little bit of a look to the setup on BDS side right now. As you can see, both Likefak are roaming downstairs, which leaves only 3 players to hold kids. Now, usually that's not a problem. Renshi's job is to prevent people from jumping in big window, and he's controlling white stairs. Bride's job is to prevent people to come in from trophy, and he can get a crossfire going with Shaiko, both from the doorway and the line of sight they set up. And then Shaiko needs to make sure nobody comes in from attic. The problem comes that if someone dies, an area is open. Look at Renshi. He's on a cam, gets off, and gets punished by Palu. Now, if I'm on Liquid's shoes right now, I want to drone sight and see, is there potential to rush this? Now look at Nesk. He's droning this, and they can make a quick call to just be like, all right, let's go for this. Only 2 defenders remain on site. We should definitely push. Now look how quick they are. Lagonis and Palu already are on big window. Ask is on white stairs. And Nesk is on trophy ready to push in. All they need to do now is collapse on site. So that's exactly what they're going to do. They're pushing in, flashing in, pushing Bride and Shaiko stuck into kids. And they need to kill the 2 kills. Shaiko dies, Bride dies. All they have to do now is plant and watch for the rotation from the 2 roamers that were downstairs. Look at what Kaski is doing. Gets the first kill, and will get the second one downstairs. Perfect attack from Liquid, flawless, and that's what put them back on strike.
Thank you very much, Alphama. And there it is, breaking things down here. The milliseconds, and really the only few seconds that it took for Liquid to realize what was going on and then actively act on the situation. That's pretty impressive. And that's how we're able to come back 7 rounds in a row for that map 3 victory. But on to our next one. It's Kafe Dostoyevsky. Is there any team that's favored in this one? Because let's remind everybody again, Team Liquid just need one more map, and then that's it. It's done. They're major champions. But for BDS, they need to take it to a map 5.
I think as a very quick summary, BDS Kafe was a map that BDS in groups targeted to play in those best of ones. It was a map that we've not really seen out of BDS, you know, during stage 3, most of stage 2 for UL. They put it away, but for groups they brought it out and they looked very, very good. I think they won all 3 games that they played on it during groups. Conversely for Liquid, whenever they've played it during Copa Elite, stage 1, 2, and 3, they've been hit and miss on it. So, like I said, we've got to the end of the ban phase now where these 2 teams are picking maps that they're expecting to win on. These are the heavy-hitting maps that they're relying on.
Yeah, this is a very high preference map for BDS. Like you mentioned, they played it a lot during the group phase. Their current win streak is a 4-game win streak, which is quite a lot. Their 3rd best defensive win rate as well. For Liquid, in recent history, they played this map once, lost it, and they only won a third of their attacking rounds on that game. Now that's a big concern for me because we've seen how defensive favored it has been so far and how it took Liquid a pocket threat, like we saw in the telestrator as well, to actually come through the defense. For BDS, that didn't really happen. And if they pick this map, they might start on attack. If they have another slow start, then would you pick another slow timeout? Are you going to show some pocket threats that maybe eventually break through the defensive lineup?
I think the big thing for me is like, especially how Liquid have it's just worked them in Oregon, where they've looked at basically looking at attacking the weak points of BDS, looking at attacking Ranchero when he's holding the cutoffs, looking at attacking a Lems when he's trying to backstab, and basically putting all of their energy in. So if I'm BDS, I'm sat here thinking, well, how can I reinforce that? So I'm hoping to see them play a little bit tighter, a little bit more close together. Sure, they might not get the freebies on the cutoff, but they should stop giving away freebies at the same time.
All right, you know I have to ask the question, map 5 or not?
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, Jönköping, can you hear me? Are we doing map 5 or what? I think they want it. Maybe Team Liquid can give it to BDS and go to map 5. Who knows? We're going to toss it to break. When do we come back? It's our grand final that continues in Jönköping.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara.
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one. No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but alright. It's easy enough.
Kinda hot in my mouth. Non merci, ça va aller. Ça monte.
Can we have a word in case of emergency?
Carotte.
Carrots.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Through the shop.
T'as la bonne réponse. Ok. Vas-y, comment?
So the recruit sauce, I will take it with you. I will take with you, okay? Sure.
Ok, ok. J'en mets plus.
You are dead.
Quoi? Bon, t'es prêt?
Ouais.
Vas-y, 3,
2, 1.
Je pourrais en mettre dans mon plat.
Pareil.
Pas trop.
Je pourrais en mettre dans mon café, dans tout. Looks like tropical sauce a bit.
Yes, you can.
Asian sauce.
Good, good.
Very good sauce.
Good sauce.
10 on 10.
10 on 10 also. Moi je sais pas.
It was the CEO of M&M Gaming.
Ah mais oui, je l'ai vu sur Twitter. Non.
Seconde sauce.
Je dois en mettre plus, hein.
It's the capital one. Vas-y, je me sers. So I know this sauce because I have Tunisian origins and it smells like meshouya, but it's very. Oh, c'est vraiment fort, hein. La meshouya par contre. Vas-y, un bon app, hein.
Vas-y, bon app, hein.
Bon app. I like it. To be honest, it's smooth than this.
Ça pique moins que celle d'avant.
Ouais, mais c'est peut-être un slow burn. Maybe it's a slow burn sauce, we don't know. Next.
Allez, c'est parti.
Next question.
Is this it? Is this the final map between Team BDS and Team Liquid? Do we see Team Liquid finally get over the hump and win their first major championship? Or is there more to be written in the history books? Because we're going to BDS's map, Kafe.
We are indeed. It could be pretty close. Liquid don't exactly have the best tenure on this map, but I mean, how else are you supposed to win a grand final, right? Especially in the way that they have Oregon. We thought that it might be all she wrote right there. I mean, BDS getting away with so very much early on in that game, but Team Liquid, they change hats, they change faces, and they take it to BDS. 7 rounds straight after their first 4 are lost. This could be it here in Mother Russia. Team BDS versus Team Liquid on Kafe, and Habana is going to be our very first ban.
It wasn't even just 7 rounds in a row. It's how dominant those 7 rounds were, right? The timeout gets taken by BDS, amounts to absolutely nothing. 3 of those 7 rounds were won flawlessly. 2 more won with 4 players still alive. First bloods in almost every single one of those rounds. And the 2 rounds on attack, they got the diffuser down and they drew first blood on it as well. That's just so lopsided. BDS fell off a cliff on that map. And I'll tell you this, I walked past BDS while we were on break to go grab some water, and there was a lot of very angry voices, as you would come to expect.
Are you sure that wasn't just French? Because like my fiance is French, sometimes it gets like that.
Congratulations on having a fiance.
Like, you have a girlfriend and you play video games? That's impressive.
That's impressive. Really impressive. No, I was just going to make a joke about, of course, a big flex, but I mean, your girlfriend is actually, or your fiance is actually stronger than you, so she could flex you right now.
She could.
Either way. No, I mean, it's entirely possible that I'm misinterpreting, and you don't want to think too much about it, but it's just another data point, right? If BDS are coming into this map and they're already tilted, they're already angry, maybe you're frustrated at a certain player not being up to snuff, maybe somebody made a boneheaded move 1 or 2 rounds in a row, all of a sudden, all of that anger spills over into this map. This is BDS's map pick of Kafe. So it stands to reason that they should come out ahead here. But the first 2 maps were won by the opposite team. So Team Liquid doing it again, winning BDS's map again is not out of the question. And if that happens, Team Liquid win the major, they're major champions.
Set your stats on fire, folks. Get your bets in. It's time for a heavyweight bout here on Kafe. BDS are out the gates. Liquid not going to have Jaeger at their disposal or Azami for the defensive and the offense, already making quite a bit of sense.
But Valkyrie is available.
To ask as well, which has been so very dominant across this entire land with it.
No Jaeger, no Azami. Valk had been a staple ban through those first 3 maps. Ying being banned out by Team BDS every single time is not a shocker. Liquid going with the hard breach of Hibana means that you will likely see an awful lot of ace because you don't want to be in too close proximity to those hard breach gadgets that are going down. Selmas that'll be thrown onto that wall that you see right there where Brede was just positioned at the top of red. Selma's being thrown onto the bathroom and back bar walls as well. When eventually Liquid goes downstairs, Selma's tossed onto that bakery and kitchen wall. And just as I say it, where does the Selma go? Onto the top of red, opening up some of that for the attackers. Lagonis gets chased out by a Rotero drone over by Humidors. BDS have opened up the hatches, and their assault will begin on this top floor.
It's a very good thing that Liquid have brought so much utility here with the shields, the castle barricades, and banshees, everything in between. There's so much utility for BDS to use here to try and break up this map with the 4 frag grenades as well as the Rotero drones coming through. Also have some of those impacts available to Alems, although more than likely already burnt those. Ask, gonna be down for the count. I don't know if he's recoverable at this current moment. There's really no one around him. They're gonna have about like 20 seconds to go get him. I think Lagonis, he's on a medical mission across the map. It might be really close on the timer, but I do believe that he will get him, and he will indeed, with plenty of time to spare as well. Holding that wound, Shaiko, he knows they're down low, but he's not willing to try and burn a frag grenade for this.
3 players from BDS within striking distance. Shaiko takes out Ness, gives BDS a decent shot. This first bomb site for Team Liquid is upstairs in Cocktail. It's a good rhythm to Kafe. All 4 of the bomb sites should be seen before we finish this map. Resets now down for the count as well. Palu blown up by a grenade. This is the start that BDS needs. Down goes Palu, secured. Lagonis down now too. Aska's last man standing, coming up red stairs. Everybody from BDS still alive as the diffuser goes down. Can Ask make some noise? Looks to the left. Diffuser to the right. No, BDS starts with a flawless round on Kafe.
Back into the saddle for BDS. Their very first round in the last 7 from what we saw on Oregon. They'll get it done with the offensive side of Kafe. Remember, this is their map choice, but obviously Liquid, they chose defense because why wouldn't you? It's Kafe, for God's sakes. They're going to start out on the top floor, which over the years has become less and less favorable for teams, especially considering, you know, Jaeger being banned out here in Azami. Gets a little bit more difficult. You only have those Wamai discs to really try and thwart things. You can maybe try and bring in some laser gates or something like that to really try and help yourself out. But no Rooney the last time around for Liquid. Instead, they're going to send it downstairs to Kitchen, and we're going to have a completely different look for this operator lineup. They're going to destroy the walls here inside of Kitchen, try and hold things here inside of Bakery as well. This is going to be a defensive matrix for the history books, especially with this Frost and Capcan working their way in. They are trying to throw everything and the kitchen sink at BDS right now.
Oh, I get it. Kitchen sink. Because they're defending Kitchen.
Yeah, I'm not that...
We've got some real thinkers on that. Are you telling me that that wasn't intentional?
It might not have been. I might not have thought that far, I'll be honest.
Just shut up and take credit. That's what you got to do. Just be quiet and say, yeah, of course that was planned.
I am just that whimsical. I'm that deep. Look for my next rap album on SoundCloud.
In terms of this Kafe map, its pick rate through this major is the 2nd lowest, only trailed by Theme Park, tied with Border at just 5 plays. This will be the 6th time that we see a Kafe. Basically a coin flip map, 55% of rounds won by the defense, 45% won by attackers. Nice play by Ask to shut down Alems as he drops. An opening pick for Liquid is good. They've managed to stave off at least a flawless defeat, as we had seen in the previous round.
Well, running into the issue you always do on Kafe, trying to find a foothold, right? But it looks like EFAC might be that variable that's necessary. Nobody playing Kochek, nobody really home, and a huge opening here for him. Don't know if he saw the body inside of Freezer. They do have the Banshees here. No, give up the goods. EFAC, he's in sight.
I cannot believe BDS are just doing this again. 90 seconds in, and suddenly they are very aware of the presence of BDS, Sam.
Something scary to think about. An F2 right on the other side of your door, especially when you're Frost. That SMG, it's good at range with that 1.5, but when it's up close and personal with a high rate of fire gun, not necessarily the operator that you want to be playing.
Sorry, is EFAC still just in there?
Yes.
Yeah,
he's
he
sitting in
is.
Coffee.
Oh.
He's going to deal some serious damage. Paulu's going to drop down. Somebody has to help their friend. The plant's going down inside a kitchen as well. BDS, they've completely went around the setup of Liquid. They've damaged it from the inside out, but Paulu's somehow been able to fight back. The plant goes down, but Liquid, they have the man advantage. BDS, they're doing their best. Rocking a hard play. Shaiko, he's got the crossfire, but he can't assist Renshiro here. The Pokeball will capture him. Shaiko, he has to make magic happen. We've seen it before. Do we see it again? We don't. Resets. He's been so good in this grand final, Parker, and he gets it done for them again. A 1-1 scoreline.
Well, time and time again, we see teams vacate the bomb site. And then the attackers rush on in. BDS do that. EFAC sees the entry point, tries to exploit it as he charges into the bomb site. BDS do not have it within their grasp to follow up. And just as Team Liquid did, en route to a championship against G2, that old Penta squad, they wait and bait in BDS and then go for the retake and punish BDS for it. Kitchen goes in favor of Team Liquid despite BDS getting that diffuser down in the third bomb site. With 3 of these 4 bomb sites still open, will be over in reading. Right as the action happened, EFAC so rudely interrupted me. Kafe is the second least played map. It's tied with Border for only 5 plays, but now we'll get its 6th, leaving Border as the least played map in the major. Kafe, 55% for the defenders, 45% for the attackers. Team Liquid starting on defense will then be given the benefit of the better side. In terms of the bomb sites, Bar Cocktail on the top floor. That was bomb site number 1 that Team Liquid went to. BDS won it flawlessly. It is the highest win rate and the most plays. So for the defenders, the win rate is 68% of all rounds. That is extremely lopsided. And BDS did it without Team Liquid winning a single gunfight. That's incredible stuff. This bomb site in particular, reading and dining, is another coin flip. 46% of rounds won by the defenders, 54% by the attackers.
Just shows you how difficult it is to try and hold some of these key portions of the map around utility pieces when you don't have Jaeger. You just have those magnets that come over time for Wamai, but a little bit harder to deliver on those promises when it comes to a timing-based utility. So we'll see if Liquid can possibly muster the same thing BDS has been on their offensive side when they get there, but got a long ways to go. About a quarter of the way through this map, Alems will start launching concussions downrange towards Pixel or Bolo spot, whatever you know it as. And our Liquid member will be able to reside in stacks for a little while longer. Love this pulse play here from Ask as well. Sign of a good pulse player, management of the cardiac sensor. You can see he's not just staying trained on that one player, he's looking around everywhere to constantly try and feed info back to his squad that could give them over a very big kill. 1:40 now remain. BDS, they've gotten in around the map. They've gotten their kill as well. This execute's starting to build, but after Alems goes down, it might be a little risky. What was that from Nesk? Shaiko, he puts his face in the wrong place, and he gets gunned down for it.
EFAC on Ash, losing all but 1 HP. Down on that bottom floor, he'll soldier on, worse for wear, but wearing it well. BDS, get in, get that first pick. Liquid answer back. EFAC, after taking off the last map, has suddenly shown up in spades so far through these 3 rounds. I need more performance like that from him. But again, just on 1 HP. So Liquid can shut him down with just about anything. No impacts and no nitro cells, so Liquid will just take gunfights directly. BDS working their way from mining and dining, opening up a portion of that dining wall. And now reading is the place for Liquid to turn their attention. Salma's going off on the hard wall to give a gaze into the bomb site. Get a good look as to where these Liquid players might be sitting. Only 30 seconds remain on the clock. Liquid just need to play this one out. The Nitro cell that I'd mentioned is pre-placed, so you need to ensure the Valkyrie of Reset stays alive long enough to do something with it. Sledge will jiggle peek, losing the gunfight as Palu traded back by Resets. Remember, EFAC is on just a single piece of HP, finished off by Resets. He and Brede will now come to blows as there's only 5 seconds left. Can he run away in time? No, Resets sticks it to him, and Liquid win their second in a row.
Nothing quite like the Golden Deagle to put it away for a round. Liquid pull ahead here, 2-1. BDS. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they need some of your energy at this current moment. If BDS do not win this Kafe, it's all she wrote. Liquid will be your major finalists. Ladies and gents, let's get some energy for BDS in the crowd.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
I think we got to cue a couple of French fans here. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, we're in Europe.
We are, aren't we?
We are.
I did have to take a flight across the ocean. That's weird.
You certainly did. And European fans will cheer for European teams. What a shocker. Though I will say, in the W7M Liquid matchup yesterday, the crowd was quite loud for Liquid, just as they were for TSM in that TSM versus Sonics matchup in the quarterfinals. So they're not just cheering for what might be the home region team, they're cheering for everybody.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I like how they freed EFAC, by the way. You put him on the Ashe, now you're putting him on more of those fragging operated roles. Now it's Nook's time to shine. Palu going for the run out, doesn't find anything, but gives his position away by the reading door. EFAC needs to find that avenue up to the bomb site on the top floor. Use Nook to the best of her ability. A second attempt for Team Liquid to go to the most defender-favored bomb site, yet Team BDS won it without Liquid being able to get a single kill back in round number 1. It'll be a perfect rotation for Liquid if they triumph on this cocktail bomb site. It will also lock this bomb site for the remainder of the half.
This is where the rubber hits the road for Liquid. They can get this round right here. This might be the demise of BDS going down the line. And Shear's gonna get a drone in for the skylight. Always a fantastic position to try and abuse the area of Longbar. You can see into Freezer deeply as well, and you can also work it around that skylight to see some angles that you can't necessarily get to. That was just a regular individual. EFAC gonna be downstairs, but that frag grenade gonna be a call sign to his inevitable arrival here up brown stairs. Alems will take down Ask, but Palu, he hasn't missed a beat since the last map. Still on top of it, still in stride. He'll take down EFAC. And BDS now have to try and find some other means to open up this round.
Palu has favored the same spot under the skylight for multiple rounds now. And whether he does or doesn't get droned out is immaterial because he's still able to kill you even if you have intel on him. Now, not as the case for that engagement as Alems walks away with a very pivotal pick. Liquid trail in terms of numbers. They don't have to worry about the Nook of EFAC, and also the best player statistically being EFAC helps them a lot. But it will be a far more direct assault from BDS. The numbers will continue to go in their favor. Down goes Nesk to Renshiro. Resets knows he has one on Repel, soften up Alems. Nade from below from Shaiko, well timed. Lagonis with no kills to his name will need to find 4 to win the round. Can he do that? One on Repel, that was damage that was done to Alems earlier on. All he needs to do is be patient. Trying to bait them out. Alems doesn't hear this. Lagonis dies to the Claymore. Alems doesn't even take matters into his own hands. The Gadget does it instead. Tie game.
BDS getting it done from the majority outside the building. All except for Shaiko that gets a kill with a grenade.
He wasn't even on the same floor.
Not even on the same floor. I looked over at our third-person perspective, and the entire top floor, besides Repels, was all Liquid. Everyone rotating around Christmas, bar, cocktail, trying to hold on to these angles and make sure that BDS cannot get inside. But BDS were ready. They were set for war, especially when it came to Palu. That was the big kill there from Alems. He was dismantling BDS at every corner from that position around the bomb chassis, but finally found an answer. So he's eliminated for round 4. BDS will keep it neck and neck, and that's exactly what they want for this offensive side.
I mean, if you keep it close, that's a win for both teams right now. In terms of these bomb sites, once again, it is a coin flip map. Even though there is a small advantage to the defenders, a 55% win rate for the defense is still at the mercy of what operators are banned and what teams are playing. We've seen teams be extremely proficient on defense, struggle on attack. That's going to skew the numbers. Vice versa as well. If you get two great attacking teams on a very defender-sided map, it's not out of the question to see it suddenly become attacker favored. And then you turn around and say, well, statistically speaking, through the entirety of this major, 70% of rounds have been won by the defense, but they've only won 3 rounds so far. What is going on? Well, it's because coin flip maps are often decided by the factors that are unique to that matchup and not defined by the map itself. And Kafe is in that boat. That said, BDS have one bar cocktail, one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the match. Really incredible stuff for BDS and showing the confidence and comfort that they have. Now they'll lose Alems early, but
oh, here we go again.
He's a phantom menace. EFAC is in the bomb site again. They know he's there because the Yokai picks up on the Nook numbers, but he's able to still take down Lagonis either way. BDS need to take advantage of this even after sacrificing that first pick.
Indeed, a Phantom Menace, but this might be the duel of fates here between these two. EFAC, he's got the entire site to himself. This is the most oddball thing you've ever seen in your life. The offense, now the defense. They don't even have the plant down yet either. That's usually when we consider that even going on. Liquid, they vacated the entire bottom floor, and they now have to try and retake into a 3 versus 4. Palu attempting to look for something outside. Flirting with death there. Might have wanted to try and go for the hop out, but definitely not something he'd want to try and push too far. Only 30 seconds here, and BDS will take the lead for the first time in some time. Resets is going to drop back into Freezer. Nobody home for BDS, all except for Bride, who will fall to Palu. Remember, you need 7 seconds to defuse this, so 10 seconds remain here. They have to get something done. EFAC, he's literally prone on top of the case. Not enough time. Ace is in the hole for BDS. A wide door open as EFAC comes through and claims the round.
Boy, oh boy, if the reason why BDS goes to map number 5 is because of EFAC's performance on Kafe, then that in and of itself is an incredible story. But for the second time in a row, Team Liquid goes downstairs to this kitchen bomb site. They assemble most of their forces on the top floor, assuming that BDS will start with a top-down clear, which is a great assumption to make. Most teams are going to begin by clearing out Cocktail, ensuring that there's none of the defenders playing inside of Dining, over towards Train, or holding either of those staircases. But instead, they assess that there's nobody from Liquid inside a bakery. There's nobody from Liquid inside a prep. There's a single Yokai drone there, and guess what? Nook is invisible. Yeah, you get those little spindly bars at the bottom, similar to what happens with Vigil's cloaking device, but that just tells you that there's a Nook nearby, not literally feet behind you. And for the second time on the same bomb site, BDS call that brilliantly, and EFAC gets in, does a ton of damage, and survives almost until the bitter end, as you said, lying on the case by those rack and rolls inside of the front of Kitchen. Team Liquid cannot win this first half. BDS still can. Best that Liquid can do is a 3-3. And Liquid being this favored defender team, this is not the result that they wanted because it does not set them up for success on the second half.
And that is the damage that Nook can cause. An absolute anomaly when it comes to the offensive side of Rainbow Six. You're taught your entire life to trust your cameras, trust your ears, trust your instincts in this game. And all of a sudden there's a ghoul that can creep into your sight and shoot you in the back of the head unbeknownst to anyone, unless you're looking at her with your bare eyes. BDS able to capitalize on that. Round 6 now could be in their favor as well, as they've gotten the lead for the very first time in some time. Alems is going to be able to get rid of a little bit of utility, has these Rotaro drones to be able to assist as well, but have they gotten rid of the mute jammer here in the corner? It's the only thing that could be a little worrisome. Doesn't try and go for the soft paneling here. He's going right for this shield. It'll be easy peasy here inside of Pixel. Nest going to stick around. Usually you see highly mechanical players in this area. That's why we usually call it the Bolo spot over in NA, as he is the best about playing around those shields. But Nesk, obviously no slouch. More than likely to see Shaiko there later on in this match as well. About halfway through now for BDS as they're wrapping around this top floor. Really like EFAC playing on the single panel here for the White Hallway as well, trying to keep Liquid back towards stacks.
Oh my, Palu the first pick. Is that set for a Nitro Cell to go up from Ask? Can he thread the needle?
Oh no,
Here it comes! Kaboom! Alems gets pulverized and blown to smithereens by Ask down below.
Alems, I thought he'd have the sixth sense there. Definitely not the safest place to be if somebody's magically shotgunning holes open beneath you. Probably a reason they're doing that. But apparently Alems needed to drone something out there, gets taken down, and now BDS looking worse for wear because of it. It's a 5v3 in favor of Team Liquid. And they've been like Liquid for a lot of this series so far, being able to manage so much stress, so much pressure, and work around BDS. EFAC gonna drop off the top floor now, where the rest of his team resides. Might be in just some big trouble though. It's a swing about to come through from Ask. Looking for it here. Oh, so very close. And he's actually gonna work his way up red. This is really gonna throw a spanner in the works.
They see one another. But can they capitalize off of this Pillar's play? Both members of BDS nearby. EFAC turns around, Liquid pulverizing them. Renshiro's the last man standing. Having the best game statistically that he's had so far, denies a flawless round for Liquid. Will he find more than that? One more? That'll be it. Timer runs out. First half, 3-3 for both teams.
Well, you know what that means, Parker. Something has to give. Both of these teams bending. They're not breaking. The adaptations constantly from both sides, especially with this man right here, EFAC, and what he was able to accomplish on the offense. But the shoe's on the other foot. We have to see what these two teams can do respectively on these new sides. What a have to have here. Team Liquid, they're only 4 rounds away from claiming the major. But it feels like there might be another map in the works here if BDS has something to say about it. They're now on the favorable side here. As Santero was talking about earlier, 55% defensive win rate on this map. It's actually quite close for Common Day Siege here, especially in the favor of the defense. You know, usually the offense getting away with a lot nowadays with attacker repick. But both of them even keel here coming into round 7. Team Liquid also having a different idea of how they want to go about this. We're going to have the Nomads in here from Palu to try and lock up the stairwell, something very common here on Kafe. Finka also in the works as well to keep those health pools high. And hopefully they'll keep their hopes up high as well and their heads down low. Got to stay alive. Lagonis will switch out for the Dokkaebi. That's a huge one there. Absolutely love that one. Know it's one of your favorites as well. The logic bombs coming in, making your job so very easy. Doesn't matter if you're a pro or a bronze. You drop one of those logic bombs and you know where a lot of players are across the field. You simply hop on a drone after that and you start searching.
Could be the last opportunity to do the first half tail of the tape, so why don't we? 3 opening picks for BDS, 3 opening picks for Team Liquid. But they don't directly correlate with the rounds that were won. Fun stat for you. BDS got the diffuser down 2 times that I have count. Potentially a third, because there were a couple times where they got kills as the diffuser was being planted. Relatively stable first half for both teams. Lagonis, right now, the only player to get a kill. The good news for Liquid is that he is so rarely their win condition. Being able to fire back is, of course, a good thing. You don't need to be Nicholas Maritzen or Pengu, as every single one of those advertisements says, to know that you want to be getting at least a couple kills in a match. But Lagonis has not been in a position where he needs to do that. Team Liquid have been relying an awful lot off Palu, resets, and lesser Nesk to get these first picks. And they've been doing an all right job. As for BDS, I would say far more impressive gunplay from BDS, but that's just through 6 rounds. There's still time for it to change. And Palu starts to heat up. This could be all but over. Nades go in. Bride avoids them. Another one will be tossed on in. Nitro Cell goes out. Does not find the target it wants. Liquid finds 2 picks very quickly on. A third as well as there's Nesk. EFAC has the attention of 1, but the more that he's distracted, the less he'll be able to impact the actual play. The previous round, Renshiro got a pick to deny a flawless. EFAC will do the same this time. Lagonis with diffuser down. That's why he doesn't need to get picks. And Palu and him will trade, but it doesn't matter because as the diffuser almost goes down, Liquid take their very first attack and their 4th round in this matchup.
All smiles as they take full control of the bar site. Not only that, but also a little interesting tidbit there. Nook on the rappel there for the windows. Not exactly something you see every day. Probably go to somebody else to try and play some grenades there, but doesn't really matter. I mean, Team Liquid and most importantly, Nesk getting away with so very much there. I also love just the fact that he jumped down white stairs to try and take that duel with EFAC. He's like, is it okay if I try for this quad real quick? All right, cool. So off the top rope we go. Team Liquid pull ahead 4-3, and BDS, I absolutely respect this decision making. They don't want to play up top anymore, Parker. They want to head down low into kitchen, see if they can get something going here. They're going to have the crossfire set up here inside of Coat Check. That's more than likely where we could see somebody like Shaiko. We don't see them sending nearly as many bodies to the north as we saw from Liquid, as they had bodies all over our 2nd and 3rd floors. We're going to have a couple here from BDS, but a lot more of a home body for the majority of the squad.
It's a rough game from Bride as well. Shaiko showing that he's quite mortal. Thank God for the rookie. That's what I'm sure BDS are saying, except BDS fans will be saying that in French. See, the only God that I tend to hear about in Quebec French are words that I can't say on this broadcast, talking about the church.
The only one that I know is baguette, because it means like a couple of different things. It means bread, as in, you know, the shape of bread. But did you also know that it means...
Very worried where you're going with
Did you know it also means magic wand? I'm not even joking. If you watch Harry Potter in French, the magic wand is a baguette. Just like that. The French come through with some magic of their own. No baguette needed. Nitro Cell instead will take out Ask.
Renshiro is having one of the best matches of this entire major, and BDS are so desperately in need of that. Liquid answer back as Resets walks in, gets a kill, backs out. Logic Bomb will go off. Lagonis might not have a kill, but he was getting the diffuser down in the previous round, and now he's doing utility work.
Oh my God!
Excuse me on that flick!
What was that from Nesk? Truly disgusting. The reaction time. This man has been playing this game since beta. It's been 7, almost 8 years of Nesk dominance, and he's still putting in the work. Disgusting stuff inside of lobby.
Well, its Sledge is available now as it had been banned out on a previous map. Team Liquid are showing exactly how you want to apply that soft destruction over top of the kitchen bomb site. BDS still have 3 left, and a Yokai up, at least 1 Yokai. Renshiro with that earlier pick is now backed away, seeking some safety in the kitchen, but BDS's numbers will go down. Renshiro now under fire. EFAC down for the count. Bride inside a freezer, but that's intel given to Liquid. Nesk has been dropped. Renshiro could potentially capitalize off this. Resets will take his teammate's place. He sees the head of the Echo, but Bride wins the engagement. It's just Palu left. Nesk is bleeding out. A grenade gets tossed on in, but Palu does not have the target in mind. Can he get to Nesk on time? That is the question. Is he retrievable? 30 seconds to go, and Palu is going to try for that. BDS might not know that there's a down, but Renshiro has the angle. Palu will cross paths with him. There's a nade ready, primed. The Yokai getting into a different position. Grenade goes in. Bride's now been dropped as well. Palu needs a single kill onto Renshiro. Can Renshi pop up with these 10 seconds left? Nesk bleeds out. There's the engagement. Palu knows he's in the back of the kitchen with the shotgun. Palu just needs to hit a single shot, but Renshi flattens him. 4 rounds for Liquid, answered by a 4th from BDS, and we are tied yet again.
No shakes out of Renshi. On his belly, he crawls around the kitchen floor with a shotgun in hand, awaiting his prey. Palu gets just a little too close to the sun, and he's evaporated. Team Liquid now tied up 4-4 with BDS after a fantastic opener from Nesk. It's snuffed out by the French squad. To the mid-floor we go. Back and forth we go here on Kafe. What a round there from BDS, staying stalwart in their site setup. Been really appreciative of the way that they've been able to work with each other, coinciding extremely well on their angle play, their angle work, masterful. Such an ability to take down Liquid. Doesn't come easy, especially when you're playing up against somebody like Nesk.
Oh my. This almost feels like a fifth map. It's not, but BDS are fighting for their lives because Liquid are on the verge of a championship. Their last opportunity to win on a major stage came all the way back in 2021 at SI. If Liquid do it, with Lagonis currently dropping 0 kills, that's going to be an interesting factoid in this final map, one for the history books. Either way, it's always nice to be able to sit alongside and watch history in our esport unfold, and this match definitely checks off that box.
Yeah, you can feel it. You feel the energy in the room. You can feel it in the lobby right now inside this server. Liquid's gonna open up the hatches upstairs with Palu and that sledge. Also, Lagonis, just as a fun little reminder for you, actually the most effective support player here at LAN. Shut down here thus far in this series. He has a cost of 74% here in Jönköping. Minute now down off the clock. Liquid mostly focused about trying to clear out this top floor, play around these windows, try and get something done around Stack. That frag grenade will prevent some stuff, some preventative maintenance here. Another nade down and a swing here, but Alems, he's waiting in the wings. He'll take down Ask, who hasn't had the greatest of games, but we need to see somebody assist the rest of Liquid. Otherwise, BDS, they're most definitely building up to around 9.
Palu patrolling this open window. Looking on white. See if somebody from BDS will decide to peek that direction. No, they won't. Valkyrie cameras set up, strewn about the map, covering the entry points that Liquid can use to get on in. Losing that nuke early for Liquid, frankly, sucks with a Valkyrie on the board because you can evade watch on those cameras. Double digits for Renshiro, by the way. He and EFAC leading this team with 20 kills combined. Could it be an 11th? Yes, it is. Through the wall, EFAC takes over the lead on his team. Shaiko is down for the count. Brede is as well. Nesk is in the middle of the bomb site. Liquid finding an exploit of their own, and suddenly they are toppling this BDS defense, but Alems reveals his presence from above. Lagonis gets the diffuser down, still hasn't found a kill. Down goes Nesk, and down goes Lagonis as well. Palu put in a clutch situation.
The clutchest player at LAN has the most and the opportunity again to do it up against BDS, and what a time to be alive for all of our fans at home. The sledge holes will be made above, the shots back and forth, EFAC with the quad, and BDS take the lead again.
What a performance from this new player, powering up as the time goes on, absolutely dominating. Taking it to these storied players on Liquid, some of the best players to emerge from all of Brazil, and he gets a quad. No timeouts have been taken just yet. Both these teams so close. BDS 1 round away from match point.
Man, looks like we're gonna be going over to mining and dining, fireplace hall, whatever you guys call it at home for your respective squads, friends, ranked games, solo, whatever you play. BDS is most definitely going to be headed here. Going to be changing some things up here in the defensive lineup. I really like the addition of the Maestro here. You're really trying to keep track of what's going on, especially inside of mining. Very quick access for the offenders via blacktop outside to this bomb site. So probably a good thing to have cameras and things along those lines, like this Evil Eye that we see here. Also going to have some Banshees and a couple of other tidbits around to try and slow them down. Also the consideration of a rotate down low here for EFAC. And he has been setting the world alight. 14, 7, and 2. KPR of 2 practically here for him, but even much higher actually at this moment in time as we've played through 9 rounds. So it's really incredible what he's been able to accomplish. It's the 2.0 KD for himself. Palu will actually throw it over onto the Twitch. 9-9 at the current moment through 9 rounds, so at least 1 to his name every time around. Speaking of EBAC from earlier, he's gonna have yet another opportunity. He's gone creeping, he's gone fishing the knife. Oh, he panicked so hard. He panicked so much, and why wouldn't you? Terrifying is what that could have been if EFAC went down.
Oh man, we've all been there. Whether you're in a major final or you're playing down in copper or silver ranks, you've panic knifed the air before.
Oh, Nesk. He is so close to getting this kill on White Stairs, but I do believe it was Renchi. He's backed off here. BDS, they're playing this one close to the chest. They do not want to give Liquid an inch.
Ooh. I feel like EFAC's been the only one to make Nook work, and it's asked to save his team's hide. Picking off that raid boss of BDS. Now grenade goes in, caught by the Wamai disc. Another one will go. Ask, can he outduel Alibi? Yes, Shaiko goes down, Alems as well. Liquid want to tie this and want to do so desperately. Renshiro, the backup plan for BDS if EFAC's unavailable, gets 1 kill. Liquid still have 4 more. Brede holding down the B bomb site with the Alda in hand. Can chew through multiple opponents with such ease. And he starts off with Nesk. How many more? None. Resets, ends that one. Renshiro needs more than to trade, and he can't outduel Palu and get a trade at all. We're gonna need 12 rounds. 5-5 for these teams. They cannot shake each other.
Well, the win rate for Liquid on this map, 42.9%, 3-4 since March of 2022. We look across the fence over to BDS, 6-2, 75% win rates. But that's not what we're getting inside of this series here, is it? 5-5. This just goes to show you the energy, how these players feel, how they play in a grand final. Stats, they're thrown out the window. Liquid, they're here to close things out. BDS, they're trying to stop the unstoppable. The force of water, let me tell you, something you never want to deal with. But thus far, they've done a good job at staying neck and neck with this team. This defense, it's been coming together, especially for EFAC. But I mean, Parker, we have got to see something out of Shaiko. If BDS want to make it through this thick of the woods, if they want to map 5, Shaiko has to activate. He was there for so long in those earlier maps. I hope he didn't use up his magic already.
Fond memories of BDS versus Ninjas in Pajamas back at the 6th Invitational in 2020. It was a best of 3, Ninjas in Pajamas prevailed en route to their grand finals appearance. Shaiko had been unstoppable up to that point. He dominated map 1. But map 2, he was immortal, and map 3, Shaiko disappeared from the face of the earth. We're seeing a similar story here. Shaiko was great in maps 1 and 2. He had a great start on Oregon, then cooled off, and now he is towards the bottom, and he's actually tied with Brede at the very bottom of BDS, which is uncharacteristic of somebody who has been an absolute tour de force on the server, on every battlefield that his team finds themselves playing on. Shaiko needs to find some consistency. BDS still very much in this, though. Match point for either team. Championship point for Team Liquid after this round if they prevail. Crowd trying to get BDS back into this.
There it is, the Shaiko chance starting to come through. But I hate to break it to you guys, there's more than one GOAT existing inside of this farm right now. Nesk and Palu looking for their first championship, and they might find it. Nade out, they're gonna take down Shaiko. 0.5 KD out of Shaiko on this map. Things you thought you'd never hear me say.
No, I didn't, frankly. Lagonis still without a single kill, Sam.
But yet they're still getting it done. All the drone work, all the heavy lifting from him in the utility department, it's worked out, especially giving it over to players like Nesk. They know where this man is, but Renchi's just better. Palu fires back. They're trying to recoil. 4 versus 3 in favor of Liquid, working their way on site. Still a lot of players on Rappel here. We have one inside a cigar, still 2 inside of the freezer space. This is a key component, especially with Ask working up the back stairs. And there's somebody has to have eyes in the back of their head. It might be time. Oh, it's Renchi. They're watching it. They're ready. Oh, Liquid. No EE1Ds in the pocket either, but a kill, and one that they needed desperately.
Last 2 players isolated in back bar. Palu is there on the hunt. Can they watch the cross? Alems has made it to the hatch, and he will drop. Brede under fire. They know he's pinned down. They know he's trapped, but Alems comes to the rescue. Lagona's still searching for his first kill. Won't get it! BDS moves to match point.
That was their chance. That was Liquid's opportunity to take that round. They get desynced with their Nook coming up white stairs. There's no crunch, no spice to this meal. Liquid get gunned down in their respective 1 versus 1s. BDS playing so well as a team there, and that is a huge requirement, especially on a map like Kafe when things start to get broken down. Late in the round is when all those walls, all those angles are open. You're worrying about windows and everything else in between. And they're still able to get it done. Eyes in the back of their head practically as the Nook clambered up white stairs. But BDS still able to prevail.
Kitchen bomb site was won by BDS all the way back in round number 8. In fact, BDS has won this on attack as well. 2 of the 3 times we've seen it pop up. Skyscraper awaits us as map number 5 if BDS prevail here. If not, we go to overtime.
Which would be truly psychotic. I don't know if any of you have watched any of the Skyscrapers that we've had at this event, but oh my God, are they diabolical. And in between these 2, I don't even know. I don't even know if I could pick a team. It'd be every round, just like we've seen here on Kafe. And honestly, Parker, I think it deserves it. BDS, they have an opportunity to send us there right now. Otherwise, Liquid, they're forcing overtime, and it is regular OT rules. It's a best of 3. So we'll see what they can do if we end up getting that far.
The only concern that Liquid should have is that they got 7-0'd on Skyscraper yesterday against W7M. The first and only 7-0 that we have seen at this entire event. That's cause for concern. Can Liquid put it away here? BDS 5 kills away from pushing us to a 5th map. And all the majors this year, by the way. I mean, if you exclude SI. Charlotte and Berlin, they needed all 5. Sweden major and Javla last year needed all 5. So, where do we go? Who prevails? 1 minute off the clock. It's a downstairs hold for BDS. And they take the fight to Liquid. Alems opens things up and gives BDS kill number 1. 4 more to go for BDS.
All right, Lagonis, it is time to prove your worth. 0-9-1 coming into this round, but he could be the man to make it happen. Forcing this OT. 5-4 in favor of the French right now. They're doing such a good job of keeping Liquid guessing on where their map control will eventually be. Resets will go down as well. BDS, they're powering up across the entirety of this map right now. Liquid, they haven't found a single home for anyone, just damage after damage, blow after blow from the defense continues to land up against Liquid. Lagonis now trying to work his way in via Prep Kitchen. If he stands up, Shaiko is right down the line of sight. A scary prospect here for him. Another Selma down to make some noise. Lagonis wants no one to know what his next move is going to be. The plant now commencing. I don't know if the Selma's got the stop here. Oh my gosh, I think they've done it. Lagonis, he's done it. He's slipped through the cracks. Nesk, he's got the angle here for Prep. He's got the rotation hole, but BDS have their full power and Nesk is dead.
Oh my, Palu is still upstairs as well. That leaves the 0-9 Lagonis to wait. Palu sees them skirt by. There they go. Palu being ever so patient. Down goes Lagonis. Palu, you need to go. You're being too slow. Renshiro on the diffuser. BDS. Flawless 7th round. We need a 5th map between these two Titans.
Ladies and gentlemen, BDS get it done on Kafe. If you didn't know, this major was supposed to be over in Asia. Originally supposed to be going to Japan, bounced over to Seoul. It's gonna take us to Japan for the very last map. Let's get through this break so we can get back to the action.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hey, we got a map 5 on our hands. I can't wait for it. That'll be Skyscraper. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but let's break things down on Kafe Dostoyevsky, because we had a map 2 that was still very close between our two teams, and Kafe was close as well. Looked a lot more back and forth than it was in Oregon, so Anne, help us out here.
I mean, we started this best of 5 by 2 teams winning each other's map pick, and now teams finally start winning their own map pick, which kind of makes sense with the analysis that you made earlier as well, where teams prefer the maps that they're all right on first, whereas they now come down to the maps that they actually play very well on. And BDS eventually had the upper hand here by winning or being better on their defensive split. They had some struggles with the attack, you could have said, and eventually when they got those rounds on defense, it looked really good, but there was also a little bit of overconfidence, which I was a little bit worried about.
Yeah, whenever you look at a 7-5 game, I always look at the 2 halves. Who's won the 2 halves? Now, BDS won their attack half, they got a 3-3 split, and then they got what I would consider standard as a 4-2 defensive split just to see it out. Now, how did they win the 3-3 split? And it comes down to me, it comes down to big moments. It comes down to moments that will win you around even when, because both of these teams actually played a very good game of Kafe strategically, but when you're not even beaten strategically, but when you're going up strategy-wise, can you make a big moment happen on the attack? Yes, BDS could in 2 of those 3 attacking rounds where You know, EFAX walked in on Nook just into sight in a 4v5 and, you know, and opened it right up. And from the back of that, they've gotten into sight and got the plant down and won that round. That got them the 3-3 split, and then they see out a default 4-2 defense and win it. And suddenly they're right back in this best of 5, and we're going all the way to 5.
It's not like the attacks that Liquid put up didn't make sense. They had some really good information here. Once again, what you see with the grenade on Shaiko. They saw the opportunities as well by just sneaking into the reading site and going for that plan. But then, like you mentioned, those huge plays like Leak Effect, flanking back into reading and getting those kills on the players around the diffuser. That is what really mattered here. And if you talk about the opponents in regards to stats, we have to talk a little bit about Lagonis, or Lagodness, as people have to talk, have said as well. Came into this roster 2 months ago as a new IGL. This map wasn't really all too good from him.
Like zero-ness.
Have you ever played support on Kafe? Playing support on Kafe is one of the hardest things to do in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege. Like, genuinely, on the attack, if your attack is successful, your entries are in and have killed everyone. If it's not successful, you're in a 1v5. Same on the defense. It's literally the same thing. Playing support is one of the hardest things. I will excuse him because as long as, you know, Liquid were competitive despite the fact of his scoreline.
So who was our MVP for this series before we bring up that map summary? It's Ligefak. There it is. What do you usually call him?
The GOAT.
There you go. Ligefak. Theo win with 15-9 here as we're seeing the players heading back into their spaces to get ready for a game. We pull up our summary now for the matchup, but Ligefak has really showed up here. Rensure, I have to say, on this map was incredible.
Exactly, yes. And like you mentioned about Leak Effect as well, I think he had to, almost, because his map 2 and 3 is a little bit quiet, so he really had to step up and did that with those great moments, which also came with overconfidence, jumping out windows where he didn't eventually find the kill, but that's all right. It's a very good performance regardless, a 7-5, which obviously helps with the confidence as well. You're going into Decider. You've just won the map. You're probably feeling a lot better than Liquid, and specifically the players on Liquid that didn't perform that well.
One quick word on Ranchero, actually, because I said this about him yesterday, is that whenever the push comes in, he does exactly what he's supposed to do on the strategy of that attack. He does not falter from, he does not see something else and just go astray. He does it, and whether that works or not, he's always there 100% committed to the call. And that's why you see such polarizing performances from him, because he's always doing his job. He's always in somewhat difficult positions to play. Like I said, he cuts a lot of those flanks off, and he can be kind of targeted at times as a weak point, but he always stays with it. And on today on Kafe, it's done very well for him.
I talked about Rensure 4.5 years ago. The first time he won a tournament, that was back then Millennium playing against EG, DreamHack Austin, saying, you know, this is one of the most underrated players in the game, one of the top in Europe and in France. And there he is back again, continuing on. We talk about Nesk that still performs well as he did in day one up to this day. Same goes to Rensure. These are people you can always rely on. So this is why this game is so back and forth between the two, and I'm very excited about that. But I'm also excited to bring things down in detail with our resident Mr. Worldwide. He's done it all, and now he's going to tell us a bit about how he sees the game. So Alfama, please, help us out.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not surprised Ligefak is the MVP, and I don't think it's only about the amount of kills, it's about how impactful they were, and the amount of opportunity seeking this guy does is amazing. Look at him here, we're on kitchen bomb site, and he's already into prep. They're in a 4v5 situation. Why is he on site already, would you ask? Well, look at the defense. You've got Echo on his drone, just holding the bomb site. But look, Echo is being watched by this drone. This is why Ligefak is going for him. This drone is instrumental because even though Ligefak is spotted, this drone gives him the information that he can go pick the window instead of picking the door. He could have gone left, he went right. That was the right call. And gets the kill on Echo. Now, you've just removed the only player on site. What do? You get the diffuser in, right? But it's not as easy. As you can look, Liquid is doing an extended setup, and you cannot see it here. But obviously, there is vertical play. And so BDS doesn't get into prep for free. You need to remove the players on vertical play first. And this is where he does his second best thing of the round. He straight realized that, and look at him now. He's cooking a grenade for that guy so he can remove the player, preventing BDS to get in. Boom, that's Nest gone, and now BDS can get in and have a safe plant. Now, it's not done, right? They're planting, but they also need to play the post plant really well. And this is where it gets interesting. They're in a 3v3 situation, and the way BDS is set up is perfect. You've got Renshiro able to get in, and control this guy coming down from red stairs. You've got one player here that is able to control this crossfire, and Likefak is here handling the rotation of this double door. Let's see how this plays out. Likefak will get the kill on the first player from double door, and now look, you have a perfect crossfire setup to secure the kill on the other opponent. He goes down, Ask gets the trade, but gets traded by Renshiro. Perfect play from BDS.
Thank you very much, Alfama. Like I said, always good to hear from a professional player and how you see the game in that way. So thank you very much. We're back here now to discuss our final map for this series. And if I remember correctly, the score for it resembled a lot like Lagonis' score in their last map, at least for Liquid, because Liquid got absolutely rolled over yesterday, and that's Skyscraper. What is there more to look at here? Because for all intents and purposes, this is a BDS comeback after Liquid's initial comeback, I guess, after map 1. It's a lot to look into.
Feels like a nice map to settle this best of 5 on because, you know, both teams have played this map this major. Both teams have played this map this major against W7M. Both teams were beaten by W7M. Different scorelines. So it's a map that both teams like, hence why it's been a decided map, but both teams have actually got a very recent loss on it, which has been a bit, you know, you don't know necessarily where you're at. One thing that I will say for BDS, if we come straight away onto BDS, is that they were amazing at defending this map through Stage 2, Stage 3, Japan Invitational, and it was their attacks that they had to work on. They put a significant amount of work in on their attacks. They got a 4-2 attack split against W7M when they played it in groups, and then sucked on the defense. So we're looking for that consistency from them.
Yeah, I remember that game against G2 where they were so dominant on the defense and then both teams kind of sucked on attack.
Yeah.
But hey, I had this game as a potential Liquid bet, considering how it went yesterday and the short period of time that is between yesterday and today. I'm just very curious what Liquid's going to bring out, because in my opinion, what went wrong yesterday, a few things on attack, is that the crossfires weren't accurately held. They weren't actively enough held where players were getting swung by W7M without there being any refrag potential. Players also went for a barbecue execute where they took upstairs control, then forfeited it, and then went all on the side to plan, which they eventually lost. I'm looking at both teams for their attacks, like you mentioned for BDS as well. They also have their worst defensive win rate so far on the tournament on this map. So a lot to work on for both.
They're starting on defense on Skyscraper, by the way, BDS. Yes. So that's something that you also have to factor into it, that this, you know, failures of both of these teams are going to come to head. It goes back to your point, Jack.
Yeah, I think if we go on pure recency bias as well, BDS starting defense is going to be absolutely massive for them. Because like you say, Liquid lost this yesterday 7-0. They lost it in a bad fashion, and it's a confidence thing. Like we say, with this level of play, it's the mental game that's really the big differentiating factor. And I think if Liquid have lost it recently, and they were comprehensively beaten whilst they were starting an attack, it might bring up some fresh bad memories for them.
Who's champion today? The viewers. Thank you, Tim.
I don't want to jinx teams, but if we talk about this and all the stats, how it's been looking, I think BDS actually have a really good shot, considering it's been so little time in between those two maps for Liquid. And I know both teams have really good support staff, and they will come up with ways on how to improve on that, but it's such a short time period between such a bad result for Liquid and now.
I was about to call Anne out for sitting on the fence, and I think I'm going to do the same. Or do you want a decisive answer from me, Milosh?
I always want a decisive answer.
I know Jacob's co-streaming it. BDS, take it.
There you go. You got the mention that you wanted. Thank you very much, though. Fresh and Ann and Alfama here. We are ready to go for our grand final. We got a best of 5. We got a 5th map for this. It's BDS versus Team Liquid. Jönköping, are you ready? See you in game after the break.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions. that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least one team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are very glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at a teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
It all comes down to this, a single map, a best of one between Team BDS and Team Liquid. Team Liquid fans thought they had it in the bag on Kafe, and Liquid started off strong, both teams trading back and forth, but then BDS outmuscled them in the final moments. And now we have Skyscraper to seal the deal. Yesterday, Team Liquid got 7-0'd on this map. They have not won a single round on it in the last 24 hours, and they're going to be playing it twice.
Terrifying stuff for Liquid, but we saw what BDS did when they were backed into a corner, and they fought extremely hard. They did take it indeed. Let's see if they can take Skyscraper, shall we? And as you said, in between, BDS more than likely gonna ban Ying, and they do, Parky. Let's see what happens on the offensive side here.
Can you imagine how insufferable Caliber Jacob will be for the next 24 hours? BDS does indeed take it. Jacob, I beg you.
Jacob, please.
Jacob, I beg you, lean into it as much as you can. I want to see people cry.
I want to see social media burn to the ground.
I still think one of the funniest videos that we've ever seen in the Rainbow Six community was when he gets angry and he's holding the jersey and he throws it and makes like an angry noise. I thought it was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, absolutely hilarious. We're going to get some usual bans across the board here. Love the pickups of Malusi and Azami for the defense, but also the Dokkaebi ban here from Liquid. That's something that they were using very often when it came to their operator pool for their offensive side. Not so much for BDS, though. Didn't see it too often, so more than likely just looking a little bit deeper, delve deeper into BDS's overall strategy and seeing that that might throw a wrench into their plans once they get on the defensive end. As they will be starting things off on the offense, and they're going to be pulling out all of the stops. Lion, Osa, Nook, Thermite, and Buck. Or we're going to see initially, and speaking of initially, we're going to see Skyscraper, not only obviously, but also Karaoke and T for the very first defense here from BDS. And we got Shaiko on the ward, and something that means an awful lot when it comes to execution on this site.
So there was some ability and a chance for mutually assured destruction, as Nook has been one of the most crucial operators for both of these teams. You and I during the break talked about whether or not Nook would be banned out by Liquid, because we know the team BDS is going to remove Ying. Well, things went according to plan there. Hold our thoughts for just a moment. There's a spawn peek from Renshiro. He had an incredible game on Kafe, and Renshiro typically does quite well on this map. Skyscraper was played by BDS in the groups. They lost to W7M 5-7. Team Liquid lost Skyscraper to W7M 0-7 just yesterday. In regards to the actual map itself, Skyscraper sits somewhere in the middle with 7 plays. This will be the 8th time we see it. 57% of the rounds won by the defense, 43 won by the attack. Every single bomb site seeing play, though the bathroom and bedroom bomb site lags way behind the other 3. T and Karaoke, the standard bomb site where everybody starts off on, is the closest to being attacker favored. 52% of the rounds won by the attackers, 48% by the defense. Again, that's a coin flip side.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, Parker. Even on the old iteration of Skyscraper, the favored site, T and Karaoke, seems to be the same here, even past the changes that we saw in this map, including the main hallway. Just teams really favoring this area, this portion. BDS is going to be holding stalwart. Going to be able to keep things at least locked for right now. They have the exothermic on the single panel, but it'll be quickly dealt with from underneath that skeleton key, getting rid of the mute jammer. That will now allow Liquid open area inside Geisha. Slow moving right now. They've wasted a couple of minutes here, but only when it comes to the frag department. Nothing else. Doing a very good job of controlling around the map, especially when it comes to the base level. Love the work from the skeleton key that we're getting out of the Palu. Really applies the pressure to BDS, forces them to try and MacGyver about, maneuver themselves into a better position. Oh, and speaking of better positions, it's going to be Shaiko to take out the initial player. Some considerable damage dealt back and forth, but only going to be the kill onto Nesk for now.
Osa Shields getting into position, an equalizer from resets as Liquid want to get in, but BDS rebuffs them. EFAC takes one down, and Nitro Cell from Shaiko does the rest of the work. Lagonis, who didn't get a single kill in the previous map, looking for one this time. He's been held off the score sheet for about an hour now. That's not the position you want to be in. He's letting resets take point. Shaiko's been downed, but BDS still have 3 players upright. Bride, the secret weapon. Waiting for Lagonis to wander into his line of sight, or resets to do it. It's a Lems. Lagonis behind the Talon Shield, 10 HP. They know he's at back stairs. Cannot retrieve that diffuser. Shaiko still has yet to bleed out. So there's only a single kill for Liquid, and that'll be it for round number 1. BDS stopping Liquid in their tracks.
BDS already starting off strong here for their defensive setup. Liquid just trying a little too hard to force it there. Ask really did ask for that Nitro Cell. He stepped directly into it. He watched it land on the Osa shield while still pushing himself forward. That thing has no explosive defensive properties in this game. And therefore he's blown sky high, leaving that case on the ground and leaving Team Liquid stagnated for the round. Nothing really much to do past that. BDS, too many angles playing in towards Liquid's location. Too hot of a spot to try and deal with, and well, they're dealt with accordingly. Team BDS up 1-0. They're going to throw it over to the office side. This is usually what we see out of our defensive squads once they lock up T and Karaoke. They really like to just transfer across this top floor. And it's mostly due to how the full clear works on these top floor sites. You know, if somebody tries to start from the other end and work their way across, there's a lot of different bastions that you can build up for yourself around these doorways and like that central terrace hall that we always tend to talk about. So we'll see if BDS can accomplish this. Not too much of a change up when it comes to their lineup. Going to be keeping that Valkyrie in here, trying to keep things going, but they're going to throw the Warden down to a Lem. So solid info game. Also love that Bandit working its way in here. Do have the secondary EMPs though out of Ask, but only one hard breacher. So Lagonis is going to have to pay attention.
A Keg's door gets shot open by the Buck. Bandit spent a lot of time out of the limelight, but changes to mute, Kaid being banned more frequently, and, well, depending on the bomb site rotation, we've seen an abundance of Bandit play through various regional leagues, and now here at the top level. Thatcher getting, I would argue, a nerf with those secondary EMPs coming out. Ask is holding on to 2 of them, so while there's no Thatcher on the board, the EMPs are still there. Bandit will not be as strong, but he can easily juggle his way through those pocket-sized EMPs. Just in case there's any denial looming in that direction, Alems goes over, the proximity happens as well. As the concussion blows up, they know somebody from BDS is playing close to the panel. But it still gets opened up all the same towards Office. Renshiro far enough back. Nobody doing anything on the side of Team Liquid with that small opening, at least for now. Buck lying down below on that first floor has gone up onto Rappel. EFAC from BDS dispatched in that direction to try and find him. Another exothermic charge goes off, and this will open up the office wall proper.
Well, Liquid been taking their time with this one. They got resets in down low. You have to look for this Gara hook. We've seen this a couple times this event. They're going to attempt the plant here, something we used to see a decent amount on places like Consulate, sometimes on Bank when it came to open area. Way back at the beginning of the year with Beast Coast, and actually Drip Yardy Boolin getting that one done with his squad, but it doesn't seem like it'll happen the same way here for Team Liquid. They've already lost resets. Nesk taking a lot of damage. BDS, they look so good here, Parker. Not able to plant as Liquid. They have to try and fend off BDS's assault. Monty doing his damnedest to try and protect his friends, but Lagonis eating a lot of these bullets. Will be able to get Brede, but still a long road ahead of them.
Only a single kill. Lagonis finally did get on the board, by the way, but he's silenced by Alems. A botched Nitro Cell with Shaiko in on the fun. It's all now left to the Monte. Pulls out his pistol, cannot connect onto Shaiko. BDS start off Skyscraper 2-0. Team Liquid still have not won a single round on this map.
So I know it might seem early, but I really want to see a tack timeout. Like, I would
BDS take it.
Yeah, no, I would much rather see Liquid take it, to be honest. I really want to see them try and utilize this to its fullest capability. Looks like they want to try and go for the full side rotation and see if they can get one done on Barbecue in Kitchen. Make this a 2-1 in favor of BDS instead of the 2-0. But, I mean, the big issue is now is that Shaiko seems to have awoken from his slumber. 5-0-1 currently. So he's been taking it to Liquid. And our goats from Brazil not really holding up their end of the bargain. Nesk and Palu combining for 0-4-1 at the current moment. It's gonna have to be a change-up from the Brazilians as they need to take this round.
3 kills over 2 rounds is not good at all. BDS almost certainly doing a lot of VOD review on that Team Liquid W7M match that transpired yesterday. It was a brutal loss. Again, the only 7-0 that we have seen here. If Team Liquid are able to get a single round against BDS in the very final matchup of this Jönköping Major, then that means it will remain the only 7-0. You know, I'm really desperately trying to figure out what they're chanting. Something about it's coming home, I don't know. You've probably got Fresh and Ian in the crowd drumming up enthusiasm.
No, not Fresh. Never Fresh. You would never do something like that. Biased European casters. What else would you expect? Shaiko, the rest of BDS, trying to take it home indeed, folks. They're doing a pretty bang-up job of it at the current moment. Liquid trying to thwart these plans. Their heads in the game. Minute off the board, back to the drone game here. The discovery phase. looking to see if they can find themselves a BDS member. It's been so difficult, so hard fought thus far through these 2 rounds. The third one not looking any easier. They haven't been able to isolate a single BDS member. Even though they do exist, we have one downstairs right now. Has not been found from Liquid just yet. Don't really have anybody in place to be able to capitalize on this either. This KBBQ defense usually has quite a few bodies upstairs, and that's exactly what's happening here for BDS, and they continue their reign of terror. Renshi, he gets it done up against Resets.
Third round in a row that Team BDS have been able to find the scoreboard first. Can Liquid keep it close? They've lost those EE1Ds. Nesk says, yes, I can. Brede pops up, and it's an early grave for Brede. Nade from below. Goes off, doesn't do anywhere near enough. BDS still holding above this bomb site. Karaoke and Office played out. Now we're over to Kitchen Barbecue. Nesk under the stairs. Team Liquid seem to have capitalized off of BDS being on the top floor, so Liquid can just go into the bomb site. Lagonis holding that diffuser. When will he get it down?
Oh, might be the opportunity here. Lem's actually on the other side, but he does have the rotation through here. Nesk, the pressure from outside. You'd like to see Ask try and step 2 here, but he was awaiting, see if he could step in right when the plant goes down. Big kills, 2 big kills from Ask. Finally, Liquid gets something done, but the plant, it's been thwarted. They've slowed it down, but it doesn't seem like it's going to stop. BDS, they cannot try and thwart them now. Although Shaiko, he does still have an opportunity. He's very low HP. Pre-fires, gets himself a Lagonis, but finally Palu will put that to the wayside. Liquid get their first round on Skyscraper in the last 48 hours.
Oh, they couldn't do it against W7M, but they do it just fine against BDS. And it really was that Nook yet again. How critical that operator has been for both of these teams, and when it's BDS on attack, EFAC will likely take over that Nook mantle. It's the rowdiest I've heard the crowd all weekend.
They saved all of their energy for the last map.
You know what? Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of did in a certain sense as well. We thought it was going to go this far.
Well, I mean, I wasn't supposed to be working today, Sam.
Yeah, that's fair. I did call you about 15 minutes before our call time. I was like,
when you are sitting in your hotel room, about to hop in the shower, and a call me text appears 15 minutes before your call time for Grand Finals, the first thought that goes through my head is, oh no.
Well, I mean, you were right. So
I was correct.
But somehow, magically, not only are you and I here in Sweden at the Jönköping Major, we're also casting this best of 5 right now that has been absolutely electric through the majority of these maps. And I don't think it's going to stop now. We've been on a makeshift teeter-totter in between these two, and it's gotten all the way down to Skyscraper.
Look, I don't care which of these teams wins. All I want is a long match. Don't give me a blowout. Give me another Kafe. Give me all 12 rounds. Give me overtime as well, if you'd like. We're already well ahead of schedule. We only started 4 hours ago. So, less than 4 hours ago, actually, and we're already on map 5. So, the lopsided nature of our earlier maps has helped.
Most definitely.
I hope we saved all that time for a grueling 15 rounds.
That's what I'm saying. Give us the full beans when it comes to Skyscraper. These teams,
give me what I want.
They've been speed running through this final thus far, although a couple of these maps pretty close. Liquid looking to tie things up now, and they've cleared out the eastern side of the building. But remember what we were talking about, the central hall space where you see Shrine and Drum. This is really what's going to get in their way. This is where so many teams struggle to get over this obstacle. Liquid start now.
So you got a standoff. The sledge of Nesk is a step or two away from Dragon. Over by the Samurai portion. Shrine, as it's officially called. Renshiro can fire through the wall. He misses out on what could have been a bullet pen. Nice stuff. Geisha will be a very strong focus, as it looked like 2 members of BDS were holding out in that spot. No, there's none now. Before they wander in. BDS getting a little bit restless on this map. Not sitting still. I think they've figured out that Terrace is where this push from Liquid is going to come in. BDS are perfect so far through these 4 rounds. Shaiko in particular. Someone call 911. Shaiko gets dropped, but Alems has his teammates back. Liquid reduced to Nesk and Palu, but that's still a very scary duo to stare down. Especially when your secret weapon is removed. And just like that, Deeg out. Palu's only good enough for a single kill. Nesk will need to find what little is left of Alems and the mute of EFAC.
Well, Nesk, if there was a time to ascend, it would be now. A clutch opportunity in front of him. 1 versus 2. The easiest method of a 1vx.
Oh my, he'll bait them out.
He's gonna start the plant. Does BDS have the ears though? Almost threw it, Nitro Cell out, and it's not gonna do any damage to him at all. The gunfire will though, he takes the fight, and Alems takes him down. The beauty of Aruni and her DMR, when somebody's very low HP, takes a single bullet to spell demise for your opponent.
Ice in the veins of BDS all across their bench. Nesk just had poor target prioritization. There was 2 separate members of BDS firing at you, and Nesk didn't know where they were. The fact that Nesk was able to get the diffuser down in the first place is quite the triumph. Whether BDS allowed that to happen and then ended his very existence afterwards, we don't know. It's possible that they weren't expecting a post plant, and Nesk played that one well.
Fun little fact to go on that with you.
We'll go on.
If nobody else planted inside of this series, then that is the first time that Liquid has planted with somebody minus Lagonis. He has all of their plants up until the grand finals. 15 of them, in fact. So Liquid to a T when it comes to Lagonis, able to get that case down that time around Nesk, but not able to push it all the way and get that clutch. BDS, they've looked so good on these defenses thus far, and it has been powered once again by Shaiko. This looks like the most classic BDS match that we watched in some time, Parker. You have Shaiko at 9-2-2. You have Alems at 6-1-0. For such a very long time with this French squad, those have been the 2 names that everyone has been looking to try and carry them to new heights, and today may finally be the day.
I just love that we've been treated to 5 maps in our grand finals here, in our grand finals in Berlin, and the grand finals in Charlotte. You can't ask for a better series than going all the way. Feels a bit deflating when you get to the finals and it's a quick 3-0 or a 3-1, and one team just absolutely pummels them. It's good for the storyline because then it sets up that villain arc for the team that destroys their opponents. I mean, the dismantling that G2 did time and time again, where they wouldn't give their opponents any breathing room at all, allowed for a better narrative, but it doesn't necessarily give you the greatest matchup at this exact time. And I think that even though we've seen some lopsided matches in this 5 map series, we've still been treated to a pretty unpredictable and wild grand final. And again, going all the way back to map number 1, BDS versus Liquid has been the dream of fans, players for ages, and it's living up to its billing so far. BDS could run away with it though. 3 rounds so far, the 4 played out.
Oh, Palu. Flirtatious when it comes to the angle. Able to get rid of at least the welcome mat, so won't lose his ankles here anytime soon unless he discovers another one along the way. Lagonis also in on the top floor. Obviously, the site is going to be downstairs inside of the master bedroom. Palu going to start taking damage. Remember, the defense starting to approach outside. Renshiro and EFAC. Oh my! All of BDS. They take out every member of Liquid that's not inside of the terrace. Palu will be able to gun down at least one, but there is so much to be done here. Lagonis now taking damage as well. Does Palu check his corners? He does. Beautiful shots onto EFAC, but Shaiko, he's been so dominant here on Skyscraper. BDS up 4-1.
Shaiko with 11 kills through 5 rounds, Sam. This is exactly what we saw in Oregon. Shaiko started to run away with it. He was just saving himself. Kafe, Shaiko, I sleep. Skyscraper, Shaiko, I kill.
Shaiko.
Everybody.
Shaiko, real stuff? Oh, all right. Well, I guess we actually have to win this best of 5, don't we?
See, I was going to say real stuff, but I was like, I can't swear.
You can't say the alternative.
That's correct.
Yes.
I can say the real word.
Oh my, what a game we have on our hands, my friend. That's what I was trying to get out of my mouth. Team Liquid, we've seen them in this hole before. As you just stated, Oregon went exactly this way. But then all of a sudden, Team Liquid, they found some magic. They found it deep inside of themselves, able to bring that game back and win Oregon. It's the only way we got all the way to the full breadth of this best of 5. Can they do it again? They have not used their tack timeout. This is the last round for their offensive side, and they desperately need this round. BDS, so very dominant, especially when it comes to that offensive end. Shaiko not shying away from entries when it comes to this tournament, as he still has the most opening duels of anyone.
I didn't see Liquid take a timeout in the previous map of Kafe either. Now, obviously, that was a razor-thin matchup where when it was 6-5, you might gamble, okay, we'll win, we don't want to give the momentum, we'll call the timeout in overtime. Sure, why not? There's some theory behind that, I suppose. But when do they call it here? Again, 4-1. This is the time when you would do it, unless you somehow think that you can start to run it back on defense on Skyscraper. Again, Team Liquid are a team that tend to excel on defense. Maybe they're just hoping for the side swap, and that will provide them some salvation on its own. Maybe the win con for Team Liquid is just keep BDS to only 3 or 4 rounds, and that's it, and move on from that point forward. You know that BDS is going to win the lion's share of rounds on their defense. If anything, yesterday's matchup against W7M should show you that there are very obvious flaws in Liquid's attacks on this map. They're making similar mistakes so far, but at least they've been able to salvage a single round out of it. It was really the only good look we saw from Liquid. It's been utter domination from BDS on the other 4 rounds. And there it goes, continuing onwards. EFAC greets Ask, the barrel of a gun. Every opening pick in this half has gone for BDS, and Shaiko gets a dozen. Are you superstitious? Do you believe in lucky number 13? He'll get it eventually, I'm certain of that. Resets takes out Shaiko.
And we need a serious rebound here from Liquid. The mental may be in shambles at this point, as they can feel it slipping through their fingers. You have to sit with them. Down here in the mud they reside, trying to clamber out of this hole. They've at least done it to start. Even things out here, 50 seconds remaining in a 3 versus 3, but BDS, they have full site control, and Liquid don't have a damn idea about what's going on in this portion of the building. Olems, he's gotten Nesk, he's looking for blood, and he gets it through the dragon statue! Olems!
There are hero plays, and then there is whatever is above that, and Olems just managed to do, as Team Liquid cannot slay that dragon. 5-1 for BDS. A side swap comes in. Timeout called by Team Liquid. BDS haven't even made a grand final, and now they're 2 rounds away from lifting the trophy. Teams make the finals, but then need multiple matches to actually do it. Team BDS might get it done in their first appearance.
Which would be the wildest story. BDS up against Liquid, a team that we have held in such high regard for so many years. And they've been on the search, the hunt for a major victory. Take them 6 rounds in total. Perfection if they want to do it in regulation. Might take even more if they can try and get it to OT. A lot to be said on that tack timeout. Hopefully Hugzord can assist his team, as they are definitely worse for wear at the current moment. Completely shut down, stunted on their offensive side, now on the defense, and a lot of work to do. It's gonna start here in T in Karaoke. Now it's gonna be on the Wamai, the Jaeger for Palu. 2 of our most outstanding players here in this final. Been seeing a lot from resets as well. Lagonis finally back. Waiting arms of Liquid as well, so he's gotten some kills on the board. Well, we'll see what BDS can do. They are going to be, in fact, bringing that Nook yet again here. We also have the IQ out of a LEMS to deal with these Valkyrie cameras.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, some solid defensive standpoints here from Liquid. ADSs and everything in between over on Drum, and they want to try and keep BDS guessing here. They really don't have anything to assist them with trying to slow down BDS's info clear, but they can definitely do something about the bodies. Plenty of info game and plenty of ways to try and deny out some of these key walls from BDS, making things pretty easy for them, pretty palatable if they're able to get some of these openers that we saw BDS go for time and time again.
I think that's a curse word that I heard from the audience.
Indeed.
So I mean, we can't talk about it here, but
we can't. Well, we can't repeat what they said.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We don't know if you can hear it at home.
It's like talking about thermite. It's just there's a really big hole coming right up. You know, that's all we can say.
Even Hibana says, a friend of mine says this. How gut-wrenching it would be for Liquid to get this close, but ultimately fall short. It's the second appearance for Team Liquid in a major final. They went home empty-handed against the Pajamas, but if there's anybody who's going to start a comeback, it's Nesk with those fine 2 kills. There's more from Liquid. Oh, no. They're even killing each other at this point. Liquid are out for blood. Brede is the only one left. Lagonis sacrificed so that Liquid could persevere.
Well, if that's all it took, they probably would have done that a couple of rounds ago, Parker, to be honest with you. Brede is going to swing in. Some angles here to try and fight against. Nobody giving him the time of day, though, till he'll finally get taken down. It's a trade. Liquid setting the tone for their defense, and as you said, who better to do it than Nesk? What an opportunity from him as well. Gets that first kill, immediately transfers over to Shrine Window. He knew the pressure was coming on to him. Able to take out both players and really give Liquid a chance.
I mean, you have your superstars, and then you have what Shaiko is to his team. You have what Nesk is to his team. You have what Palu is to his team. It's a bit anticlimactic if BDS wins it and Shaiko has a bad performance. The storyline of Shaiko rising to the occasion, dominating the most important game that he has ever played in, that right there, that's poetic. It's the same with Nesk. If Liquid mount a comeback and end up winning the championship, even though right now they have quite a ways to go, and it's Nesk who leads that charge, it cements his place as one of the greatest, if not the greatest player to ever play this game. You can hash that out on social media. I know you do it every day anyway. But either way, esports, traditional sports, they're more than just what you see in front of your eyes. They're about the storyline. They're about the history. They're about the spectacle. Who's going to be writing their story? Right now, it looks like BDS.
Well, fortunately enough, looks like BDS has only halfway penciled themselves in. Still plenty of ink for Liquid as well. Slow opener here for BDS. Just trying to use these drones to their fullest advantage and making good on their mark as well. It's going to be a master bathroom defense, one of the most difficult ones when it comes to Skyscraper. Also identifying that they do have EDDs around the map from Lagonis, so BDS going to have to be very aware of these door frames. Going about this in a pretty traditional means. They're going to go for the master closet, something we see quite often when it comes down to it. It's only going to be Lagonis residing in the area of the bathroom at the current moment, trying to make sure nobody can hop inside of the closet. Frag grenade out to make sure no one's managing the angle close, and it'll work out. Able to at least get some walls open here for BDS, but Liquid doing a very good job of not giving BDS a mile. They do not want to overswing into this and lose bodies.
Nade sails on in. BDS can hop in and be within an inch of this downstairs bomb site. The Nook of EFAC was so critical on Kafe. But Skyscraper's a very different map. And it's harder to evade your opponents, let alone Lagonis. Liquid gets that first pick, but BDS answers back. Lagonis will be hunted down, 2 bodies thrown at the problem. BDS comes out ahead. Shaiko taken out by the doorway. Bride charges in. He's got the diffuser in hand and he'll waste no time to get that one down. Wall opened up and a line of sight for Team Liquid, but they're boxed out of their own bomb site. Palu in on the swing, missed an opportunity, outdueled by Alems. It's all up to Ask. Can he get to Bride in time? Into the bathtub, no! Championship point for BDS.
And have Liquid dried up. It's been so hard fought, back and forth on every single map. But it might be Skyscraper that spells demise for our Brazilian squad after they were taken to school yesterday by their own brethren. Here today, it could be the end, as the French are looking to take it. BDS 1 round away. Liquid need 4 just to get us to overtime. A lot more than that necessary. 6 rounds, in fact, in order just to win this without BDS capturing anything at all. Where does Liquid want to go, though? A bomb site? Oh, it's going to be Exhibition and Office. This one kind of up in the air when it comes down to it for Skyscraper. While the offensive units really liking to work this south balcony, get that main wall open, maybe try and get another body in towards the terrace area. While somebody manages the main gallery window, tries to hold down the crosses for the defense. Every single kill in this round, ladies and gentlemen, has nothing but weight behind it. Every death, every frag, every utility piece, it all matters so much to the nth degree. The round starts now. What could be our last round here in Jönköping? Make some noise for Team BDS.
Two minutes and 30 seconds. That's the time that will feel like an eternity to BDS. Their first berth in a grand finals. And they are just moments away from lifting a trophy on the biggest stage. With a rookie as well. And a rookie who has shown up huge so far. But the story, of course, the depth of these teams. In this particular matchup, Alems putting in the best performance out of all 5 maps. But never count out Shaiko. 13 kills, a nade goes in, could find a 4th. EFAC from down below. A linear take from BDS, they'll spot the Frost map. They can't go for the hop in the way they want. Playing by Samurai, that's Ask. Magnets go out, grenades from below. Got a mark, Shaiko starts it off, answered back, but it's Alems to go in very quickly. BDS winnowing down the numbers, but Shaiko falls. Resets in this position. Alems with another kill, BDS in a 3v2.
Resets will make it a 2v2, taking the fight on house stairs, shotgun out. He's gonna go down as well. It's a 1 versus 1. Alems up against Palu. You couldn't make a better story in between these two. Alems, he's gonna start the plant. Fake rip on the nitro cell. Palu, he doesn't have the angle. The nitro cell, it'll land on deaf ears. Alems, such low HP. The castle barricade blocking everything here for Palu. He has to try and break this down. Alems already has the angle. He's awaiting his arrival. Palu will finally get through. It's all under the game sense. The best player that Brazil has ever produced up against Alems. One of French's best, and he gets him. Alems goes down, and Team Liquid stay alive.
As tense as it's gonna get, Sam. As tense as it's gonna get for now. Because we could still have 6 more rounds of this.
Incredible stuff here. Incredible, especially from BDS. Giving the opportunity to Alems, just that little bit of low HP. That's what really did it. Not able to take the fight up against Palu in the way that he wanted to. And that could have been it. It was 1 kill, and BDS had it. How close, right in your grasp, is that trophy? Team Liquid, Palu sweep it away. Man, they will just not die, but they have to do it yet again here. And that's the thing, right? Every single round, it's that intense. Every kill matters so much for both of these squads. It's tantalizing, especially for BDS. Liquid looking to stave off elimination. They do not want second at a major again.
The crowd will keep coming back to one more round until one of these teams wins. BDS could be on one more round for 4 more rounds, 5 more rounds. Does it go to the bitter end? On the precipice. Imagine the nerves are starting to set in on these teams. Oh boy. If BDS loses, let's just say if, I don't want to cast or curse anybody, but if BDS loses, that 1v1 will haunt Alems for a very, very long time.
The rest of time, I'll be thinking about that one moment, maybe a different angle, maybe a different choice. Doesn't matter now though, head in the game. So they have to take down Team Liquid just one more time. 5 bodies is what stands in the way of them lifting that trophy.
It's not easy though. You say, oh, they need to take down Liquid as if that's something that you do on just an average Sunday night.
It's like trying to fight the ocean.
The water keeps coming. The waves keep coming. I'm losing. Discovery phase still underway right now. For Team BDS on attack, that means where are these defenders? BDS started off the previous round well. Liquid kept it close. Superstar performances again from Alems and Shaiko have set the tone for BDS. A late setup from Liquid. They don't expect Geisha to be the focus for BDS. Instead, it's going to be over towards that Terrace side, that Dragon side. Drum, potentially. Rotero drone goes to guide them in.
Bomb located by attackers.
And that was that late utility that was just set up. Gemini will give intel for this BDS entry as well. Just past the halfway mark. Everybody's still alive. One of the slower rounds that we've seen so far, Sam.
Indeed. BDS doing their best to try and measure this up. They do not want to miss their mark. Liquid doing their damnedest to try and play this to the outside of the site, making sure that they can't get a foothold up close and personal. Nuska with some good intel here, some good insight. We're gonna see what's going on right through that drone hole. One of the frag grenades will get caught up. The second one gonna be right in his face, but only a little bit of damage. A frag grenade almost taking out Shaiko as well. So very damaging. Back and forth they dance. Still a 5 versus 5 going down into the last 30 seconds, and you want to talk about how you can feel the energy in the air. You can definitely feel it now. Ask, so much damage, but he gets one somehow, some way. BDS bounce back. It's a 3 versus 3. Shaiko guns down 1. They know the last 2 are 2. Palu playing around Black Stairs. He'll be able to at least down 1. Renshiro, they have the opportunity to pick him back up, but Lagonis gets him. EFAC, it's up to you. And what an opportunity for a rookie, but Lagonis with 3 in the dying moments. He takes it to town, and they shore up this score line. As you said, BDS, it's not gonna be that easy.
No, I mean, the way you just so casually threw that out there. Oh, you just gotta beat Liquid.
Just shoot him, man. I don't know what to tell you.
There is a laundry list of teams that have never been able to accomplish that when these big matches occur. And we have a remarkably defender-sided Skyscraper on our hands right now. Only 2 victories for the attacking squads so far. It was a 5-1 first half for BDS. So dominant they were that it seemed unthinkable that Team Liquid would be able to do the same to them when they moved to defense. But this is the start that Liquid needed. BDS won a single round on attack so far. If Liquid can hold them to that, it's a 5-1 first half, 5-1 second half. It all comes down to overtime. And how fitting that would be right now.
And what a story, especially in between these 2 teams, both of them looking for their first major victory. And it comes here on Skyscraper no matter what happens. One of these squads goes home with a trophy. And by God, is it time for both of them. Unfortunately, we can't give it to both. Gonna have to try again next year, I guess, for one of these squads. BDS out and about again on Skyscraper. Haven't changed things too much up in the lineup. Love the EE1Ds still being here for Lion. Also love that Ask has thrown one of these Prismas outside. So very annoying to deal with when you're an offender, that constant blinking right in front of your eyes.
Say rotation from Karaoke Bedroom and Office. Nade goes out from Renshiro. Is this where it begins? BDS will take no prisoners as they break into the kitchen and barbecue bomb sites and realize this, Sam, they have it for the taking. There's nobody there, and suddenly BDS is cleaning up.
This could be the downfall of it all, Parker. Brede, he's gonna get the plant. It's a 3 versus 4. Oh my, BDS! A tour de force from BDS. They are your major champions. What a sight to behold here. Liquid, head in hands. But our French squad, what a time to be alive. Shaiko is a major champion, ladies and gentlemen.
The looks on their faces say it all. On one side of the stage, tears of triumph. On the other side, tears of anguish, sadness. And how close, but how far you come. BDS, they make their first grand final, and they do it. They win, Sam. You want to hear from them, though. You don't want to hear from us. So let's throw down to the stage because there's a trophy to be raised.
Thank you very much. I could talk, or I could let this crowd make some noise right now. What a performance, what a journey it's been. It's been a long road, as we can see the tears from Team Liquid. For one of these teams, it was always going to be a history-making weekend, a history-making Sunday night, and for the other, it was going to be heartbreak. Now we can see the showmanship as we get ready to lift this trophy, but before we do any of that, I want this amazing EU crowd here in Sweden to give it up for both of our amazing grand finalists. Now I know that these men here have waited a long time for this moment. Are you ready? Finally, your Rainbow Six Siege Jönköping Major Champions, BDS! Keep that noise going for this incredible team. Alems, come here for a moment, please. I've been talking to you throughout this entire process. You finally did it.
Yes, we did it. Finally.
That was not easy. Team Liquid put up one hell of a fight. I just want to know, how much did this home crowd, this EU crowd, help you out there?
So thank you to all the crowd. You were amazing. We were hearing you guys when we were getting kills or rounds, so thanks a lot for that. It was amazing, and I just want to say GG to Liquid, because they are an amazing team. And an amazing team with amazing players. It was like, I think, the best match of my life. So thanks to them as well, and thanks to my teammates. Can we applaud them, guys, because they are insane.
Ifak, you've made such a difference. Since coming into this team, what a difference you've made. How does it feel to pick up that trophy so soon after coming into this team?
I don't know how to say it. It's a dream for me, like my first major, my first win. So it's amazing. I came to this team to win this trophy. Everyone wants it, and we did everything to win it.
That shows very much so. Does anybody want to hear from Shaiko? For so long, many have said you're one of the greatest players to never lift a major trophy. You've finally done it. Have you dreamt about this moment?
Yeah, a bit, but I don't know what to say, but yeah.
I'll tell you what, we'll let the crowd say it for you. Give it up for this man one more time, please. Who wants to come up here and send a message to all of your French fans watching at home right now? Mike is here.
Okay, I will let Stouflex do it.
Merci. Merci à tous d'avoir cru en nous. On a donné notre maximum et j'espère qu'on vous a rendu fiers. En tout cas, on est fiers de vous, que ce soit ici dans la salle ou sur Twitch. On vous a tous entendus, on vous a tous lus et merci à tous.
Merci. Well, what a grand final we had here in Jönköping. Thank you so much to this amazing crowd. Just so you know, we are going to be having signings at the back end of the hall if you want to meet any of these amazing players. One more time, commiserations to Team Liquid. They will be back, am I right? Team Liquid will be back. And one more time, a massive round of applause for your 6 major champions, BDS. One more time, we are going back to the studio to wrap up this amazing event with Milos and the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we're back, and France took it. Europe takes it. We hold on to the trophy, and all the copium was so completely worth it. Because that's it. BDS are champions. Europe are back at it again. And I never thought I'd be saying this, but Shaiko is champion. Alems is champion. Renshiro, who was the first French player to take it all the way in year 1, season 2. Just season 2 in Youngtis versus Orbit. This man now back again 6 and a bit years later, from 2016 to 2022, and still playing like a god in the server. That's insane. Legends of our game have been crowned today. And so we're here to bring things down to finish it all off. And Jack, we have a couple legends here on the analyst desk with us. So please, can you help us describe what happened on Skyscraper?
What we saw on Skyscraper was top-notch teamwork from BDS. There were accurate crossfires, there were refrag potentials, and of course, we've seen them success on both the defense and the attack, working very well together. We did see improvement from Liquid as well, but it just wasn't enough. Eventually, it was a really close matchup. That first attempt of victory for BDS came down to a 1v1. It was just very close, but BDS was the better team today.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they had a really good read into the Team Liquid Skyscraper. Liquid attacked Skyscraper literally exactly the same way that they had attacked it yesterday against W7M, where they did a direct take the first 3 attacks, and then they did a full clear in the 4th, the 5th, the 6th attack. BDS, they watched the VODs, they watched the game, they were here, we saw them in the crowd watching that game. They knew exactly what was coming, and they knew exactly how to play against it. They saw how dynamic W7M were yesterday, and they went and punished Liquid off the back of that. And then how do you ever recover from that type of half in a major final.
Exactly, it was very good acknowledgement from BDS to see what Liquid was exactly pulling out. Shaiko, of course, really good on those entries as well, definitely punishing the Liquid players, but eventually also in towards the read of what Liquid was doing. BDS knew what they would do and accurately went into it.
Who do you think was the MVP of our matchup? Production, do we know who it was? Gonna pull it up on the screen for everybody to see. Can we? I'm sure we can.
Roll.
There it is. It's Shaiko, there he is. 54 to 34 in our best of 5 series. 10 opening kills, not too bad.
10 entries, and then also culture plan. That is a lot. You're very influential as a player then. Also just putting up 54 kills as well, by the way. Very influential. Also pretty consistent over all maps, which is very good as a player to have, and a deserved champion. And MVP.
I'm going to say something that's a little bit out there, Milosh, and I'm sorry about this in advance. When I was co-streaming the Japan Invitational, Shaiko did it all. I said he was the Johnny Sins of Rainbow Six Siege. He's done it all again this tournament, and he's won a major.
I never thought I'd be saying this, but Shaiko is my favorite doctor, astronaut, engineer, pizza delivery person. Incredible what we're having here at the major. Man, so many talents that we're able to see. Thank you very much for that, Jack. I really needed that at the end of the night. But from then on, we have to break things down. At least one play here in our final map. We have Mr. Worldwide, Alfama, to help us out. All yours.
Very much so. See, I think what made the difference here is how well coordinated BDS was able to do it. I just take a look at this defense, for example. This Skyscraper, right? So you have this bridge, which means the defenders cannot really stay on the bomb side, yet they were able to keep all the line of sight here and here covering this bridge, and here covering this window from outside the bomb site. When you look at what's set up right now, the way they're going to attack this, Team Liquid, they're going to go up this hatch, they're going to enter this bridge, they're going to enter this window, and you'll see how well BDS is coordinated to get the trade on this. Amaru gets in, boom. The line of sight here kills her. Then this one gets in and is stuck in the barbed wire. Lems is playing the 1v1 against him, and he's absolutely going to win it. And this is what I like about BDS. Look at Bride. He hears there's a print, and he goes for a check. He will actually die. Straight reaction from Lems. Try and goes for the repick, but doesn't do it. And this is where I see the experience in the player, is that he actually made the right call, not trying to revenge him. See, it's 4v3, only 2 guns up because there's a Monty. The pressure is on Team Liquid to react here. Now, all they need to do is reposition themselves into natural crossfires, and this is what they'll do. Look at this. You're trying to get in the doorway, there's a double crossfire here. You're trying to get in the window, there's a double crossfire here. You're trying to get into the bridge, there is a double crossfire here. This is naturally the best way to play it, and it feels like they do it without even communicating. And this is what made the difference. Like, look at this. Even LM's repositioning here gets him a free kill again. Like, there's nothing Liquid could do on this. Nothing. Strategically, it's on point, and they do that just in 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, Alfama. There is the kills still flying out. That's all you need to see. Shaiko to get the last one in the round. Alfama, thank you very much. You've been excellent here, either on the desk or on telestrations. We're going to have you back here now on desk. And Jack, how are we feeling? Anything you would like to add?
I want people to know, and I'm not sure if this was on camera on the stream or if it was shown, people were seeing it from the crowd, but there's a lot of competitors, a big competitive atmosphere between these teams going on right now. We saw in the face-off video, they're very much going heart to heart against each other, but I want you guys to know that despite being asked to come to the trophy for the lift, Bride was set with Nesk and Palu to make sure they were all right, to confront them, and despite such a big competitive atmosphere, I think it's really good to see that we have such respect between players towards one another, and that's something I wanted people to know that, because it was very good to see.
Opponents in the server, best friends outside of it.
And that's been a consistent thing throughout this major. Wolves were sat cheering BDS throughout this whole final. Yesterday, when W7M were beaten, who were the first people that greeted them? It was the Black Dragons players. Like, these players have such camaraderie, despite the fact that they're competitors, and you know, that was a massive show of sportsmanship there from Bride.
It's very good to see. Very good to see these players, how they are. You know, even yesterday when Liquid defeated W7M, you know, Julio was standing with his ex-teammate, Nesk, that had played together since, what, 2012, 2013, way back in the day. So it's been a while. Everybody has this kind of family spirit between them in the scene, and that's something that we love to see. Speaking of family, thank you very much for joining us, our family at home that are watching, all those that have joined us here in Jönköping through the weekend, of course, my talent family and production family here on the stage and sitting behind. Thank you very much to our wonderful casters for this entire event, even though it all started in Stockholm only, less than a week ago, but also our team here in Jönköping. It's been a great major. We've had a lot of fun. We crowned a new champion. We got a great story into the grand final between Liquid and BDS. And to me, all that matters is that we had a lot of fun, and between us, that Europe won again. Until then, we'll see you soon. Take care. We love you. Good night.
Easy to say.